emergency medicine training program at McGill University, and then he worked as the director of emergency medicine at Calgary Foothills Hospital. He founded STARS in 1985, which has since expanded beyond Calgary. This year, STARS celebrates its 40th year of operation, having flown over 60,000 missions across Western. He also received the Alberta Centennial Medal in 2005 and the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2012. His vision and unwavering commitment to emergency medical services has saved countless lives, and we are privileged to continue to support his mission. On behalf of Calgarians and members of Calgary City Council, we express our deepest condolences to the Powell family. The theme this year is Be Prepared, Know Your Risks. It highlights the importance of understanding risk and taking steps to protect ourselves. The City of Calgary is committed to preparedness. Our business continuity coordinators ensure that our operations continue during emergencies. Now, these coordinators collaborate with the Calgary Emergency Management Agency and partner with over 60 organizations to plan and coordinate emergency responses in the Calgary area. Frequent emergency exercises help identify and address the gaps in our plans, which translates into more effective real-life response. For example, during last year's Northern Alberta wildfires, the city activated its municipal emergency plan and opened the Emergency Operations Center. CEMA provided accommodations and support for evacuees, while the Calgary Fire Department and Canada Task Force 2 deployed personnel to assist in firefighting as well as emergency operations. This response, though it was outside of our usual jurisdiction, shows the importance of preparedness and the success of coordinated efforts in emergencies. We urge Calgarians to plan and prepare for all kinds of potential emergencies. For more information and resources on how to better protect your home and your families, please visit the Calgary Emergency Management Agency website. This week is also Mental Health Week in Canada, and this year's theme is Unmasking Mental Health. It highlights the importance of being open about mental health and substance use challenges. Living with these challenges is tough, and hiding them makes life even harder. People with mental health issues often feel they need to mask their struggles to keep a job, to avoid judgment, or to be accepted in their social and family circles. While masking can help in the short term, it can also lead to feeling disconnected and losing sense of self. Pretending to be fine when one is not simply compounds the harm that's done to mental and physical health. The recent tragic events at the Lapu Lapu Festival in Vancouver highlight the importance of effectively addressing mental health issues and the urgent need for accessible and appropriate resources and support which could prevent incidents like that. We encourage everyone to look beyond the surface and to see every individual as a whole person. By being honest and vulnerable, we can build stronger connections and help support each other. During Mental Health Week, let's encourage honesty and support for everyone without judgment. Together, we can create a more understanding, caring, and safer community. In May, we also celebrate Asian Heritage Month, which honors the rich cultural contributions of Asian communities to our city and our country. And I'll turn to Councillor Wong for some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Neho, konnichiwa, namaste, and kamasta. In May, we celebrate Asian Heritage Month, honoring the rich traditions, cultures of the Asian community in our city. Calgary is home to the vibrant, diverse Asian community representing countries such as China, India, Japan, Korea, Philippines, Vietnam, and many more. This weekend, we had Asian Heritage Week celebration, the vaccination, film festival, along with other activities through the weekend. I noticed in the audience we have Teresa Wupa, the chair of the Asian Heritage Week. Thank you for being here. This diversity is a source of strength and pride reflected in our festivals, cuisines, businesses, and neighborhoods as we celebrate the challenges and the barriers of the Asian Canadians have faced. Sorry, my pages have just gone lost here. My apologies, Mayor. Here we go. Here at the Municipal Building in the atrium, we have a wonderful display. No, that's not right. Mayor, I don't have the proper pages.
All right, let me just pull up mine here.
2, 4, 3, 4.
So, do you want me to carry on?
Oh, no, there. Sorry.
Okay.
This month is time of reflection on the incredible journey and enrichments of our communities with their talents, their hard work, and dedication. From early pioneers who built the railway to today's entrepreneurs, artists, and professionals. Despite our obstacles, we have shown resilience and determination, contributing to Calgary's growth and prosperity. I encourage all Calgarians to participate in the various events and activities happening throughout the month. These celebrations provide an opportunity to learn about the rich cultural heritage of our Asian communities and to build stronger connections with our neighbors. Let us celebrate these achievements and the contributions of Asian Canadians and the commitment to foster a city where diversity is embraced and everybody can thrive. Thank you and apologies.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wong. Now, next Monday, May the 12th, we will be celebrating the 30th anniversary of the commissioning of the HMCS Calgary. This occasion is a testament to the dedication, bravery, and service of the men and women who have served aboard this remarkable vessel. HMCS Calgary has a proud history of protecting our nation's waters and contributing to international peace and security. Over the past 3 decades, the ship and its crew have participated in numerous missions, from humanitarian aid to combat operations, showcasing the strength and resilience of the Royal Canadian Navy. Named after our vibrant city, the ship embodies the spirit of Calgary, strong, resilient, and committed to excellence. The crew's dedication mirrors the values that we hold dear: courage, integrity, and community. This anniversary is not just a celebration of the ship's service, but also a recognition of the sacrifices made by its 225+ crew members, as well as their families. Their unwavering commitment to duty and country deserves our deepest gratitude. We must never forget the challenges they face and have faced, and the sacrifices they continue to make to keep us safe. I encourage all Calgarians to take this opportunity to learn more about HMCS Calgary and the Royal Canadian Navy. Here at the Municipal Building in the atrium, we have a wonderful display that's dedicated to HMCS Calgary. If you get a chance, please stop by and have a look and reflect on what it means to be a crew member aboard this impressive vessel, which proudly wears the maple leaf patch. On May the 12th, there will be a flag-raising ceremony at Municipal Plaza, organized by the Friends of HMCS Calgary Committee. Everyone is welcome, so please join if your time allows, so you can show your support. With that, we will move on to question period. Over to you, Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for GM Black. Spring is here with nice weather, also come noisy vehicles, altered, modified mufflers, and we are seeing a big spike in Ward 5. Our residents in communities like Skyview, Redstone, Saddle Ridge, Cornerstone, Cityscape along 128th Avenue, 80th Avenue, 88th Avenue, 60th Street, we are frustrated. We are losing our sleeps. We don't feel safe. Sometimes these noises are like a firearm going off. I just want to understand, since we brought the new bylaw about noisy vehicles, we installed some noise recording meters to get the heat maps built so we can put resources at the right spot. I just want to understand, and we had 8 peace officers who are dedicated to this work. In my ward, I just want to understand how many citations or tickets have been issued so far this year, and what is the plan to make sure that this nuisance goes at least away this spring, most importantly in my Ward 5. Thank you.
Councillor Dhaliwal, thank you for the question and for the concern for a very troubling situation for your neighbours in Ward 5. The traffic safety team that you're referring to launched just this past March. It is a small but mighty team, and it's been focusing on in these months so far on education, training, and enforcement in school zones and other low-speed settings. So far, in this short time, the team has issued 600 tickets. 89 of those tickets were in Ward 5, with an additional 87 warnings in Ward 5. And that's been focused for Ward 5 in areas around local schools, 7 local schools. The noise monitoring devices that you're referring to are now deployed in 15 areas around the city. 1/3 of those are in Ward 5, so 5 of the 15. There will also be 10 additional locations for these noise monitoring devices that will be put in place this spring. Right now, we're in the process of gathering data from those devices, making sure that they are working optimally so that as the warm weather comes and especially as children are out of school, the team will turn its attention to really focus on the noise bylaw and making sure that we're keeping communities not only safe, but also at a reasonable volume. In the meantime, we'd be very happy to meet with you offline and to follow up in terms of how we can make sure that we're supporting Ward 5 to the best of our ability.
Thank you, GM Black, and we'll be definitely having a conversation because I want residents to be safe and have a peaceful spring and summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mayor. This weekend I had the opportunity to attend an event. It was the Holy Festival at the Hindu Temple. It's a very colorful event. Fortunately for me, I wasn't dressed properly. I didn't have white attire, so they didn't paint me up. The premier, though, was certainly prepared for it. In light of some of the activities that have been going on at the Hindu temple specifically, and that it's a very formal and central gathering place for the Hindu community, I've been asked as to whether or not there's an opportunity to have a street named in association with the Hindu temple that's specifically located there. And I know there's been some changes to the naming policy, and just wondering if there's a process that they could pursue or that I could pursue on their behalf to have a street named after them.
Thanks, Councillor Chabot. City Council did approve an update to the city's naming policy, and so we'd be happy to reach out and work with your office on navigating through that process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue for question periods, so can I get a mover for the agenda, please? Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Thaliwal. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes on the agenda?
We do, Mayor Gondek. There's a number of changes, starting with items of urgent business. The first item of urgent business for today would be to add item 10.1, which will be a bylaw, 27M 2025, to revise a road closure bylaw 1C 2025. Administration has prepared a cover report, attachment 1, attachment 2, and an attachment 3, which clerks will distribute following the addition.
Is there anyone from administration that wants to speak to this quickly?
Good morning, Council. The matter of urgent business is a non-public hearing bylaw. It's being brought forward to correct a typo in 1C 2025.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Sharp. I don't see anyone in the queue for any debate. Madam Clerk, do you want us to go to e-scribe?
Voice vote is okay, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. The second item is, again, an item of urgent business at the request of administration. It is to add item 10.2, interim police chief appointment. This is to be added as an item of confidential urgent business, and there's a further request to deal with this item as the first new item following the afternoon recess. And this will be a verbal item for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, you're moving it. Councillor Winus, you're seconding it. Okay. Councillor Kura on this item? No, another item. Okay. Is there anyone opposed to this as presented? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Madam Clerk, is there anything else, or can I go to Councillor Kura?
You can go to Councillor Kura, Mayor Gondek. I do have 2 additional procedural motions, but those will follow following confirmation of agenda.
Okay, over to you, Councillor Kura.
Did we just amend the item with an urgent notice of motion regarding 45 New Street?
We did.
I apologize for missing that.
It's okay. I looked over at you. You were deep in thought.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we're approving the agenda as amended, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, anyone opposed to the agenda as amended? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. What's next procedurally?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Walcott did receive a number of late public submissions, so we've prepared a procedural motion with a request that they be distributed. The first one is with respect to item 7.2.4. That is a policy amendment, road closure and land use amendment in Beltline Ward 8, adjacent to 1121 12th Avenue Southwest. The motion is simply to direct the City Clerk's office to make these distributions and to add them to the corporate record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walcott. You're moving it. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Meehan, thank you very much. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Up next, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar situation, Councillor Walcott has again received late submissions with respect to the Certus Developments and Formed Alliance Architecture Studios, which were received following the agenda deadline. This is with respect to item 7.3.2, West Elbow Communities Local Area Plan. Again, looking for authorization to direct the clerk's office to make the distribution and to add these to the corporate record. Thank you.
Thank you. This is being moved by Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Meehan again. Right. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So we can move from the agenda?
That's right.
Okay, let's go over to the explanation of what we're doing in public hearing. As we do that, I believe our teams are going to be switching out as well. So thanks for everyone that was here. Looking forward to new people joining us. So when it comes to public hearing, all of the items that are under Section 7, which is called Planning Matters for Public Hearing, we're going to start with a presentation from administration representing the recommendations of the Calgary Planning Commission or the Infrastructure and Planning Committee. Then we will open the public hearing on the item. If the applicant is present, they generally present first. Once the applicant is finished speaking and we've asked any questions, I'll go through the list of registered speakers. If you're in the audience today and you're wishing to speak to an item and you're not signed up yet, you can just go over there and get a little slip and fill out which item you would like to speak to. If you registered online or if you filled out a slip when you got here, we've got your name and you're good to go. In these public hearings, council is restricted to issues of land use. So we can talk about the land use, but not the user. So if we are not moving in that direction, I may have to interrupt. I'll also take this time to remind everyone that members of council must remain amenable to persuasion. If you are a member of the public who is speaking, you have 5 minutes. If you are here in person, up there at the podium, there is a timer to let you know what your time's looking like. There's also a series of lights. Green means you're good. If the yellow light comes on, you have about a minute left, and at red, you will hear me having to interrupt you because you're at 5 minutes. If you are remote, if you could set a timer for yourself, that would be great. I may have to establish panels of up to 5 speakers if we've got a number of people registered for an item. What that means is I'll let you know which panel you're on. All 5 people on the panel can come and sit just behind the podium there. We'll hear from each of you in a row. You'll each have 5 minutes, and then council will ask any questions they have of that panel, and then the next panel will come up. There is no provision in our bylaw that allows you to share your time with somebody else, so each individual has 5 minutes. Once we finish all of the speakers and all of the questions of the speakers, I will close the public hearing on the item. At that time, council, if you have questions of administration, please put in your request to speak. Once the questions are done, I'll look for a mover on the item and we will enter into debate. With that, let's start up with item 7.2.1. Mr. Pomeranke.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is Derek Pomeranke. I'm a senior planner with the City Planning Department, and I'll be presenting the first batch of land use items today. Item 7.2.1 is a land use amendment to allow for a backyard suite above a garage. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 71D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 3227 Kenmare Crescent Southwest from a direct control district based on the previous land use bylaws R2 district to the residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district. Next slide, please. This subject site is located in the inner southwest community of Killarney-Glengarry. It's approximately a 20-minute walk from Mount Royal University and a 10-minute walk from Max Teal bus service along 37th Street. Next slide, please. The site is a pie-shaped lot on a cul-de-sac currently developed with a single detached house and a rear garage. A rear lane to the west connects shortly to Kinsale Road, which allows for easy access south to Richmond Road and 37th Street Southwest. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential in a variety of low-density forms. Richmond Road and 37th Street are classified as neighborhood connectors, meaning appropriate for medium-density, grade-oriented housing. This site's existing direct control district allows for up to 2 units on the parcel, but does not allow either basement or backyard secondary suites. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to RCG, which is a low-density residential district, allowing for a variety of housing forms, including row houses and townhouses. This district allows for a maximum height of 11 meters and up to 8 dwelling units on the parcel. However, this application is seeking only to allow for a backyard suite above a new garage, which is a listed use in the district. Administration does have a development permit currently under review. Next slide, please. This application allows for a minor increase in density consistent with other residential areas in the city. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.1. Do we have Kendall Warnke?
Good morning. Does it matter which?
Either one is fine.
Okay. I'm just here to answer any questions. I appreciate you taking consideration. I think they've presented exactly what we're asking for.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the queue and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.1? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I don't see any questions of administration either, so let's go to Councillor Walcott to move.
Thank you. Pretty straightforward. Just the only reason why we're here is mostly just because this area of Killarney is under DC. So I hope you support. The community association in particular is excited to see more backyard suites in the community.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. And I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
All right, let's go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 71D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 71D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 71D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 71D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, 7.2.2.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.2 is a land use redesignation to add additional uses to a building currently under construction. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 79D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 110 Bishop Way Southwest from a direct control district to another direct control district. Next slide, please. This subject site is located in the southwest community of Currie Barracks. This is the former Canadian Forces Base, currently undergoing redevelopment. The site is a 5-minute walk from Mount Royal University. Next slide, please. This site is approximately half a hectare in size and is located at the corner of Dieppe Drive and Currie Lane Southwest. The site has an approved development permit for a 6-story building, which is currently under construction. While the site has been graded, construction activity is yet to begin. This building will be an assisted living facility and is intended to have supportive medical office and retail uses, which include a pharmacy. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily multi-residential buildings on the immediate surroundings with lower density housing beyond that. East of the site is a vacant land that is zoned for high-density, mixed-use residential, office, and commercial buildings. To the west of the site is the Inn at the Officers' Garden, which is an historic building, as well as the Officers' Mess Garden, a public park to the west of the subject site. Immediately adjacent to the south are a pair of 6- and 7-story multi-residential buildings, which have recently been completed. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to a direct control district based on the site's existing DC. The existing DC is one of several across Currie Barracks, which allow for a broad range of uses and specific built forms. The proposed DC differs from the existing district by removing some select rules and uses which are no longer needed given the site's current approvals, as well as the additional use of healthcare service, and by defining the new use of retail drive-through. The intent of this application is to allow for a small lay-by off of the building's access loop that's essentially a loading zone big enough for 3 cars. People in these cars can be provided with medical testing, such as during COVID. They can pick up prescriptions, or they can be provided with other forms of medical service from within their vehicle. Administration has thoroughly considered the new use and the rules contained within the DC, and we believe that this can allow for the requested car-side service with little risk of having negative impacts on traffic or nearby residents. Next slide, please. In closing, this application would allow for an ancillary use that assists in the provision of medical service to people needing assistance or having reduced mobility. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.2. Do we have Marcelo Figueira?
It is with the presentation to Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Marcelo Figueira, Associate Principal at Green Space Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Advanced Medical Clinical and Surgical Clinical proposal. This facility will be a mixed-use care complex with a medical clinic and a pharmacy on the ground level and assisted living in the upper stories. The building reflects our commitment to blending modern medical clinic design with community-friendly aesthetics. We have designed this clinic to provide essential healthcare services while aligning the development with the Calgary Barracks CFB West Master Plan and ensuring compatibility with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The assisted living component is currently under construction, so the proposed land use amendment before Council today would allow the medical clinic and its pharmacy to complement the existing development. The drive-through is specifically intended for the pharmacy, and you have specific operational restrictions that depart from a conventional drive-through. For example, outdoor speakers are prohibited. There will be only one service window and a limit of 3 vehicle stacking space. The concept of retail drive should not be mistaken for fast food or retail services. Actually, in this clinic, we have reimagined the drive-through as a healthcare delivery method. This pharmacy drive-through distinguishes itself from traditional models by allowing patients to access essential services like vaccinations, routine medical tests, and medication pickup from their vehicles. By operating with a by-appointment-only system, we ensure that there's no queuing and no congestion, creating a smooth experience for patients and minimizing disruption to the community. As discussed with the Calgary Planning Commission, which fully support our approach, this concept promotes efficiency and accessibility while maintaining high operational standards. Next slide, please. Our drive-through imagined model ensures that patients remain in their vehicles while receiving necessary services, allowing us to maintain stringent health and safety protocols. This system is designed to minimize direct person-to-person contact, reducing the potential spread of communicable disease, while also providing a convenient, no-contact healthcare option. We have also taken great care to comply with healthcare and regulation standards, ensuring that the services provided meet Alberta Health's requirements and all land use bylaw regulations. For example, a patient receiving a vaccine must stay in their vehicle for a short period after receiving service, which is part of the safety protocol. In addition, the site plan is designed to allow up to 3 vehicles to access the service area, preventing queuing and maintaining pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. This healthcare model is particularly beneficial for seniors and individuals with limited mobility, offering them the ability to access healthcare from the safety and comfort of their vehicles. The layout minimizes travel distance and waiting times, ensuring that patients can receive timely care. At the same time, the clinic integrates seamlessly into the community with a pedestrian-friendly environment. Walkways, landscaping, and sitting areas ensure that the clinic does not disrupt the pedestrian activity, but rather enhances the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. This clinic represents a unique solution to the increasing demand for accessible healthcare. The benefits are numerous, especially for seniors and individuals who require convenient, no-contact healthcare option. By offering these services in an accessible manner, we are fostering a healthier community overall. In conclusion, The Advanced Medical and Surgical Clinic is designed to be an efficient, safe, and accessible healthcare solution for the community. We look forward to your support in bringing this vision to life. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Figuera. Your first question is from Councillor Meehan.
Thanks so much for being here. I'm over here. Thanks for a great presentation. I'm just curious, would the services only be provided through a window, or is it a situation where staff would come out and serve the folks in the vehicle from outside of a window?
Well, it's mostly through the window, but in case that is some issue, then it would be like people have to go outside, like
okay.
special patients.
Okay, thanks. And you said it's by appointment only?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your presentation. One of the issues that was raised during Planning Commission was the lack of engagement with the community. Can you explain why you didn't feel that that was necessary?
Yeah, thank you for your question. To you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, this project is a multi-year project. It's approximately 4 or 5 years project. This is phase 3. There have been some engagement before. So when we went to phase 3, we just thought this would be adding a minor adjustment to the project. But after we had the Planning Commission meeting, we were advised to go back to the community and try to reach out to them. We actually did that several times, and I actually submitted a letter explaining what happened between the CPC meeting and today's meeting, and they were not willing to speak to us. So we just thought, like, we sent them a summary of exactly how I present to you today, and the response was like they will follow up with the administration if they had any concerns.
Okay. One of the concerns that was raised, and you kind of covered it through your presentation, was in relations to the potential for it to be used as a safe injection site. So this would not be used in that capacity?
No, that's not. No, that's a different type of healthcare and would have like other regulatory issues that have to be addressed.
You could still administer a vaccine?
Yes.
And would that be one of those situations, as you said to Councillor Meehan, that you may have to, someone might have to go outside?
Yeah, so if you might have seen during the COVID pandemic a few years ago, there were this type of service providing in parking lots and some other establishment, and with no work, like minor organization, I would say, and people would have like very specific procedures to actually approach to a person in the car. We, like having this by appointment and organized with the clinic, we're trying to avoid that situation. Only in special situations people have to get out.
You did reference, and it was referenced in our material, that there was only 3 spots that would be identified for queuing.
Yeah.
But in an instance where somebody would have to go external, is there extra parking facilities to accommodate those special needs?
No, because like the way that it would work is we have 3 parking spaces. So you have your appointment, you come in and have your service, and then you have to, if it's a vaccine in that case, you have another parking space where you have to wait about 15 minutes. And in the meantime, the next appointment is coming. So that's why we have the 3rd parking space. So the next appointment in that interval.
So they're accommodated within those 3 parking stalls?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you very much. I see one more question for you from Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here. I have a bit of experience, in this kind of environment, being at many years in hospitals and healthcare. I guess my question: when you have 3 stalls, what's the throughput you can handle? Like how many hours, how many per hour, how many per day can you handle, or what are you expecting to handle?
Well, see, like the business is not supposed to be a 24/7 facility, right? This is like something that is like explained by appointment within regular working hours. And depending on, let's say, every day would be different because whatever is booked in the agenda demands different intervals between patients. So let's say one regular day where you have only medicine pickup, it will go very fast. But if you have other services that are being provided, then you have to space them out a little bit more. But mostly within business hours, working hours. Yeah.
As a drive-through, are they driving one after the other, or are they pulling into stalls?
They pull into the stalls. There is a lay-bay area already approved, and off that lay-bay area, we would have 3 parking spaces, so that doesn't disrupt the traffic in the lay-bay area, which is for the drop-off to the clinic or to the assisted living building. So it's completely independent from the lay-by traffic movement.
Okay, so if you have three vehicles in a stall, is there any time where you can have a queuing of people backing out onto the roadway?
No, because of the timing kind of situation, spacing the appointments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Do we have Garth Mann?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Dr. Garth Mann. I'm with the Statesman Group, and I want you to know that it is important to the counselors today, but it's really important for our fiduciary responsibility to our patients that we understand what we're trying to accomplish with the talking window. A talking window includes a door that moves forward and adjusts to the level of the window of the vehicle. It relates mainly to the pandemic that we experienced in 2022 and 2023, when patients walked into the local pharmacy for testing of COVID-19. They would be hacking and coughing and spreading the virus while they lined up for their test. Even if it was a person tested positive, there's a high percentage that others in line contacted the disease from an infected person. The talking window is intended to provide supportive care, especially to those who are vulnerable to a virus. They simply identify themselves to the talking window. A door opens to their car. They insert their ID and a credit card in the drawer. The prescription is then filled. The viral test is completed if they're going for that. And the moving drawer then slides back in, and they get their prescription or their duties done, and they don't have to go into the pharmacy. This format is very, very common in the United States and in other parts of Canada. And I think it's really our fiduciary responsibility to the public to look at this technology as being a standard. It is not a drive-through. It's not McDonald's pass-through, as you call it. This is something unique and different, and it's by appointment. And I think that's important to understand, that it's by appointment so that the pharmacist is prepared for the prescription and the patient is there for relatively minutes to pick them up and or do the COVID test or the pandemic test that's coming up. Any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm not seeing any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.2? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to questions of administration, starting with Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. This is just a quick one, Mr. Pomeranke. Is there something specific in the bylaw to ensure that it is appointment only? Or so like, let's say they operate it as appointment only, but in the future, can it just be used as a regular drive-through? Or is there something in the bylaw that prohibits that?
There's nothing requiring it by appointment only. However, it must be approved with the associated use. So for example, if this no longer became a pharmacy and if somebody wanted to do a coffee shop or whatever, the retail drive-through could only be approved with that, and we would not be looking at it in this case because it wouldn't be providing services, it'd be providing goods, so it'd be a drive-through standard.
Okay, thanks for that context.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Pomeranke, a few years ago, we talked about drive-throughs, particularly for fast food restaurants and that, and it was discouraged to put drive-through restaurants, correct? Do we still have that general principle with that discouraged drive-through principle?
In general, we look to, in our more urban areas, avoid the use of drive-throughs, correct?
Okay. And in this situation, do you believe this is not the same?
We believe that this functions more like a short-stay parking loading zone rather than, as it was said before, a McDonald's drive-through with 30-second turnover and high volumes. This is one car every 15 minutes.
Okay. And again, I just want a clarification, and perhaps Mr. Nabude. Is this, again, a drive-through, it's a drive-through one after the other, or a drive-through into stalls and then have to back out and get out?
So we're currently reviewing a development permit to make sure that this would function. The way we're looking at it right now is it's essentially 3 parallel parking stalls. So one after another, but there wouldn't be there's no blockage of traffic flow on the access circle.
Okay. By appointment, I can understand that because you can, from a systems engineering side, time it and everything else such. But in a heightened period of, i.e. COVID, and you get people coming in, would this be a problem in terms of queuing?
In that type of an extreme circumstance, there would probably be impacts. Mr. Labuche can provide more information.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Councillor Wong, Shane Labatile, Development Engineering. In times of a pandemic like COVID, as you noted, the city did all sorts of things to accommodate. There actually wasn't much traffic on the road, but yes, there were large queues at testing centers, and we would have to deal with it as it comes through closures and detours and those kind of plans to respond to something that's significant in a holistic way.
Mr. Labuche, given that situation, would it be wise to put those contingencies in place now?
I think the city has learned a lot from the pandemic, and we can respond through our emergency management offices as needed. I don't see any issues with what is proposed, with what the line of questioning you're having. I think we can respond at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just trying to get my chat open again here. I don't see any other questions of administration. I'll go to Councillor Walcott to move this.
Thank you. Council, your interest in this file actually mirrors the interest on this file over a long while, because the conversation in the early days on this one was, what are the belts and braces around a drive-through? And how do we actually balance the policy? And for a long time, we couldn't quite figure out the language. And so I'm very grateful that kind of the DC's at where it's at, so that there's a compromise amongst what the plan is for the site, especially given that it's a part of a comprehensive facility, a seniors assisted living facility with medical services at the ground level versus just a mixed use building that would just be any standard retail could go on the bottom, right? There's a singular purpose to it. The biggest concern is actually what a lot of you were describing was, well, what happens if this just turns into a standard mixed-use building? And then now we have a drive-through design at the bottom was the big question. And that is where the language of the DC was so significant, to make sure that it's really tied together into the approval of the actual retail use. And so given that the retail use is for the pharmacy, I believe there'd be strong words if there were ever a change in use to something else that might want to use a 3-stall drive-through, because it's designed specifically to both be flexible with the applicant to get the building that they're encouraging with the services they need for the clients that they have, while protecting us from having a drive-through in the middle of Curry. So I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp to second.
Yeah, I'm happy to second this. I'm glad to see that these sorts of buildings with the drive-throughs are being built to accommodate seniors. I will be absolutely shocked if this building turned into something else, considering how many people we have aging in place and want to stay in the communities that they're in. So I would be surprised, but never know what could happen. But I do think there's going to be probably a more demand for these buildings in some of the communities we're seeing that don't have them. So happy to second this, and well done to administration to be able to be nimble in the direct controls, because I know that they're not very conducive to some of the stuff coming your way. That's it.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so back over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
Happy to close.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 79D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 79D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 79D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 79D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, let's go to 7.2.3.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.3 is a policy and land use amendment to allow for the expansion of a neighborhood commercial strip. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 40P 2025 to amend the South Calgary Altadore Area Redevelopment Plan, and to bylaw 78D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 3926 16th Street Southwest from RCG, the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill District, to CN2, the Commercial Neighborhood 2 District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the inner southwest community of Altadore. This is just south from Marda Loop and is 2 blocks away from River Park, which provides recreational opportunities overlooking the Elbow River. Next slide, please. The subject site is mid-block on 16th Street Southwest, which is a higher order street in the neighborhood. The site is currently developed with a single detached dwelling constructed in 1950, along with a garage and a parking pad accessing the rear of the site, and the lane, excuse me. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of low-density infill activity. Side-by-side semi-detached buildings are to the north, with 1- and 2-story commercial buildings to the south. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to the CN2 district, which accommodates small-scale commercial buildings close to the street, which may have a story or 2 of apartments above. The district allows for a maximum height of 10 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.0. This proposal would be consistent with the CN2 zoning in place to the south of the property. Next slide, please. Should council wish to support this land use, a map amendment is required to the ARP to allow it. Specifically, an amendment to map 2 would show the site as being appropriate for local commercial, like the existing commercial development to the south. Next slide, please. In closing, this application would allow for appropriate commercial uses, either within the existing building or at an appropriate scale should the property be redeveloped. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item is 7.2.3. Do we have Ahmed Talib?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, council members, your worship, Mayor Gondek. Thank you for your time. My name is Ahmed Talib, and I am with 7 Design, and I am the applicant for item 7.2.3, Policy and Land Use Amendment in Altadore at 3926 16th Street Southwest. I am hopeful you will be in favor of my proposal to redesignate the subject property to allow me to operate an office for my small architectural design business within the existing residential building. The building is to stay intact. There are some minor cosmetic changes to the exterior, and our plan is to remove the existing garage and place a 5-vehicle parking pad in the rear. This parking is to accommodate our staff of 4 with an additional parking space for client meetings. My staff and I work Monday to Friday, 8 to 4:30. We do not work weekends or any statutory holidays. All client meetings are booked well in advance. We try to carpool and bike as often as we can as the weather permits. We will have posted signage in the front and the rear of the property and strictly enforce parking. We are in no direct competition with any of the neighboring businesses. We've engaged the neighbors via phone and email to alleviate some of their concerns, and we have the support of the Planning Authority as well as the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Do we have Emma Geohegan?
The changes. This is what I've got. I don't know how you find it. Stan, this is the information I...
Hi there. Do we have Emma Geohegan, please?
I can't tell you how to find it.
Hi there. Somebody's on the line. Can you tell me who this is, please?
Hello. Are you talking to me?
You bet. Is it Emma?
No, I'm Christine Brodsky-Ingham. I'm here to address 7.3.1.
Okay, that's going to be a little while, so I'm going to need you to mute yourself if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm not sure how to do that, but I'll see if I can figure that out.
I can give you one other idea too. 7.3.1 is going to be in a little while, so if you want to hang up and follow along and then call in when it's closer to the item, you could do that too.
I'd love to come by, but do you have any idea when I should come by to address this issue?
You know what? I would love to be able to tell you that, but I can't because there's still probably at least 20 speakers before we get to your item.
So it would be more than maybe an hour, hour and a half. I'm really sorry to interrupt your meeting.
Well, it's interesting. You can follow along at home on the live stream. It'll tell you exactly where we are on the agenda. You can call in then, you can come by then, whatever works for you. How about that?
Super. Thank you very much for your help.
You're very welcome. All right, do we have Emma Geohagan?
I don't know, how do I mute this? Do you know?
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.3? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. I am also not seeing any questions of administration. So I'll go to you to move, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Happy to move small retail in an existing building on a retail strip. So happy to see it come forward.
Thank you. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Wong, thank you. Nobody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 40P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 40P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 40P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 40P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 78D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 78D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 78D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 78D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, we're on to 7.2.4.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.4 is a road closure, policy amendment, and land use amendment to formalize the conversion of a closed road next to an elementary school into a park. Next slide, please. The recommendations before you today are to give 3 readings to proposed bylaws 39P 2025 to amend the Beltline Area Redevelopment Plan, to bylaw 6C 2025 to close a portion of road right-of-way and convert it into titled property, and to bylaw 72D 2025 to designate the new land as the SCS, or Special Purpose Community Service District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the Beltline. It's a portion of 10th Street Southwest, just south of 12th Avenue. This site is 4 blocks north of 17th Avenue, and it is 2 blocks west of Barb Scott Park. Next slide, please. The site is directly adjacent to Connaught Elementary School and encompasses the entirety of the 10th Street right-of-way, south of the lane, up until 13th Ave. The site has been operating as a park since June 2022 through temporary approvals. This project was created by Sustainable Calgary, working with students in grades 4 to 6, and was awarded a National Urban Design Award by the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada. Next slide, please. This image looks north and shows the amount of space which is proposed for the closure. The Jersey barriers here show the southern edge of the space and do not affect traffic on 13th Avenue. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses are primarily medium to high-density residential developments, along with Connaught School, shown in blue and green. The land use districts in place are intended to accommodate high-density residential development as Calgary continues to grow. Next slide, please. This application proposes to close the road and designate it to the SCS district, which is intended for community services such as education, but it also includes parks which are not to be dedicated to the city as municipal reserve. The design of the permanent improvements to the space are currently underway. Next slide, please. An amendment to the Beltline Area Redevelopment Plan is required, which again formalizes the site's use as a park by identifying it in green on all relevant maps. Next slide, please. In closing, this application increases the amount of open space in the Beltline and supports safer and improved connections through the public realm. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.4. We've got about 8 people signed up, so I'm going to put folks into a panel. So do we have Julian Waring? Do we have Celia Lee? How about Darcy LeBray? So if we don't have Darcy LeBray, we probably don't have Rosalind DeBray.
We're here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, great. So we've got Darcy LeBray and Rosalind LeBray?
Yes.
Perfect. And do we have Adam Schwartz?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. So you will be the first panel. Just to let everyone know, following this panel, it'll be Jesse Angelic, Miles Vandermeer, and Karen Dombrowski. So let's start things with Julian Waring, please.
Good morning. My name is Julian Waring, and I'm a partner at the Tulip Project, a landscape architecture firm located here in Calgary. We are very excited to present the Connaught Open Street project to you today.
Mr. Waring, I'm going to totally interrupt you, and I apologize because I have an oversight that I need to flag.
No problem.
We need to do 2 public hearings on this item, so let me just explain that. Sincere apologies, we'll start your timer again.
Okay.
So because we have a road closure and land use, this first public hearing technically is for the road closure. The second public hearing that I call will be for the land use. But I want everyone to know, if you want to say everything you want to say this time or next time, it's all good. It'll be on the public record. So let me apologize. This one that we're doing is for proposed bylaw 6C 2025, which is the road closure. Please feel free to start again.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Julian Waring, and I'm a partner at the Tulip Project, a landscape architecture firm here in Calgary. We are very excited to present the Connaught Open Street project to you today. This short presentation will provide some background history of school streets and this pilot, outline community engagement efforts to date, summarize what we heard from the community, and review the proposed design. Next slide, please. The project is sponsored by Sustainable Calgary, a local nonprofit in the city that has been leading the way in developing actionable ways to affect policy and city shaping to reduce our carbon footprint. Examples of publications they have worked on include Kids Reimagine School Streets, Safer and Healthier Streets for Children, and Streets as Playful Places, to name a few. Of significance, the Kids Reimagine School Streets project was a 2024 National Urban Design Award recipient, presented by the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada. You will hear more about the Kids Reimagine School Streets project from Sustainable Calgary's Executive Director, Celia, in a moment. Next slide, please. First, it's important to understand the concept of a school street. School streets can be defined as streets that are car-free outside of schools. They can be temporary and be at the start and end of a school day, and they can also be, more preferably, permanently car-free. School streets are shown to make a measurable positive impact by reducing air pollution around schools and encouraging safer routes for school and school kids to walk or bike to school. Next slide, please. Sustainable Calgary, in collaboration with Ever Active Schools, partnered with 4 schools and 3 communities to co-create safe, comfortable, and interesting routes to school, and to empower kids and the rest of the community to lower their carbon footprint by walking and biking for daily trips. Connaught School in the Beltline was one of the 4 schools Sustainable Calgary partnered with. Through workshops, students proposed closing their street forever and extending their playground into the street. They wanted to remove the playground fencing and add climbing structures, plants, and even a shallow pond in the street. Pictures on this slide demonstrate students' models of the street and a graphic illustration of the temporary proposed installation. Next slide, please. After the co-design workshops were completed with students, the first pilot of the Connaught Open Street was implemented from June to October of 2022. Ongoing engagement activities were held throughout the summer on a weekly basis. The pilot was removed for the 2022 and 2023 winter season. The second pilot started in the summer of 2023. The pilot took into consideration feedback from the community and removed ramps and other elements from the street that were causing noise by users outside of reasonable hours. The pilot has been in place year-round since 2023 and most recently received funding to complete the mural refresh as shown in the top middle picture. Next slide, please. Throughout the course of the pilot, engagement has been ongoing and iterative. Opportunities to engage with the project and project team have included completing online surveys through the project webpage with over 280 responses over 3 different surveys. Over 2,100 flyers have been distributed to surrounding neighbors. This slide summarizes some of the engagement to date on the project. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the key themes that the project team has heard over the course of engagement, which include addressing children's needs and safety, park amenities and accessibility, safety and maintenance concerns, community sentiments, and traffic and usage data. To summarize a few specific points, we heard there's a strong support for prioritizing safe, engaging spaces for kids. There's a need for seating for parents and the elderly, and there was noted that the nearby park is frequently crowded, increasing demand for additional public space. There's also been an overall positive shift in sentiment over the last 2 years. Parents are generally supportive and more willing to engage in discussions regarding the space. Next slide, please. The proposed design is a accumulation of lessons learned and engagement over the past 2 years. The plaza will provide much needed public space within the Beltline by providing additional seating and outdoor gathering space and amenity, while the closure of this portion of the road supports safer routes to school for children by removing traffic adjacent to the school and playground. It also serves the greater Beltline community through the addition of much needed public realm space. The design is intended to be playful in nature by incorporating color and geometric shapes, reflecting the proximity to the school and the initial engagement with students, but ultimately is a space to be used for the entire community. The project will incorporate sustainable initiatives through capturing and storing of stormwater on site and additional tree planting. Thank you for your time and consideration on this application. We're excited to see this project through to its next steps and the realization of 3 years of public engagement and piloting. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waring. If you have a seat, once there's questions for the panel, I'll let you know if there's any for you. Let's go to Celia Lee, please.
Thanks. Do you have slides for me as well? Here we go. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Celia Lee. I'm Executive Director of Sustainable Calgary, and I'm thrilled to be here to share a little bit more on the process that led up to this hearing on making permanent changes to 10th Street. So at Sustainable Calgary, we're often focused on the design of healthy neighborhoods. So we work with medical researchers, with engineering researchers, and then with communities and designers to match best practices with community needs, and then make design changes in our neighborhoods. And most recently, we did that with kids, knowing that kids aren't getting the physical activity they need. We know they're exposed to very high pollution levels at school sites because so many are traveling by car. And walking to school is good for their health and for their cognitive development. So how do we make that easier? So next slide. Currently, we do tend to exclude kids from city design, and I love this meme as a very quick way of getting that across. It says, why don't kids go outside anymore? And here's the outside we built. Next slide. We put together a Made in Calgary version of that meme that asks, well, why aren't kids walking to school? And so our thesis is, it's not the kids these days, it's the streets these days. And how can we change our infrastructure? Next slide. We asked ourselves what streets could look like if we designed them not just for kids, but by kids, because we know, just like the tech industry knows, that kids are actually really great innovators. Next slide. We worked with kids to evaluate their environment. Next slide. They identified places that they want to go to, and then whether the routes to get there felt safe or not. Next slide. And then we worked with them to come up with ideas to improve a few locations on their school routes, to build models, and most importantly, then we worked with them to build their vision. That was really important because innovating and taking action in our communities, those are muscles that we need to flex. And in a quickly changing world, I would say that all of us can benefit from having more practice with that. Next slide. When we first put together this funding application, here's what I expected. That we would probably end up with a temporary version of what you see on your screen, some temporary bump outs and a bench. Next slide. But instead, the kids developed 3 precedent-setting concepts in the neighborhoods of Martindale, Meridian, and Connaught. These aligned with emerging best practices. They challenged the status quo, and they required us to raise a lot more money to see through their ideas. Next slide. So this is the Connaught Open Street and a place that kids previously described as busy, noisy, and dangerous. And in making their school route safer, they wanted to give back to their community. They knew the Beltline is low on green space. It's actually the hottest community in Calgary. So they wanted to provide more park space for their community, put in local grasses and pollinators, and eventually, as you heard, trees and a pond. The community came together in a massive and for me quite humbling effort to build their idea, weigh in on the idea, and use the space, whether for morning coffee meetups, parent social, or kids activities. Next slide. As you heard, we've been gathering feedback over the last 3 years, adapting the project accordingly, and we've been able to stay in touch with the kids. Our partners at Next Calgary set up a weekly camp, and they actually even prototyped the idea of putting in a pond. The Bump Mural Festival included kids in their first ever ground mural project by helping paint jersey barriers. And the University of Calgary with us worked with a class just this year to gather ideas for the permanent design. Next slide. While we've been working with kids, we've also been engaged in research with partners nationwide on the benefits of open streets, on the challenges, on best practices, and we'd be happy to answer questions about that. So what is a good place for an open street? What's a bad place for an open street? What should be in an open street ideally? And at this point, I'll skip to the second last slide just for time, but I'd be happy to speak to any questions. I have spent the last 3 years in awe of these kids and of the Beltline community. It's been genuinely a privilege. I'm beyond excited we're considering making this project permanent, the first of its kind in Calgary, imagined by local kids, and that offers a template for other schools that they can follow to make their streets safer. But what I'm most excited about is that it showcased kids so quickly surpassing us, surpassing me in their ambition, in their creativity, and in their capacity to address wicked problems, showing us what's possible when we roll up our sleeves and put our collective imaginations to use and have a lot of fun doing it.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Darcy LeBray, please.
Hi, folks. We're calling in by the phone here. Hopefully you can hear me fine.
Yes, we can.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm obviously Darcy LeBray, and I'm speaking with you all as the chair of the Connaught School Council, which is the parent advisory committee that represents the families of the more than 500 students at Connaught School, and as a parent to a student who attends Connaught School. I am joined today by my daughter, Rosalind.
Hello, my name is Rosalind, and I'm a grade 4 student at Knox School.
Rosalind and I both participated in the stakeholder working group for the project.
I liked being at those meetings so I could help make the open street even better.
And I'm also excited to share that this is the first time that either of us have presented at City Council. I have shared Connaught School Council's letter of support for this project, and I believe the City Clerk's team can distribute that or has already distributed that letter.
That's been distributed.
Great. As you may see in that letter, the project has overwhelming support from our families and the staff at Connaught School. But we know this through a survey that we did of their school community and ongoing dialogue about the project at all our regular school council meetings. The open street is definitely making a difference. It's being used, and it will be used even more if made permanent. Rosalind's sick today. Otherwise, we would have been there in person. We were both very excited to be at City Hall. So Rosalind, is there anything you want to share with City Council about the open street?
Yes. The open street gives us a safe crossing for kids and families when they're walking to school, including me. Sometimes after school, I see people talking and enjoying the space. I know that classes go to learn in the open street when it is nice outside. In the winter and summer, I have played in the open street with my friends. I want the open street to be permanent so we can all keep doing these things.
The Connaught Open Street is an example of what we can achieve with very little space and a bit of investment. As a parent, I appreciate knowing that Rosalind's walk to school without a parent chaperone now is much safer. As a community member, I love seeing it in use every time I walk or roll through there. People stop to chat, they have coffee, they just rest as they're getting from point A to point B. And while the pilot project created a nice looking and active space, as you can see, the proposed permanent design is something incredible and beautiful that everyone can appreciate. I'm very excited to have that in my neighborhood. I'm very excited to share it with my neighbors. One thing that I want to share that's not in the letter is that Connaught School is bursting at the seams right now. For the past few years, it's had to send community kids to schools much further away. And to solve that problem, the Calgary Board of Education has added 6 modular classrooms, or portables for those of us of a certain vintage. You've probably seen that picture now of the overhead picture of Connaught School and its field space beside it. That field space is now effectively half, so that those modulars can be in there. So Connaught School already has much less green space. I mean, didn't have a lot to begin with, so it has much less. While this project hardly makes up for it, it's incredibly welcome as a new and safe space for teachers and their students during the school days. And finally, I want to share one last thought about this project. The Open Street was born out of the minds of kids that were Rosalind's age. It was a way to make their community safer and better for everyone. It was something they felt was missing, but that they could add. And my dream is that we can make this project a permanent reality to show these kids and all the students at Connaught School, including Rosalind, that something that is very, very important in my mind, that they can dream up something incredible and that their community will stand with them to make it a reality, that they can make big, meaningful change in their community, that they have real power to make a difference in this city. Thank you all so much for your time. Roz and I are both happy to answer any questions once we get to the end of the panel.
Thank you very much for your presentations. We will go to the next presenter, so please stay on the line in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Adam Schwartz.
Hi there. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Adam Schwartz, and I'm with the Federation of Calgary Communities and Program Director for the Activate YYC program. I'm also personally speaking as someone who consistently cycles through this area of the city and uses this space as a reliable third space for daily life, and as someone who has witnessed parents playing with their kids here and people taking a much-needed break from walking through the downtown core in this newly formed space. Today I am here speaking in support of the proposed land use change and road closure at Connaught School to turn this roadway into a thriving public space and park. Over the course of the Connaught project, Activate YYC has been able to fund these amenities and temporary infrastructure with micro grants that have popped up in this beautiful area in the Beltline. There's dozens of ways I could express my support for this project, but I want to focus on just a couple that are relevant to the values we hold at the Activate YYC program. The first one is that public space and parks are what we need in this city, especially community-led, grassroots-led spaces. With, the recent investments into the residential developments of the downtown core, we simply need more green space. Recent, moves within the downtown core, such as Cowboys Park, just being portions of it paved over and multiple trees removed. We also just lost 150 mature trees in Olympic Plaza. And as much as these are going to be reinvested with, great new public spaces, these are incremental losses of green space. And we need to see green space pop up at a variety of scales across the city. So my second point encompasses just that, which is the scales of these developments. While grand master plan parks and multi-million-dollar city-led projects are wonderful, community-led micro interventions that are tackling our city's immediate needs in tangible ways are hard to come by. Activate YYC has been fortunate to play a part in funding and supporting initial investments into places like Flyover Park in Bridgeland, or Container Park in Sunnyside, which started as community-led projects, highly engaged with the community, such as what we're seeing today. Our downtown is in need of green space, and it doesn't need to be huge. We need both large-scale park networks as well as quaint community-scale hubs for people to gather and take ownership of. I urge you to please vote forward on this land use amendment for the reasons above, as well as just the safety of children in our downtown core. At its simplest form, this permanent transition into a park space will solidify one less intersection for students and vulnerable users to have to traverse in our city. And then I did send 2 photos into the city clerk office. I don't know if they're able to kind of just swap between them as a before and after. But I thought if you were worried that something like this hadn't been done before, you can grab a milkshake and sit in the small pocket park east of Peters Drive-In. That used to be a road up until 2009, but then the city intervened as both a method of traffic calming as well as increased green space. As a city, we've done it before, so I hope we can do it again. Thanks for the ability to speak on this item, and if you have any questions, happy to answer. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much for your presentation and the milkshake craving in the morning. Let's go to questions of this panel. We've got questions from Councillor Walcott.
Thank you so much. My first question is to Mr. Labray. I was just wondering if you could expand on some of the conversations that have been had over the years at the Parent Council, especially given the different iterations of the park and how it's changed. I was just wondering if you could provide some context around how the Parent Council has been involved throughout the process.
The Parent Council's thank you for the question. The Parent Council's been involved since the very beginning. Well, not since the very beginning. After the Students and Sustainable Calgary created a plan, it was then presented to Parent Council, 5 years ago. That was my first time being on school council. And I remember thinking back then as a parent, boy, we could really use a stop sign there. And I was so impressed, blown away that the students had presented something just so much beyond what I could have imagined. And that was very exciting. So that's when the school council first got involved with it, is learning about that. And we basically asked as an executive, how can we support that? And we've been involved ever since. The conversation from a parent council perspective and the primary concerns from a school council perspective is often being for safety and for space for families. Now, obviously, there's the playground right there, but if you are a parent, there's not a lot of opportunity to sit down and relax while your kids are playing in the playground. And parents are using that space, especially at the end of the day when everyone's picking up. Parents will wait around, talk with each other and relax. And that talking with each other is so important in the community that they're using it in that way. The safety, though, I think is probably far and away the most important thing, and it's continually been brought up. And this solves a major safety issue for families, allowing their kids to walk to school on their own or walk to school safely with a parent by protecting that one part of the intersection. That's been the primary interest. The Parent Council has been so supportive that we volunteered a fair amount to support the early iterations. So we have shoveled snow, and we have watered plants, and we have fundraised for early versions. We're pretty invested in it, and every 3 months or 2 months when we have a school council meeting, we do an update on what's happening with the open street and where is it at. That's a lot to answer your question, but thank you for it.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. And then my follow-up question is for Roslyn. And it's really just, I was wondering if you could just share with us some more of your experiences with the park.
Sure.
Well, you walk past it every day, right?
I walk past it every day, and I like to kind of stop sometimes and just see if anything's changed, because it's always something to be excited to wait for, I guess.
As part of your commute?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To see people sitting around or enjoying the space. It's one of my favorite things on the walk, because it's also the paintings on the barriers and the mural on the concrete is so beautiful. I always wish that I could have done it, but I enjoyed it.
Rosalind's been involved. As she was watching the presentation, you pointed out photos that you were probably in with painting and creation and stuff. And when I'm trying to walk home after picking you up on a cold winter's day, what delays me?
I tried to jump into the snowbanks.
It's a fun place there. Anything else, Doug? No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for being here. Thanks for being on the line. We appreciate your time today. With that, I'll go to the next panel. Do we have Jesse Angelic? Hi, coming up. And we have Miles Vandermeer. Is that Miles coming up with you? Perfect. Do we have Karen Dombrowski? Hi, please come on up and grab a seat. We'll start things off with Jesse, please.
Mayor and councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jessie Angelic, and I'm here to support item 7.2.4 to make a permanent open space adjacent to Connaught School. Connaught Open Street represents an exciting milestone in Calgary city building. Not only does the proposal provide additional space for pedestrians in Beltline, the neighborhood with the least green space per capita in the city, but it honors kids' voices and ideas in city building, showing them that they matter and dignifying their ideas of what the future should look like. As longtime residents of Beltline, our family recently chose to live half a block from Connaught Open Street, partly so that our kids could walk to school on their own, granting them a certain degree of autonomy in the city. But while the proximity of amenities in Beltline makes the neighborhood walkable, the quantity, speed, noise, and pollution of traffic makes choosing active forms of transportation less safe and less appealing. With Connaught Open Street in place, our son Miles, who will say a short word as well, can safely get to school without crossing a road, which is a sight that brings a smile to my face as a mom. As an architect and urbanist, I also had the opportunity to be involved in this project in its infancy. Together with Sustainable Calgary and Ever Active Schools, we worked with elementary school kids at Connaught School who told us they wanted to turn their street into a play space. The outcomes of that study, which was titled Kids Reimagine School Streets, won a National Urban Design Award in the Community Initiatives category, with a jury commenting, "When kids, nonprofits, schools, teachers, students, parents, designers, and fabricators collaborate to create safe and inclusive active spaces, it's worth celebrating. It gives children a voice and shows them the importance of such spaces. They get exposed to the idea of designing for the future." Creating a permanent version of Connaught Open Street builds on the rich momentum of this little but mighty community project. Voting in approval of this proposal will honor and dignify the voices of all the children involved and open, valuable, pedestrian-oriented green space in the heart of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Miles, please.
Good morning, Judge and Council. My name is Miles Vandermeer. I'm a grade 1er from Connaught School. I like Connaught School because I can run, walk, or ride a bike without having to cross the road. I also like it because it's a fun, safe place to play. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vandermeer. If you grab a seat for now, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Karen Dombrowski, please.
Good morning. My name is Karen Dombrowski, and I live 2 blocks from this site. And I knew nothing of any of this consultation and input. I've had nothing, no notices of any kind. I want to speak in total opposition to it. This half-block long closure serves only to disrupt traffic while trying to appear as a people-gathering place. Closing a street and calling it an open street is an oxymoron, by the way. In the 3 years that it has been imposed on my neighborhood, it has sat empty of people the vast majority of the time, except when Sustainable Calgary occasionally sends staff and volunteers out for 2 to 3 hours on a Wednesday afternoon in the summer. It is nothing more than a pass-through. There are sidewalks on both sides, so even walkers can't set foot on it, or don't set foot on it. The lack of consultation is amazing to me because I live 2 blocks away and I've received nothing. No notification. The only way I found out about this was getting onto Sustainable Calgary's website or mailing list, and they accidentally sent me a survey about it because I'm sure they don't like opposition. Most of the residents in this area live in apartments and townhouses, there are very few kids that live in the area. Most of the residents are old and retired, or they work in the downtown and haven't begun their families yet. The initial purpose appears to have been to empower grade 4 students at Connaught Elementary School that they could affect change in the world. That's a lofty goal, but it's not a practical one. There's a large playground on the school property with different equipment like climbing structures, slides, swings, etc. It is well used by the students during recess and lunch. It is also used in the summer by children that are in the area, usually visiting their grandparents. What separates the playground from the closed street is a sidewalk and a chain link fence. It's a very large distinction. Most of the children attending the school do not walk to school. They come by bus or personal vehicle, and they are offloaded away from this closure. Their safety is not enhanced by it. Those who do walk are normally accompanied by an adult, so they know to stop and cross the street properly. Once there, they are not allowed to leave the school property during recess or lunch, so they can't use this space. This closure blocks emergency vehicles, police, fire, and EMS from the most direct route from the fire station on 10th Avenue between 9th and 10th Street to the entire area between 12th Avenue and 17th Avenue and 8th and 14th Streets. Because of the many multiple one-way avenues, it often means emergency vehicles have to drive 3 to 4 blocks around to get to the right direction, or they have to come backwards up the street. Twice in the last week, I have seen fire trucks and ambulances drive the wrong way on 15th Avenue to get to the seniors building of Grace Manor, which is about, I would say, 70 seniors in it, and it often has the emergency vehicles. I don't always notice, so I don't know if there were more than 2 last week. In closing, I wish to say this closure is not needed. It is not liked by anyone in my complex, and it serves no positive purpose from our point of view. Please don't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking in the queue, and I don't see any questions for our presenters, so thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.4?
Good morning. It's been about 20 years since I've done this, so it's kind of exciting. My name is Marie Kostaiba. I'm a small business owner on 11th Street, and I'm a former parent of Connaught School. I had 3 children go through this school over a period of 12 years, so I'm extremely intimately aware of all the comings and goings on that block. So I wanted to offer a very differing perspective. I did find out about this by accident yesterday. The photo I have put on the transparency is actually how this was notified to the public. The sign was actually facing the park. It was not facing either end of the street closure. I had this discussion with Adam Kodura in the fall when this happened before. This is how people see this notification. This is not consultation. I found out about today by accident yesterday, and I think this was an oversight that was brought up in September and not corrected at all. So there is a lot of people that will have no clue that this is even on the agenda today. This space is not used very well. I have photos of this space from every month of the year where it's empty. I'm a big believer that you get kids ready for the road, you don't get the road ready for kids. So I do believe that this is a redundant situation. I feel like this is something that is a brainchild, which is great. We love to see participation, but my family and one other family were the only families that were there over that 12-year period. Connaught School has a turnover of over 75% every year. This is a catchment school for new Canadians, which is absolutely wonderful, but they come to the school and within 2 years they're gone. So this property is public property. I want to be very clear, this road belongs to everybody in the Beltline, not just Connaught School. Children are not allowed to be dropped in the parking lot, which is just north of this section. They have to be dropped off on public roadway. This pocket park removed the 3 loading zone spots that were the only safe place for parents to drop their children off. When they added the bike lanes to 11th Street and to 12th Avenue, it again removed safe parking for parents. So if you can imagine, only 25% of these kids are brought by bus. That leaves 75% of children, so 75% of 500 is a pretty substantial amount of children that are brought here by parent, by car, and by foot. Very few of them are brought by foot. The catchment for Connaught School is the Beltline and downtown. So when the school principal told me kids should walk to school, they have the earliest start time of all CBE schools at 8 a.m. It is an absolutely unbelievable thing to imagine that a parent with small children is going to walk to Connaught School in January at 7:30 in the morning. So this is my dose of common sense. This can be done in a much more environmental sensitive way that would address the needs of parents, children, and residents. And as a business owner, this road closure has pushed all the emergency vehicles onto 11th Street. We have seen absolute huge amounts more traffic from the fire department ripping down our street, which is very heavily pedestrian used. So I would imagine that there is a much better way to do this. Engagement was not done very well. I have received only 1 postcard, and that was in June of last summer. And I did contact the other family that we're still in contact with who live on 13th Avenue. The Stanfield family also received that same postcard, and that was the first piece of information that she had received on this project. So I want to be very clear, this was not done as a good consultation process. And I do believe that there should have been other options put on the table for addressing the needs of students. Trees would be great, special paving would be great, flashing lights would be great. And so if we want to hold this piece of road hostage for a very small amount of the year, I think that is an oversight given the density of this area and the variety of user groups that use this space. So I will hope today that you guys will push this back to maybe better consultation or maybe some alternatives that will address everyone's needs, but this is not it. So please support us in opposition of this, this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I see that you have a question from Councillor Wong. And, hang on.
I just was going to ask a procedural question. This is only for the road closure, correct? So the next item, does the applicant come back?
We give latitude to folks, so if the applicant wishes to come back, they can.
I just have a simple question for them, if you allow it.
Okay.
Thanks.
I can actually allow it within this part. Yeah, okay, good, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Steva. Can you just, I think you said you live in the area, work in the area, is that correct?
So I am a resident of Bankview, so I've been a Ward 8 resident for 31 years. And raised my family here. So my kids went to Connaught School because we actually had some very strong ties to the school principal. So they were able to accommodate my family there. So we have a business on 11th Street. So we used to walk our kids to school from there.
Okay, thank you. I used to live like 1 block right over here as well.
I think everyone has lived over here at one point or another.
Yeah, and that was about 15 years ago, a short stay in a condominium there for relocation issues. But what I'm asking is two parts of the equation. At 13th, right, there's on the proposed road closure, a bit of a bump out there, causing people to having to navigate around there. Have you noticed any sort of issues about two-way traffic going that way along that bump out?
That street before this was a nightmare, and it's more so now because the circulation of the school, and what people don't understand is that half of the school kids enter on that side, the smaller children from K till 3 enter on that side, and then the other children enter the other set of doors. So the access to the school is very limiting. If you miss the bell time, which happens because you can't get around to the school, then you have to actually park and enter the school from the front of the school and be buzzed in. So I've seen a whole lot of very scary situations where parents, if they don't have a safe place to stop, They will literally stop in the middle of the road, and then you've got people who live there trying to go about their business. You've got small children running everywhere. So I had asked Judy Hare many years ago for a parking audit that never happened. There are so many ways that this school site could be used differently so that there is safe traffic on 13th Avenue, because the buses are quite large and the road is very narrow. So I actually, during the period of time that my kids were at the school, and I had kids at 2 different doors, this was probably the scariest and the most stressful part of my day, was getting my kids to and from school. So removing access to be able to circulate around the block has actually created a lot more creative parking, you might say, which is quite dangerous.
Okay. The second question is, at the laneway portion there, have you ever noticed any issues around laneway, people circling through the laneway to circumvent the fact that you've got a bit of a detour on 13th Avenue?
I mean, people are just ad hoc doing whatever they need to do to get their kids to school. And then and then the rest of us. So if you can imagine, kids are actually only at school for 174 days of the year, and they are only out of the school for like the 15 minutes before and the 15 minutes after. So you're basically holding this space hostage for a very small user group that only uses it for a very minuscule part of time. The rest of us who circulate through the neighborhood, this would be a local traffic street as opposed to 11th Street, which is a commuter street. So then I don't think it's very environmental to have to drive around 3 extra blocks to circumvent all the one-ways to get back to 11th Street from here. Drives me absolutely crazy. So to me, this is in a way a little bit of greenwashing. So I think that it doesn't address a lot of things, and I think that it doesn't address all of the user groups. It only addresses a microcosm of that.
Okay. Last question. You made reference that there could be alternative ways to satisfy that. What would those be?
So this street could, in the fall, I had, again, accident, as the sign is pointed, not where you can see it. I had sent a 5-page, well-written document. In Bankview, we have the swinging gates so that the park in Buckmaster can be closed for part of the time, and if it needs to be opened, it can. So, for example, this street could be used, I guess, more seasonally if you want to do road closure for parts of the year. But in the wintertime, I assure you, I have photos that show no one uses this park. They use the play park and they use the parks. There's a really fabulous park up 11th Street. That gets used very heavily. Barb Scott Park gets used very heavily. This is redundant park space. There is huge green boulevards all over Connaught. You could actually have a program like we used to have, us Gen Xers used to actually have a safe pedestrian program where you taught kids how to cross the street. Because at the other end of the block, there's a crosswalk that goes across 11th Street. Kids run into the road all the time. So instead of bubble wrapping children, let's teach them how to navigate their environment in a safe way. This is just really actually not helpful for kids that are there for a year and then move to another neighborhood and don't know how to put their hand out to cross the street safely. Okay. There used to be a crosswalk here, so that's pretty usable. I think there could be paving treatment, there could be trees, there could be a different type of landscaping design that would be more accommodating to everyone's needs and leave the road open.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to be with us today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.4 for the proposed bylaw on road closure? Hi.
I didn't prepare anything. I'm sorry. My name is Mary Graham. I live in the inner city and I walk the Beltline a lot. And I happened upon this, I'll go 4 or 5 kilometers. And I came upon this last summer on a very hot day and it was absolutely delightful. I would suggest that it needs more trees, but other than that, it was a fantastic piece of public space in the inner city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, your last name is just Graham?
Yeah.
And Mary's Mary?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. I don't see any questions for you in the queue. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak to proposed bylaw 6C 2025? This is item 7.2.4. All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'm going to open the next public hearing, which has to do with the land use on this item. This is for bylaws 39P 2025 and 72D 2025. As I mentioned, if you are interested in speaking again, you certainly can. However, if you've already said what you needed to say in the last public hearing, that's also fine. So let me ask, is there anyone wishing to speak to proposed bylaws 39P 2025 and 72D 2025? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone, but here's what I will do. I will invite the applicant to come back up to address a question from Councillor Sharp.
Hi. Thanks for being here. It just throughout all the conversations and everybody coming up. So I have a 17-year-old and I have a 12-year-old, and we go to the park often. I still make them get outside. But me as a Gen Xer, I'd like to know what in this space is going to accommodate someone like me that wants to jump on a swing without going to the school park. And so what have you guys considered for some of the stuff? And I'll be honest, it's one of those things I do with the kids. I get on the swing and they go and do whatever they want. It's some sort of relief, and I don't know what it is, but what is it in it? Like, what's in this for me? If I come down there and as maybe an adult that lives in the area and you're seeing a bit of the pushback and we've really formulated this road for children, which I'll also say 17-year-old boys don't look both ways when they cross the street, not alone a grade sixer. But what about when I go there? So what am I gonna do?
Thank you very much for your question. So I just want to reiterate, while the project came from the initial consultation for Kids for Safer School, for kids to get to school safer, and they talked about putting, ponds and play structures in the street. When we're working with our working group and talking about it, there was this emphasis that it's a space for the community. It's like a public plaza space that has inspirations from the kids. So what we've emphasized in that design is that we really want to make sure that there's a lot of additional seating for people to be able to sit and enjoy. We heard earlier, this can be a spot for parents to sit and wait for their kids or sit and have a coffee while their kids play on the playground. That's within the Connaught School. And we've also provided an opportunity within the proposed design that we could also continue some of the programming that Sustainable Calgary has been putting through the past few years with fire pits and other pieces like that. So for us, for folks who are just walking through the community, or as Gen Xers, as you said, I think it's important that we are encouraging opportunities for that social interaction through seating elements. And then also bringing some playful elements to the park design through lots of custom furniture that's colorful and that you're able to interact with in different ways, whether you want to sit alone and read a book or whether you end up sitting by a stranger that you don't know and strike up a conversation.
I appreciate that. I will have some debate and how I see this park very similar to what's going on in University District. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back and answering my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Waring, just hang on a second. You have another question from Councillor Meehan?
Yeah, I do have one question. Some of the opposition was saying that the park, or the road is not necessarily well utilized because the kids can't go out there during recess and that kind of thing. Is that something that might change over time? Have you thought about how to potentially take down the fence, activate the space better?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, it definitely is something that we've thought about and that we've made provisions for in the design. So within the design, we've kind of identified some key thoroughfares moving east-west from the playground. So we don't have like a solid barrier of planting anything from the playground. So if one day through conversations with the CBE, we feel that because this is no longer a roadway, if we're able to take down the chain link fence and allow kids to kind of circulate and filter into that park if they want, they're able to. But without that being a guarantee, we've also, we've made provisions for that in the future, but it functions with the fence in place as well.
Okay, and so, it sounds like some members of the community would rather this is a temporary space that you potentially, maybe when school's out, you change it back to a roadway. Like, how do you see that would impact your project?
I might defer that question possibly to Celia that's from Sustainable Calgary. Are you able to speak to that? Or I might defer to David.
Sure.
I'm David, Sustainable Calgary. The biggest thing with the temporary closures are really hard to achieve. There's a big, depending on the type of temporary closure it is, there can be a big volunteer demand. It's very hard to maintain those volunteers. Vancouver has a temporary school street program that is really suffering because they just can't maintain the parent volunteers that are required to close the street at the start and end of school. So just closing it permanently, it's always closed, it's very consistent, you know it's there. Also traffic impacts, having that predictability, that's just always closed, and having that permanent modification to the road network, better for traffic. And then just also too for our ability to design the street and actually, you know, put trees in the street and build things. We have more options and where we can access a wider menu when we have the full street closed instead of when we can have that hybrid approach. And again, there's also issues with approvals with the city, where the city currently doesn't really like to pursue that sort of more shared street option. So it would really cut the project off at its knees in terms of what we could actually implement and what we could put into the street if we had to maintain variable vehicle access.
I might just add a comment as well. So it was interesting because going into this, child safety was first and foremost. And so we said, well, we thought to ourselves, well, we could just put up Jersey barriers and then we've got this space. But what we found and what the literature is pretty clear on is that these spaces become more successful the more they're activated. And the easier it is to make the space a pleasant place to be in, the better. So as David is saying, if we need folks to come in and do this volunteer work, or if the space constantly feels temporary, that's not a great way for communities to feel cared for. And so we would really like to bring in these high quality materials and have a space that makes the community feel welcome. And part of that also addresses some of the issues that were talked about. Sometimes there aren't a lot of people in the space because it is pavement and it gets hot. It's not always a great place to sit in and spend time in, and we would like it to be that great space. We also want a great space for people to walk and bike through. And as our city gets hotter, we're not going to walk and bike if it's not a comfortable environment. So if we can plant those trees and create those cool, shady spaces we can get through, we're more likely to walk.
Okay, and that's part of the plan is to add some of those. Okay.
Yeah, I would also say, I mean, definitely best practices with kids is first, if you can separate kids from traffic, that's the best. If you can't separate them, you want to do two things: slow traffic and make kids really visible. And the best way to slow traffic is to narrow the road, as we did on 13th. But ideally, you're separating kids from traffic.
Okay, thanks so much for those answers. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to, I think it's Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, I had some similar questions and similar concerns in regards to converting a road into a park, specifically because we went through an exercise a few years ago about looking at how we can activate our roads more and the ability to use them for, like when I was younger, we used to play road hockey. And then whenever we'd see a car, we'd say car and we'd move our nets. But I don't know that sort of concept is carried through over the years, and people aren't as willing to move their equipment off the road to allow the primary function to operate seamlessly. And so that was the challenge that we had, is that the safety of kids operating on a road is not conducive to utilizing those roads for that purpose. So we do have temporary road closures where we do have some temporary operations of those kind of uses on the roads, but by activating an area that's a road, it kind of encourages that behavior, which is not necessarily safe for kids. So I guess my main question is, if this does get approved, how are you going to differentiate this area from a typical road?
Thank you for your question. So primarily through the design, we are going to be looking at completely re-envisioning this space is not even a road, as more of like a public plaza. So you can imagine that the road surfacing would be removed, the curb and gutter would be removed. There'd be a number of design gestures within the space that would clearly indicate to the user that this is not a road, it's not a thoroughfare, traffic cannot drive through. So on the south side along 13th Avenue, we are proposing to continue the language of the boulevard on the north side. So when users come north on 13th, it'll be very clear that they're unable to drive or continue to drive north. And on the north side, there will be a rolled curb and dimensions through a planting and other traffic calming design pieces that will not allow traffic to go into the space.
Yeah, no, if this does go through, I would certainly encourage, the changing of the, the visual
absolutely
elements of it to be more conducive to a park.
That's the plan, 100%.
That's not saying I'm supporting this.
I know.
Just so clear. I will have some questions for administration at the appropriate time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you. You just tripped on something I was going to ask the administration on, but you did. And that is providing we grant this road closure and land use change. You talk about physically changing the infrastructure, removing curbs and everything else as such. This being right now city lands, who's going to pay for all that? Has that been identified?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So currently, the project is funded through a number of grants that Sustainable Calgary has pursued. And then there is also a stormwater management piece. We've been working very closely with Water Resources on how we're able to manage the stormwater on site without putting it right into the stormwater the city stormwater system. So there is the possibility of some grant money coming from that.
Okay, so there's been conversation about being a temporary versus a permanent road closure. Given the permanent road closure on 13th Avenue, where you get that bump out, would you still require the bump out then, if provided you got a,
Right, yeah. This is a really interesting question. So currently, that bump out is aligns with the extent of parking along 13th Avenue. So the actual travel lanes along 13th Avenue have not changed in width. It's only just the parking that you would have on that intersection. We have received a lot of comments from local residents around this intersection and how it is currently functioning. I know currently, or previously before the street was closed, there was a lot of anecdotal, references to people not stopping on 13th going through 10th, just flying through. And we are still seeing that pattern happening with this bump out here. So we are in discussions with the city or would like to brought to their attention about introducing additional traffic calming measures in that area. So looking at making it a three-way stop rather than a thoroughfare, and also raising the pedestrian curbs so that there's additional pedestrian traffic calming so that people start to understand how that intersection should function.
So if I can reiterate what you said, if you close off 13, what's
10?
10,
Yep.
Thank you. To close off 10, you still want traffic calming, if not stops in there
Yes.
for pedestrian safety.
Yeah, I think the important part of that bump out for the park is that it reduces the length of travel for pedestrians to cross the street. So providing that bump out provides that shorter distance for pedestrians. And so if we're able to provide the additional signage and clarification for motorists and also provide additional traffic calming measures, I would imagine that we would see different traffic patterns happening in there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Given what happened in Vancouver with the Lapu Lapu Festival, how are we looking at keeping this area safe? So bump outs, a car can still go over. I know we're still taking learnings from that tragic event, and you really haven't had time because the project's been in works for so long, but how is that event changing how we design these street programs?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, that's a really good question. And something that inherently we've wanted to make sure that we've accommodated in the design from the beginning. Now, in terms of stopping a motor vehicle that is intentionally trying to drive through a pedestrian space, there's lots of different design gestures that we can consider. You know, there's permanent bollards that you would see that can go into the ground, and other pieces. We would want to strike a balance with making sure it doesn't feel like a hostile reflection to that risk that's happening. So currently along the south side of 13th Avenue, we do have those extended boulevard and trees in that area. And then to the north, we do have additional bollards to prevent any cars from confusing that access to the north.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, so thanks for coming back up.
Thank you.
Appreciated. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to bylaw 6C 2025 or bylaw 39P 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I will close the public hearing on that item as well. We are now moving into questions of administration, starting with Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know if you mentioned this in the presentation and I just missed it, but I'll ask because it was brought up by some folks in opposition, which was, I'm sure this was circulated or discussed with the fire department or emergency services. Did they express any concerns about the closure of this road?
Yeah, we circulate all applications to relevant stakeholders, one of which would be Calgary Fire Department, emergency management. Like we track the mobility patterns and all this, and if the fire department would have noticed any issues, they would have told us.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is a question for administration or legal. Being that the current roadway sidewalk curb is city property, and once to do road closure and the land use change, we've got a mix of ownership there. What's the legal liability, given that you have kids running around back and forth on that?
I'll call my colleague, Mr. Shaw, up from Parks and Open Space to discuss the ownership of this parcel and how the city looks at it.
Thank you.
Hello, Travis Shaw, Open Space Planning. When it comes to the road closure, once the road is closed, it becomes a parcel, and in that case, when it comes to liability and our responsibilities with regards to people on the site are no different than any other parcel. So we're currently reviewing the development liaison just to confirm the design of what the site is going to look like. And when we're looking at things like like a continuous curb along 13th Avenue and that sort of thing, those are all considerations that we'll put into that review.
So the adjacent parcel is a Connaught School, correct?
Correct.
And is that school property?
It is MSR, so it is jointly owned. I believe, although given the age, it might be owned exclusively by the school, but this parcel would be owned and stewarded by the City of Calgary.
This
the
other
road
portion.
closure parcel would be owned and stewarded by the city.
What I'm referring to, the fact that, as Councillor Meehan indicated, if we take the fence out, kids are running back and forth, and if there's some sort of issue, who owns liability?
Well, if there was some sort of issue, I starting to get out of my area of expertise here, but the city owns the city parcel and the school owns the school parcel. So I think it would ultimately come down to where the hypothetical issue occurred.
Okay. Mr. Labrunier, a question. Closing off 13 at 10th Street and at the laneway, and again, 15 years ago, I lived in around that area, understand traffic circulation. Have we seen a change in traffic patterns where people were migrating over 14th and so on and so forth? And what's the impact of that, given that we had one resident who had indicated they're 2 blocks away and that? What's the implications?
Thank you for the question. Just scrolling through some of my data for you, Councillor Wong. First of all, we did do a mobility assessment pre and post the temporary closure. We looked at access and turnaround, intersection operations and connectivity. That laneway does remain open at all times, including what's proposed for you today. In terms of what's happening in the area, the north-south street there, 10th Street, pre-closure, it served about 2,000 vehicles per day. which is on par with residential street standard, including out in the suburbs. If you compare that to 11th Street directly adjacent, it's about 4,500 vehicles per day, and 8th Street is about 10,000 vehicles per day. So that 2,000 vehicles per day in the grand scheme of things in terms of looking at network connectivity is not very high for the area. And the east-west road, 13th Avenue on the south side, with the closure, it increased to about 1,500 vehicles a day. So our mobility assessment is that it didn't have, our mobility assessment is that this road could be closed and not have a significant impact on operations in the area.
Okay, in the package of letters here, there's one letter from a resident who lives on the northeast corner of 13th and 10th. It's a white condo, townhouse condo, complaining about parking, and this, that. Have we modified parking on 13th for residents in that area?
As a part of the pilot or a potential future?
As part of the pilot.
I'm not aware of what we've done for parking, Councillor Wong. I'd have to get back to you on that. I will note that the property you're talking about, it does have a garage access onto the street, and that access would be maintained. It was maintained for the temporary closure and would be maintained for the road closure conditions before you as well if a permanent closure does follow through. There are parking restrictions today to allow for school buses, and there are turnaround times. Like, what I mean is how long a vehicle can park for. There are parking restrictions in the area. I don't know if we did anything particular to the closure, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, the letter specifically says that, some of the townhouse residents park right on 13, and given the increase of traffic going back and forth on east-west on 13, difficult for them to pull out all the time, especially during the rush hour traffic. That's what I was wondering, again, if we modified parking in that area.
I can comment on that. That east-west roadway, with the most recent counts, sees 1,500 vehicles a day, which from previous conversations is fairly minor. We're talking about in the PM peak hour, a vehicle every minute or so. So I would suggest that it is an increase from before we made the closure, for sure. But I think it is still well within operating parameters for the city for people to park. And in terms of what would happen in the future, you're asking about the bump out, and just in relation to parking, the reason that bump out is considered is because of the north-south crosswalks. Crosswalks have a no parking or stopping within 5 meters, which we've all seen is not always followed through with. And with the school there, it is a concern for sure to park within that area of the crosswalk for visibility. So the bump out would provide that no parking within 5 meters of the crosswalk.
Yeah, now the applicant was here indicating that other forms of intersection, a raised crosswalk, for example, would slow people down. Is that something that would be considered?
Raised crosswalks are always an interesting discussion, Councillor Wong. They do have they definitely do slow down cars. They are a bump. They also, can negatively impact transit and emergency services, et cetera. So the city, it is part of the toolkit for addressing traffic calming in neighborhoods. We have many things in our toolkit, but raised crosswalks are one of them, yes.
Okay, on 13th Avenue, you're not going to see transit, so it's more than emergency vehicles and city service vehicles then, correct?
We haven't considered all options at this time, but should this proceed, we would be looking at the transportation memo. It does recommend, has a number of recommendations for here, including a three-way stop. And typically, if we did have a three-way stop, we wouldn't need a raised crosswalk, for example, but those are the kind of details that we would go through with our analysis if we were to move forward.
Okay, and last question to yourself, and that is, again, if there are changes on 13th Avenue because of the closure, covered again by the project or covered by the city, or who's covering it, cost-wise?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, mostly asked and answered, with the exception, I guess, for the AM peak, there was some concerns about circulation in the morning, especially pick up and drop off of kids, and how this has potentially impacted that, and whether or not we've done a thorough analysis or investigation on how mobility has changed since this road closure has been implemented full-time.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Chabot. I would say that we know through here at Council, we discuss all the time the impacts of vehicles and more children being driven to schools and how that impacts every single school within Calgary. And our priority is to really give mobility options beyond just a car for Calgarians. So we did look, so what I'm saying is that there are existing issues with every school for car traffic, including Connaught. In terms of the operations, we looked at the pre and post volumes, and we saw, while it does remove a connection and a little bit of parking on the North-South Street, we did go through this with our traffic safety team and our operations team, and we had no overall concerns for the operations of the school and the area with the proposed road closure.
Okay, and CFD was consulted, and has it changed the response times at all with them? Have they indicated any indication of any changes to the response times?
Lawrence Wong with Development Engineering. I believe a fire department was circulated on the application, but there weren't any concerns identified. It is a really small closure, so even if they had to reroute, it would be just around the block. Time could be the difference between saving a life and not saving a life. So, Councillor Chabot, there's no property that is accessed or addressed off of the street. So typically they respond to where they're addressed. So that townhouse that's right adjacent to this road closure, it is addressed off of 13th Ave, I believe.
It's a matter of access, not so much address, but. Again, if it's not within a threshold of, coming close to exceeding the response times, then obviously it wouldn't be a concern, and that's why I was asking. Right. Is there an extension of the response time that brings it closer to that threshold that we've established of the 7-minute response time? Right. Okay. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions of administration. I'm going to look to you to move the item, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you so much. Happy to move. The conversation around this park has been going on for several years, and it really effectively amounts to a question around what are the trade-offs and what are the values and the imagination that we want to imbue in this space here. A lot of the concerns in general about, in particular about the use of the park, has been really interesting because I don't actually think it's completely true to talk about the park not being used at different hours based off of its current iteration and design, because the park's use was what forced them to change the design. Because there was actually a slight overuse of skateboarders in the evening, because the ramps that were included were bringing in cyclists and people with bikes and skateboards at different hours to participate in the park. It became used for adults after hours and kids during the day. To add to that conversation, some of the stuff that was not mentioned as part of the school council is that, yes, you cannot leave the school grounds unsupervised, but you can while supervised. And so lots of the work that's been done with Connaught is actually made it so that teachers are bringing students out to this space during their classes and actually during phys ed. And so if you happen to be just, scooting down 12th around 10 o'clock, you might see a phys ed class out in that space. And I can attest to that because I saw that earlier this week, last week. The concerns around fire has been a constant conversation because it's been raised by so many people that my office has been in constant contact with the fire department to ensure that we are actually still one of the only neighborhoods in the city, one of very few that are underneath the target threshold because of how well served these communities are by adjacent fire departments. In particular, this area is 2 blocks away from the closest fire department station on 10th Ave. The Beltline is truly, despite the high density, one of the only communities that achieves almost every standard of fire department and emergency service response times. But the real crux of it here is the limitations that this design at Sustainable Calgary and the grants programs that they've been applying for, the real limitations of the design has always been the temporary use. At some point, when you commit to something, the opportunities change. Showing over the course of the last 3 years what they can do temporarily has been amazing to see. Understanding that the limitations of imagination might drive us to think that this is a road and it will always be a road, limits our ability to imagine the fact that this has been used as a beautiful open space where it was a road, and the idea is that if we switch it to a park, is we can establish that infrastructure permanently and grow the infrastructure, to be honest, with the support of funders from all over the country. I think one of the grants itself is an international grant to support this program, because these types of exercises are so rare and so fraught, because we struggle to imagine a road as anything other than a road versus imagining it as true open public space. The move to switch it to a park, to close this road and move it into SCS, is something that I'm very excited for, because over the course of these last few years, the one big realization that I need everyone to know is that the Beltline is the most underserved community in the city for open space, given how many people live there. Over 26,000 people live in the Beltline. And that community has spent every ounce, from the community associations to every aspect of our development planning, to trying to find ways to improve the public spaces for people to live and enjoy that core area. And so with that, I really want to emphasize that this is an amazing opportunity to partner with a school organization, amazing opportunity to partner with a school. But most importantly, I fundamentally do believe that if you give students the power, they can actually change the world, because the reality is, you vote yes, you're telling them that they can. Moved.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carrata second.
Yeah, I honestly want to say I'm gobsmacked that anyone's standing in public in opposition to this. I do want to, obviously a fused grid is an emerging best practice in maintaining network connectivity, but also creating more pedestrianized spaces in one of the most densely populated areas. My debate really just wants to focus a little bit more on the end of Councillor Walcott's opening, and about this is fundamentally about students shaping their world. And you can scoff at that, but it has a real impact. This weekend was International Jane's Walk weekend, and I will just quote something from Jane Jacobs. She says, one of her well-known quotes is that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody. The award-winning Flyover Park in Riverside and Bridgeland was conceptualized by the students of Riverside School, and then it became an incredible park connecting the communities of Bridgeland, Riverside back to the Riverside after we put the freeway of Memorial Drive between the neighborhood and the Riverside. And those kids have bumped into me in Calgary, and their parents have bumped into me, and all I hear about is how incredibly influential it was in their entire worldview that they were able to participate in an act of shaping their city and see it go from conception to real life. And we just can't underplay the importance of something like that. And I have seen it time and again in all kinds of amazing young people who are stepping up into leadership positions in this world because of something that they did in school. So whenever I meet with school kids, I always talk about how they can impact their world. And that's exactly what this is. This is fundamentally a good thing. It's a best practice thing. It's going to be absolutely no skin off of anyone's back. And it's going to be an incredible positive addition to the neighborhood. thank you to Sustainable Calgary for pushing that forward. And thanks to all the people in the community who enthusiastically explored this and empowered their children.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So just going to hit a couple of the high points. There's been great debate already. There's always trade-offs in these kinds of decisions, and hopefully the volume of questions that were asked of administration around some of the safety concerns, traffic flow, and all the rest demonstrates that certainly anytime we look at something new and novel like this, that due diligence is done on this side, both from a council perspective and then also administration, making sure that anytime we forge into new territory, all of those trade-offs are being considered. I find myself very supportive of this because pilot to approved use is a very different state for this little piece of public realm now, when it is now something that is going to live to some degree in perpetuity. You unlock new levels of creativity, new levels of investment, new levels of activation in terms of, you think of all the groups that are represented in Beltline that now can look at this as a space that they can plan and activate and plan maybe not generationally, but year to year to year. They can plan 3 years out to activate that space, bring partners together, pursue funding, grants, all the rest. It's a fundamentally different state. It opens new doors. And then you connect that to the fact that there's an awful lot of people in that area living in 700 square foot apartments that have to go a long ways they can't go into their backyard and invite their neighbors to come in and join them. They don't get to drive down the street to a city park that is sparsely used. Each and every square foot of public realm is at a premium in this area of the city. This is going to be well used. To comments from the public that it hasn't been well used yet, I think there are folks that have spoken that envision an entirely different future for this, and I'm excited to see this continue on. And I would imagine council won't be quick to do more if we don't have some amazing stories come out of spaces like this in the days to come. So I'm supportive. Thanks to everyone that put in a lot of hard work. This is the kind of work especially when you're heading into new territory, that's quite difficult to do. So thank you to everyone that had their hands on this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mayor. This is a really very cool community project, and it was said by some of the speakers that this is a road that belongs to everyone, and it's true. Like, it's a piece of property that belongs to the entire community, and that's why we're here today to discuss as a community what the future of this parcel should be. And I think it's been a good discussion. We've heard from people who are very much for it and have been a big part of getting it here, and then also from people who don't agree with it. And one of the cool, interesting things about this job is one person's great project to another member of the community is a nuisance, and we hear the full spectrum and full realm of perspectives. And I really think our job is to listen to everybody, and then also see what aspects of the trade-offs we can mitigate. And so for me, the big things I was thinking about are, of course, to do with CFD and safety. And, I'm very much satisfied that this is not something that we need to be concerned about. And I also know how hard it is to get out of the box projects like this through, because there are so many rules and regulations and things that kind of stop us from innovating. And so I think, to see this go forward and get done and now become permanent is something that I think is really cool, and I definitely want to support. And I want to thank Sustainable for that, and all of the volunteers who have been part of putting forward a voice to do something different on our streets. And of course, we're not closing every single street. We're not, it's a really small project that's going to have a big impact, and very happy to support it, and hope that the rest of council sees it the same way.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Well, I don't actually see it the same way. However, I am supportive of what's being proposed. And what I mean by that is that the streets were designed to accommodate automobiles, and we had a whole bunch of green spaces that were identified to the land use applications and the outline plans in a number of different communities. And whilst we did have significant green space in most of them, we've lost a lot of that green space to other uses, especially in the downtown. And we are severely lacking in green space in the downtown. And I think this is a very innovative way of addressing what is a significant deficiency. Having said that, I'm cautious about moving forward with more road closures. I don't think this is an ideal situation, an ideal way of dealing with the lack of green space. I think there's other potential opportunities that would be better. And whilst this is, great opportunity here, I would be a little cautious about moving forward with too many additional road closures in a given area. So whilst I support this, and especially the concept around changing it to not look like a road, I think is a good way of addressing that. I applaud all the folks that worked on this and the benefit it'll have to the community. I fully support more green space, especially as we continue to densify our city, because not only do we have 10% green space in some of the outlying areas, we probably have closer to 2.2 hectares per 1,000 people. This is a significant deficiency in the downtown, not only from an area perspective, but even more so from a per capita perspective. And so we need to do more of this type of improvements to our public parks, although I don't think this is the ideal method of doing it. I will support it today. Great job. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thanks, Mayor. I also find this very difficult because we do need more green spaces downtown, and I don't want to disappoint the grade 1 segment of that part of our city. We need more park spaces, but does it have to take a road out of the way? Like Councillor Chabot said, we are increasing density at a very quick rate. We're putting in bike lanes. We want people downtown, but we also need people to be able to get around while they're downtown. So again, there's certain issues here where I have to look at the people as well, not just the grade 1ers, but the people that want to get around. So again, it's not my ward. It seems like there's a lot of buy-in in the ward. As Councillor Chabot said, I would like to see we do a whole bunch more of this. Let's maybe be more creative and use some city spaces and turn those like empty lots into parking, into playgrounds, into green spaces, and maybe instead of trying to put too many homes on there, let's not use roads when we don't have to, I guess. In this case, I think I'm going to support it, but going forward, I agree. Let's use some different spaces, or maybe not try to get so many tax dollars off of that one piece of property to build so much density. Let's just invest it into proper green spaces. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Interesting lines of question here. A lot of questions there. We're really drilling into the way it could be designed, the way it could be used. And, sorry, Councillor Crow, I'm not gobsmacked. The questions we ask are good questions to make sure we do the job right, and that. For myself, two things I'm going to say. Number one, again, I lived on the street before. I lived there when I had to relocate houses, and this was a temporary place. I lived there with my kids, and we used the Connaught Park quite often, and so I do understand the need for pedestrian safety. I do understand the need for that because my kids are running on the road just about the same time your kids are. So I do understand the need for safety. The other thing is also, Councillor Chabot, Councillor McLean indicated we need more green space. No doubt we need more green space. I was involved in renaming Barb Scott Park, and at that time, the innovation that was done with Bob Scott Park is the types of stuff we need more and more of downtown. When I take a look at Kensington, we closed off different streets in Kensington to create, Kensington Road, a very active business area, but on top of it, on the other side of it, closing off the road, really nice, quiet roadways for people to have great lifestyles. So I am fully supportive of this. Again, the critical question that we need to ask is to ensure we do it the right way. So thank you.
Thank you, Council. I just need your general consent to finish this item before lunch break. Anyone opposed to that? Nope. Okay, let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you. I hear both sides. I know I heard that there were people in the community that didn't have any idea that this was happening, maybe that they didn't know this was a pilot that was going to move forward to be permanent. But we always talk about increasing density downtown, but no one really wants to hone in on our the vibrancy of downtown and what it means to get people downtown. So I'll implore everybody in those buildings to, once this park is permanent, to go down and take a walk, maybe sit on the bench if you don't have kids, and find yourselves just sitting there and saying, you know what, it wasn't so bad. If anyone wants to challenge that, I would say visit University District. It is a condensed, I would say, I'll call it a mini downtown, but it was designed with a park right in the middle. And on a good day, you would be lucky to find parking just to go to the park. And people actually drive from all over these wards to go to that park. And what I love about going to that park, I walk there, is the amount of people I see that don't have children that are just enjoying sitting on the benches and watching the children play, and families having birthday parties. So I think we need to see more and more of that downtown. I always say that downtown kind of has a bit of an identity crisis of who needs to move downtown. So I think we need to be building these facilities and these vibrant places to bring everybody back into understanding what our downtown should be created for. So happy to support this. And Councillor Walcott, I didn't get a bouncy council on here, but maybe next time. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I'll just, when you're looking, kind of like, I really do appreciate the discussion and the debate, because it's hard to reimagine spaces, right? It's really challenging, and particularly when you're iterating, when it's not a question of like, do I have all the money in the world to just immediately reimagine a space to become something great? We don't always have that same opportunity. And frankly, I would be remiss to tell you that I repeatedly asked them to iterate over the course of the years, being like, hey, like, what are you gonna do in winter? So like the process has been building. So I'm not gonna pretend I'm not guilty of asking for that iteration myself. But the question really comes down to just, it's that imagination, right? It's the imagination that even I lacked at the beginning of this process to see how people would use it and where it can go. And it took time for me to readjust to really just believing that if you give something your energy and your effort the way Sustainable Calgary has, the way that the kids ask themselves a simple question, that they're not beholden to the way the structures are, but they're really hopeful for what they could be. I think you have a lot of opportunity here in the Beltline. To be clear, this is the greater downtown, but this is the Beltline. 2 blocks north is the downtown. And the Beltline has one of the greatest deficiencies of open space, right? It's, to Councillor Chabot's point, whether or not it's geographic or per capita, it's one of the biggest challenges that's part of the most recent discussions is you can't have that many people in an area without giving them space to be outside, but to give them space to go outside is to be inventive, to be innovative, and to make sure that it's inviting. And that's what's gonna happen when you have the permanent change versus the temporary one. And so I'm very grateful to the team at Sustainable Calgary and administration in particular, who have been working through the complexities of this alongside them, because it's really challenging to do something new in these spaces, because to be honest, our system doesn't always make it so easy. So I'm really grateful for us getting to this stage, and I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Carr, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. First reading of bylaw 6C 2025. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 6C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 6C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 6C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. First reading of bylaw 39P 2025. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Counselor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 39P 2025. Anyone opposed? Counselor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 39P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 39P 2025. Anyone opposed? Counselor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. First reading of bylaw 72D 2025. Anyone opposed?
Untrue.
Counselor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 72D 2025. Anyone opposed? Counselor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 72D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 72D 2025. Anyone opposed? Counselor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. That takes us to our break. We will be back here at 1:15, and we'll be on item 7.2.5. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing meeting of council. Can I get a roll call, please, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Rodwell.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Corral. Here. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
I am here.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor DeMong. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I was going to start on the next item, but you've got a point of order, Councillor Sharp.
I do have a point of order. And maybe I'll pose this question to yourself, and then if you want to pass it over to who can appropriately answer it. As members of council, we are to remain amenable to persuasion before an item is heard at public hearing, during public hearing, and until it's closed. If a member of council has stated publicly and or to media they are not supporting a file or supporting a file, will they have to recuse themselves from the vote?
I'm going to turn to legal.
Councillors must be amenable to persuasion and not have a closed mind and not have prejudged a matter before the public hearing.
So if I was a councillor that told media that I was not supporting an item that's yet to be heard, I would be removing myself from that vote. I will put that on the floor for the councillor that did say that to media at Scrum, who is...
Councillor Sharp, let me do this.
What I would just say is we should be a level of ethics.
Let me just do this. From an ethical perspective, if this has happened, it's something that needs to be taken up probably with our ethics advisor. Have you had the opportunity, I don't know when this happened, or if you've had the opportunity to speak with the ethics advisor?
I have not had the opportunity to speak to her directly. There was a text message sent to herself. What I will say is the councillor in question probably knows who they are, and it was spoken to the media at Scrum about the item, and their position was declared to media in front of myself and Councillor Wong and my whole staff. And I think city staff were there as well.
I will do this. I will issue a reminder to everyone that we remain amenable to persuasion until an item is heard. We owe that to the applicant. We especially owe it to the public who's here to share their perspectives with us. I'll remind everyone to please refrain from making comments about decisions you have made in the absence of having the public hearing first. So thank you for that reminder. Councillor Carra, is it on an item?
Yeah, it's pertaining to this matter. The councillor that Councillor Sharp is talking about is myself. I will speak to this. I will rise on a point of privilege, or I will just wait for you to call on me.
You can rise on a point of privilege.
Okay. And I will just say that the matter that's before us, the applicant is the City of Calgary. The public has produced a tremendous amount of statements in support of this, and despite the fact that I have strong feelings about this, I am always amenable to persuasion when faced with the public hearing. This is a technical matter, and I have spent a lot of time becoming very versed in the technical matter, and I do have a strong opinion on it. I believe my opinion is shared by the majority of the public who has written in and perhaps will be speaking today. But if I hear anything from either our technical experts, who I have completely familiarized myself with their positions, or from the public itself, I will, of course, shift in my thinking. I am always amenable to persuasion.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next item. It's 7.2.5. It's still Mr. Pomeranke.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My last item for today is 7.2.5. This is a policy and land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 41P 2025 to amend the Milliken-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan, and to bylaw 80D 2025 to redesignate the site from RCG, the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill District, to HGO, the Housing Grade-Oriented District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Ogden at the north end of the community. The subject site is just up the hill from the future Green Line station at Pop Davies Athletic Park. Next slide, please. This site is a corner parcel, which is currently being developed with a row house building featuring 4 units plus 4 suites. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses in the area consist of low-density residential with sporadic infill activity. A new row house sits to the south across 62nd Avenue, and a corner store is directly to the west across 18A Street. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to HGO, which allows for grade-oriented housing in a variety of attached, stacked, or clustered forms. The district has a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5 and a maximum height of 12 meters. The intent of this application is to allow for one of the under construction and approved row house units to be split into 2, which would exceed the density maximum of the RCG district. Next slide, please. Should council wish to support this land use amendment, a policy amendment to the area redevelopment plan is required. This amendment would explicitly state that the subject site is appropriate for the floor area ratio of the HGO district rather than the unit density of the RCG district. Next slide, please. In closing, this application meets the location criteria for the HGO district as identified in the land use bylaw. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.5. Do we have James Logan? Could you just come on up to the presentation desk? Thank you. So, Mr. Logan, you have up to 5 minutes. You can take however long you wish to.
I came strictly to answer questions of council or add context as required.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm just looking and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.5? All right, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration, so I will look for a mover. Councillor Craw, please go ahead.
Yeah, 62nd is just up the hill from the future Green Line station that I believe we are shovels in the ground surrounding. It's a great sort of neighborhood corridor where 2 components of Milligan-Ogden meet, Linview Ridge and Milligan. It's a street that already has sort of a commercial character as you move between the escarpment and Pop Davies Park and the Green Line station. And it's a great place for this kind of gentle density. I will be moving it in 3 readings, and at second reading, I will be introducing the amendment to fully paper it. I hope everyone can support it. This makes a ton of sense.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Craw, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 41P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. I'm looking for an amendment. Does anyone have an amendment? Councillor Craw, please go ahead.
Yeah, as per the presentation by administration, we need to insert this wording, the replace with, and delete what's above. I will note that this is an old ARP. I look forward to a new modernized LAP that won't require this policy wet work as we approve land uses that are in the best interest of the city.
Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue for any debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 41P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 41P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 41P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 80D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 80D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 80D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 80D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, thanks for joining us. Let's go to 7.2.6.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and good afternoon, members of council. My name is Lindsay Ganzar, and I'm a senior planner with the city's planning department, and I will be presenting the next 4 items on the agenda. This next item is a land use redesignation application to allow support commercial uses on an industrial parcel. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 77D 2025 for the redesignation of 550 71st Avenue Southeast from the Industrial General or IG District to a Direct Control or DC District. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in Fairview Industrial. The site is located on the north side of 71st Avenue, adjacent to 5th Street on the west property line and 6th Street on the east property line. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 2.04 hectares in size. The site is developed with 4 buildings containing various office, retail, and warehouse uses. Access to the site is located from 71st Avenue and 6th Street, and a bus stop is located approximately 30 meters to the west of the site. The parcel is located on the ridge of an escarpment that drops down east of 6th Street. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of industrial land uses on the west side of 6th Street. Heritage Town Center shopping area is located down the escarpment to the east and provides numerous retail and commercial uses. The subject parcel is currently designated as the IG district, which is intended for light and medium industrial uses with limited commercial uses. The maximum floor area ratio allowed is 1.0, and there is no maximum building height in this district. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the existing IG district. It is intended to allow a few additional support commercial uses to what is already allowed while maintaining all other existing uses and rules in the current district. This proposal aligns with the newly adopted Heritage Communities Local Area Plan. Next slide, please. For these reasons, and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.6. Do we have Ellie Abuturabi?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Elia Abuturabi, and I'm a planner with Stantec, representing DREAM for this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.6? All right, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Councillor Penner, over to you to move.
Yeah, happy to move this item. Nothing further to add.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. No one in the debate. Back over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 77D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 77D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 77D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 77D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, we're on to 7.2.7.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for a temporary sales center. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 82D 2025 for the redesignation of 21209 72nd Street Southeast from the Special Purpose Recreation or SR District to a Direct Control or DC District. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the developing community of Ricardo Ranch. Seaton is located to the northwest and Rangeview is located to the northeast. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 1.3 hectares in size. The site and surrounding area have not yet developed, and there is currently no public access to this area. Next slide, please. The subject parcel forms part of the approved Nostalgia Outline Plan and is designated as the SR District. The purpose of the SR District is to accommodate a range of indoor and outdoor recreational uses. Next slide, please. The proposed DC District is based on the existing SR District with the additional use of temporary sales center. There are no sales-based uses in the SR District. Therefore, this redesignation would allow for the development of a building to facilitate residential sales in this new community. The proposed district includes a rule limiting a temporary sales center to 10 years, after which the building would be repurposed into a community recreational facility. Next slide, please. Before I conclude, I want to make note that there is a typographical error in the recommendation box in the report, where some of the text was inadvertently duplicated. With that, for the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.7. Do we have Chris Andrew?
Good afternoon, Council. Chris Andrew with B&A Studios, representing Jamin on this one. We've been working with them for a number of years on this outline plan, and then for what's before you today, it's just, as administration said, to accommodate a temporary sales center within the SR Land Use District. There is an active DP in, and the ultimate goal is to have this transition back to the community in the future. So I can make myself available for any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.7? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration, so I'll go to Councillor Spencer to move.
Thank you, Mayor. Fairly straightforward application for developing communities. Moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor McLean, thank you. No one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 82D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 82D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 82D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 82D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, 7.2.8.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for childcare. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 70D 2025 for the redesignation of 321 Everridge Drive Southwest from the residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, to a direct control, or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Evergreen at the northwest corner of Everglen Gate and Everidge Drive, southwest. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.0 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling with an attached front garage. A bus stop is located across the street to the east. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached houses to the north, west, and south of the site. A kindergarten to grade 6 school with a playground and sports fields is located directly across the street to the east. The subject parcel is currently designated as the RG district, which allows for a variety of housing forms, including single and semi-detached dwellings, row houses, and secondary suites. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and a maximum of 1 main residential building is allowed per parcel. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the RG district with the additional discretionary use of childcare service. There are no other changes from the base district. The maximum number of children allowed will be determined with a future development permit application, along with provincial licensing requirements. Next slide, please. For these reasons, and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.8. Do we have Lee Wang?
Yes, you may. This is Lee Wang. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Councillors. This is Lee Wang. I'm speaking in support of this application. This is a corner lot in the community of Evergreen. Currently, this house is being used as their home for 6 beautiful kids. However, there are more interest being expressed by local residents that want to use their facility. So this application is simply to add daycare use as discretionary use. So that's why we filed this application back on October 2024. The location by itself meets city's child care service policy and development guideline. So I hope councillors can support this application. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. And I will ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.8? Seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this application meets all the guidelines and criteria for this application. We do need more child care across the city. Next to schools on a corner lot. I've talked to the residents. Not every single person is happy, but most people support it. So I hope everybody else supports it as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Do you want to weigh in too, or just second? Okay, good. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Yeah, further to Councillor McLean's debate, I'm a big believer in not allowing commercial uses to take housing away from Calgarians, but I always make the exception enthusiastically when it comes to childcare, especially neighborhood-based childcare. I look forward to a land use bylaw that allows these things by right, and until we have that, I'm here to support them.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor McLean.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 70D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 70D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 70D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 70D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to item 7.2.9, please, Ms. Gansar.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is an application brought by City Administration for a road closure and land use redesignation. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 7C 2025 for 2 road closures and to proposed bylaw 81D 2025 for the redesignation of the 2 road closure areas from undesignated road right-of-way to the Special Purpose Urban Nature or SUN District. Next slide, please. The subject parcels are located in the northwest community of Haskayne and fall within Haskayne Legacy Park. Next slide, please. The subject parcels are undeveloped road rights-of-way along the 149th Street and 80th Avenue alignments. Area A measures 29 meters by 703 meters and is approximately 1.7 hectares in size. And Area B measures 25 meters by 286 meters and is approximately 0.7 hectares in size. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses include the SUN district and the Special Purpose Recreation or SR district found within the park, shown in green on this map. The Special Purpose Future Urban Development or SFUD district, which is also found within the park, applies to the agricultural lands to the east, shown in white. The CPKC rail line, shown in purple, is designated as the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure or SCRI district. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the 2 road closure areas to the SUN district, which is intended to be applied to lands that have either been set aside to preserve existing characteristics of natural plant or animal communities or are undergoing naturalization. The district is also used to provide for natural landforms, vegetation, and wetlands. This is the appropriate district given the 2 areas' location within Haskayne Park. Next slide, please. To clarify, this application has been made by the city's Real Estate and Development Services, or REDS department, but not to facilitate the city's activities as a land developer as per usual. Instead, this application has been made to carry out the city's role in maintaining safe communities and in managing roads within the city limits. REDS will make a separate presentation as applicant and will be available along with representatives from Climate and Environment, Parks and Open Space, and the Fire Department to answer questions of administration when the public hearings on these items has concluded. In conclusion, and based on the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission has recommended that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws for the road closures and for the redesignation of the subject sites. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So on this item, when I go into the public hearing, there's going to be 2 separate public hearings. The first one will be on proposed bylaw 7C 2025. That's the one that's dealing with the road closure. The second public hearing will be on proposed bylaw 81D 2025. That's the one that's dealing with land use. So I will open the public hearing on this item. And the first public hearing that we're opening is proposed bylaw 7C 2025. And I've got folks signed up, and we've got 3 panels. So what I'm going to do is go through the panels. We will start with the road closure bylaw. When I open the public hearing again, if anyone who is on this list wishes to speak again, you're certainly able to, but you don't feel that you have to. So let's start with confirming whether panel 1 is ready. Do we have Beverly Pilbeam? Is that a yes? We do? Okay, so we don't have Beverly? Do we have Rhonda Dupuis? Here. Thank you. So no Beverly, but we have Rhonda. Okay. Do we have Duncan Webster? Hi, you can come on up. Do we have Monica Amelko? Here. Yeah, you can come on up and have a seat as well. And do we have Cameron Wallace? You can grab a seat at the front as well. Okay, so we'll kick things off with Rhonda Dupuis, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. We are the applicants and also members of city administration. My name is Rhonda Dupuy. I'm the manager of land and asset management in real estate and development services. With me today is Rehana Rajabali, leader environmental policy and planning in climate and environment, to answer any questions. Next slide, please. The City of Calgary is taking decisive action by removing access at the high-risk locations on Bearspaw Reservoir to protect public life safety. The reservoir, part of a hydroelectric facility operated by TransAlta, poses significant risks to unprepared recreational boaters due to steep embankments and potential water fluctuations of more than 2 meters daily due to dam operations. These can cause sudden and unpredictable shifts in current speed, flow direction, and depth. TransAlta has requested that we close these road allowances to mitigate these risks. The Bearspaw Reservoir supplies 60% of Calgary's drinking water. Increased recreational activities risk contaminating our largest source of drinking water. No barriers or safeguards exist on the reservoir to mitigate contamination of water entering intakes to the Bearspaw Water Treatment Plant. Safe access to the reservoir requires collaboration among the Bearspaw Trilateral Task Force, comprised of TransAlta, Rocky View County, and the City of Calgary. The task force will develop a strategy for public safety, water protection, adjacent development, and regulations for recreational activities, including public engagement. Next slide, please. Focusing on the outlined area, which is part of the Area B road closure, I will share changes that have occurred over the last year when a private business installed a marina at the end of the road allowance. This aerial photo from 2023 shows the road allowance and shoreline in their original natural state. Next slide, please. This aerial photo from 2024 shows damage to the undeveloped road right-of-way that leads from the regional pathway down to the shoreline. The riparian area at the end of this road was damaged without authorization from the city to install the marina's docks and facilitate access to the marina. Next slide, please. Images showing the before and after condition of the regional pathway where the undeveloped road right-of-way begins. Next slide, please. Image showing unauthorized damage to the riparian area adjacent to the reservoir. The installation of a marina and the associated increased recreational access here concerns city administration for 3 reasons. Next slide, please. First, life safety concerns arise from access through city lands, leading to assumptions of city-sourced emergency protection within the reservoir. The RCMP handles on-water rescue upstream, but no agency provides day-to-day surveillance or enforcement on the reservoir, which is located in Rocky View County, not Calgary. TransAlta warns of unsafe water conditions due to dam operations, increasing risks with more recreational users enticed by the installation of the private marina. Next slide, please. Secondly, ecologically sensitive native fescue grassland between the regional pathway and riverbanks needs protection. Restricting vehicle and pedestrian access helps protect sensitive ecosystems in Haskayne Park. These historic road allowances, established prior to the creation of Bearspaw Reservoir, were never developed and are not required for Calgary's road network. The north-south road allowance, referred to by Lindsay as Area A, runs through a portion of Haskayne Park, which was donated as an ecological gift with obligations under the Federal Ecological Gifts Program. A failure to protect these lands could lead to significant tax consequences to the city. Next slide, please. Finally, the city's source water protection policy adopted by Council in 2020 integrates watershed protection into land use decisions. Water treatment is not enough. Reliable delivery of drinking water to Calgary and the broader region requires proactive stewardship of source watersheds and riparian areas. Next slide, please. Rezoning the road allowances doesn't preclude future recreational access. Options include reopening the public road or establishing a licensed private road following public engagement and the completion of the Bearspaw Reservoir Trilateral Task Force's long-term management plan. For now, closure of these road allowances is the best way for the city to mitigate the risks to life safety, source water protection, and ecologically protected lands. For all these reasons, which I've covered in the presentation, we urge Council to approve the road closure and associated land use amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and members of Council.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay in the seats and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Let's go to Duncan Webster, please.
Good afternoon, folks, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Duncan Webster. I am the Manager of External Affairs at TransAlta. We're here to support the city's recommendation to close these 2 road allowances. My comments today are going to focus on public safety, liability, as well as potential paths forward. So for context, just to start, as we think about the Bears Paw Reservoir, TransAlta, as part of our water license to operate that facility, is required to own a strip of land around the facility for 8 kilometers upstream to buffer water fluctuations that can occur as a result of upstream hydro operations. So as we think about the road allowance and how this interferes with the safety buffer that TransAlta owns over top of the road allowance, it creates confusion around land use and potentially creates risks to public as well as creating liability challenges for TransAlta. Looking at TransAlta's hydroelectric system, we have it up on the screen there. TransAlta operates 11 dams on the Bow system, and it's a cascading system starting at Lake Minnewanka and terminating at Bears Paw. So as we think about the facility, as water is released through Minnewanka, it flows through all 11 dams and terminates at Bears Paw. And if we can flip to the next slide, I think one of the key pieces we want to talk about today is the difference in a number of those reservoirs from a water storage perspective. So looking at the slide up there, we have some reservoirs within the system that do have quite a bit of water storage. And if we think about comparing those reservoirs to natural water features, act much more like a lake. And then if you look at the far right-hand side of the screen, that's where Bears Paw is with a relatively small amount of water storage. And if you think about, again, how it operates like a natural feature, much more like a river with strong currents and potential fluctuations, as we heard from the city, of up to 2 meters, which can change rapidly and as a result of changes in the electricity system. So as we think about the Bow system, it's primarily used to generate electricity, but also to manage water for flood and drought, both for the city of Calgary as well as downstream irrigation districts. From a electricity standpoint, and specifically if we think about Ghost Dam, which is the one next in line from Bears Paw on the system, you can see quite a bit of water released from Ghost as it's responding to electricity demands, which can create challenges in the Bears Paw system. And again, this is why, as we think about when the facility was built in 1954, there was a requirement for TransAlta to own the land around the reservoir to accommodate for those water fluctuations. So again, that's, I think, a key piece here is TransAlta was obligated to acquire that land when the facility was established so that it could accommodate water fluctuations as a result of upstream operations. The key piece, and again, as the city touched on, the one other piece that we think is critical to this is that there is no emergency response. So as you get members of the public potentially considering accessing it through a public road allowance, through land that's owned as a safety buffer by TransAlta, you may have folks that are unaware of the risks that they're taking on, and if an incident were to occur, our understanding is response times would be significantly delayed. So I think the key piece there, just to touch on, is that it's not a static body of water. It's a key part of an actively managed hydroelectric system that can change rapidly. Looking at the liability piece, I think the key on that is from a TransAlta perspective, we're required to own the land around the reservoir as a safety buffer, and we can't take on the liability of allowing the public access through a safety buffer and land that's owned as a safety buffer to access the water for recreation purposes, which is why we continue to oppose all the infrastructure that has been developed on TransAlta's property around the reservoir. Just looking at my time here, I want to jump to the path forward. We certainly as a company understand the desire for recreation and understand that it needs to be done appropriately. From our perspective, this includes respecting land ownership, ensuring the appropriate infrastructure, facilities, safety are all in place. What we see today doesn't meet that criteria, but we remain happy to work with the City of Calgary, Rocky View County, and any other government entities to establish the appropriate recreational access that is done safely. So all that to say, the status quo creates significant challenges and jurisdictional confusion that creates risk to the public.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Monica Emelko, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you here this afternoon. My name is Dr. Monica Emelko, and I am here to urge your approval of the proposed road closure and land use amendment in Haskayne. I'm a professor of engineering and the Canada Research Chair in Water Science, Technology, and Policy. I hold engineering degrees from MIT, UCLA, and the University of Waterloo. I'm also a professional engineer and a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Engineering. I've worked on issues of water treatment, public health, and emergency response in Alberta for over 20 years, as well as globally. I urge this approval because of the critical role of the Bear Spa Reservoir in ensuring water security and associated public health, growth, and prosperity in Calgary. The roads and land use that we're talking about are literally on top of this critical region. And it's going to be even more important in the future because this is where the new water treatment plant intake is likely, very likely to be situated. Although I'm American by birth, I applied to become a Canadian citizen by choice. And that is because I believe that an important part of being Canadian is that here people care about other people. And governments, you, look out for your people. Not only to those who live here, but the tourists and others who may choose to spend time, settle, or work here in the future. Now more than ever, this caring is a differentiator, and it's especially characteristic in Calgary. While I also submitted a letter, I'd also like to share some additional relevant information with you. This pertains to common misperceptions about drinking water supply, treatment, and health. So first, there is no such thing as pristine water. Animals still bathe in it, and whatever is on the land can run off into it. Also, anything that touches it can contaminate it. All water, even the deepest groundwater, requires some level of treatment to make it safe for consumption. Having said this, when we treat and distribute drinking water, it is also not pristine. Many people are very surprised to learn that drinking water is managed on the principle of acceptable risk. This means then when we meet even the most stringent targets and regulations, there is some chance that pollutants of health concern may be present and may lead to illness. It's a low chance, but it is not zero, not here, not anywhere. There is no debate about this in the water industry. This underscores how in Calgary we are very fortunate to have amongst the highest quality drinking water sources and drinking water from the tap. It starts in our rivers and our reservoirs. So if pollutants are present in a source water supply, the reservoir, we treatment professionals do our best to remove them. And we're good at it. We're really good at it. But please know that they're not all entirely removed. It's just too expensive, even in Alberta. While we can treat water anywhere, even in space, no one would propose that the distribution of water that is completely and assuredly free from pollutants is financially possible. Not even in Calgary, where water services are recognized as one of the best and most progressive, not only in Canada, but in the world. The best way to ensure safe drinking water is to prevent its contamination at the source in the first place. This is exactly what I would point out to people when they ask me why water is more expensive than wine in some parts of Europe. The history of growth and industrialization in Europe has necessitated extremely costly drinking water treatment that you don't have in Calgary. Not everywhere in Europe, but in many regions. Once the source is contaminated with micropollutants or toxins, all we can do is our best to respond. We don't get do-overs. Unlike many parts of the world, Calgary's water supplies do not contain a lot of micropollutants found elsewhere, like perfluorinated substances that you might have heard about in the news that are commonly referred to as forever chemicals. Calgary has a source water protection policy that recognizes these threats and commits to protecting public health for Calgarians and those who may choose to come here. I recommend strongly and urgently that you choose to support and uphold that policy today. Because the region in and around the Bear Spa Reservoir is where the majority of Calgary's water originates and where the new water treatment plant intake will be, in that general region. Thus, it will only grow in importance. Unmanaged access to this region will lead to source water quality deterioration. Over time, you will start to see increasingly more contaminants that aren't there at present and that will challenge treatment. This is what happens. All you have to do is look around the world at other communities. It's not a question of if, but when. This is not really an issue of debate. With your vote today, you can ask Calgarians to pay more for substantially increased and costly treatment that will be needed if we don't protect source water in Calgary. It's not a question, but it is a choice for you. To help in your decisions, I ask you to imagine 2 glasses of water before you, one that's your current water supply and one that might contain low levels of forever chemicals, carcinogens.
Thank you, Ms. Melko. You're just at time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Which will you drink? Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got Cameron Wallace next. Now, Mr. Wallace, you're registered as speaking for the item. Are you in favor of it or are you actually against?
No, Mayor Gondek, I'm speaking against the item, and I'd like to just deal with 2 procedural items.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to clarify that you're speaking against and not for, because you're registered as for. So I've got you in the right space now. Procedurally, we don't usually take procedural requests from speakers.
Maybe, my apologies. Maybe it's a request. I've given the city clerk some information to distribute to members of council, so I'd like to ask your permission to do that.
Has that been done already? Yeah, that's been done. So you can go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Gondek and members of council, what I would like to request is that I am a consultant for Bearspaw Tree Farm and Bearspaw Marina, and the owner, Mr. Rick Skog, is against the item, and he's the owner, so it would make sense that he speak before I speak, and I'm going to ask you if I could have permission to do that.
He's next up. So I can change the panels around, but not like, okay.
Can I go after him?
Certainly. What I'm going to do then is ask you to have a seat. I'll put you on panel 2 after him. I've got to get through this panel for questions first, please.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everyone, the next panel is going to be 6 people. Let me just make a quick adjustment here. And what I'll do is go to the panelists that have spoken. You do have questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Carra.
My first question will be for Ms. Dupuy. Ms. Dupuy, I have spent time in and around and on the Bearspaw Reservoir, and I am absolutely of the opinion that there are already people who use the reservoir with watercraft. Is that not true?
Yes, it is true.
How do they access?
Many are accessing from private docks. If they own land adjacent to the reservoir, they can access from there across the TransAlta lands.
Okay, so the reservoir is already in use from the public, but an elite public who have private lands and not a public that comes to the park.
There are other access points further north coming from Cochrane and all the way down. It's the Bow River, so there are many access points, yes.
Okay, and what about on the public park that we have just sort of celebrated the opening of the Haskayne Park, the incredible Haskayne Park? Is there no intention for this river-adjacent park to have any access?
Well, to be fair, we do intend to study access to the reservoir, but that is sort of core mandate of the Trilateral Task Force. Rehana beside me can speak to that in more detail if you'd like.
Yeah, certainly, Rehan Rajabali. Haskayne Park was designed as a natural environment park, prioritizing the conservation and the enjoyment of the green space through hiking, cycling, and nature appreciation. In fact, the park also contains rare native fescue grassland, and conserving this was an important component of it, especially the grassland that exists between the pathway and the riparian area adjacent to the reservoir.
When was the last time the Trilateral Committee met?
Pretty recently.
Yeah, the Trilateral Committee recently came together with the terms of reference, and our next meeting is scheduled for June 16th.
That didn't answer my question.
I have to look at my notes to find the last time that they met, but a terms of reference was established by the members within the last 6 months.
Okay, so they didn't meet within the last 6 months,
They
though?
have, no, they've met within the last 6 months. I
Okay.
just don't know the exact date.
Okay, and the meeting before that?
Again, I'll have to confirm that and we'll come back to you with an answer.
Okay. I'm under the impression it was 5 years ago. I need to ask, a public road right-of-way, we are closing it because this is a public road right-of-way and we don't actually have the right to enforce trespass or anything else like that. Is that true or not?
That's true under the Municipal Government Act of Alberta. The road right-of-way does ensure public access, but it does not permit any improvements to the road right-of-way by the public. So the road right-of-way, if we choose to manage it as a park, it is effectively a park, but with public access across it.
Okay, I didn't see a lot of improvements, but my last question would be, is the reservoir in the city of Calgary?
No, it's in the MD of Rocky View.
Okay, so
in the
county. We are seeking to close public space, which is public access to something that is taking place outside of city limits.
Well, yes, I would love to expand on that, though. We have been asked by the adjacent owner, TransAlta, who do not wish for this access to be made across their lands. They have asked us to close the road right-of-way to help ensure public life safety on the reservoir. So as a good neighbor who wants to support our partner, it is in our best interest right now for many reasons. I can go back to them, what I expressed in the presentation, but we're looking to ensure public safety. And I'll just go back to those access points.
But the public does have the public already accesses in the reservoir in a boating capacity.
None of those are permitted by TransAlta. They send out letters annually to all of those private owners requesting removal of their access points.
Okay, this is interesting. I will have some questions for TransAlta. I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, do I have to keep asking questions here? Okay, I apologize. My next question then is for TransAlta. I think it was asked and answered by Ms. Dupuy, but I'll just pose it to you again. If you own the shoreline, why does this right-of-way need to be closed?
The short answer to that, Councillor, is the road, TransAlta has a lease that goes over the road allowance, and there's a bit of a jurisdictional confusion that's created by the safety buffer that TransAlta is required under our water license to maintain with the road allowance that currently exists.
Was the owner of the marina unwilling to sort of sit down and negotiate terms that would mitigate your risk on this issue, or were you not interested in having that conversation with the marina?
We've had a number of discussions with the owner of the marina. I think at the end of the day, our view, and it comes back to a number of other facilities that we own on the Bow Hydro system, is that TransAlta, with land that we own, cannot allow public access to cross what is required of us to own as a safety buffer. So maybe to expand on that, if we look at Ghost, a number of years ago we had public access challenges at Ghost, and what was eventually done is the government created a boat launch. They own, manage, and maintain the infrastructure, and that's allowed public to access the reservoir and use it. I think our view, and as we've said, we're happy to continue to work on an appropriate solution that creates the appropriate access with the appropriate safety protocols as well as infrastructure. But yeah, that's frankly our perspective.
Okay, I'm curious as to why, if this is an illegal act, it just can't be shut down, why we need to close this road. It seems to me that it's not an illegal act, or that there is. I'm having a hard time squaring that circle. Like, if somebody trespasses in my home, they will be served with trespass and removed from my home. That doesn't seem to be the case here.
So from our perspective, I think, as I said, Councillor, our view is there's a bit of a jurisdictional confusion that is created by TransAlta's lease over top of the road allowance, and that's why we're asking for it to be clarified.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. And there's boating on every single reservoir on the Bow. Is the Ghost the only one that, in your mind, allows legal access?
I need to go back and look at that. I think the difference here is that Bearspaw is the only dam where TransAlta is, under our water license, required to own a safety buffer around the reservoir to accommodate water level fluctuations. Every other reservoir is, largely speaking, Crown land around the reservoir. So it wouldn't be illegal access because it wouldn't be accessing other reservoirs through TransAlta property.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that. I have one last question for Ms. Amelko.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm a big fan of source water protection, but I'm also aware of the fact that the Bow River flows into the Ghost Reservoir through multiple jurisdictions and all kinds of other things. I'm also aware of the fact that our other major reservoir that provides Calgarians with our internationally acclaimed pure drinking water is the Glenmore Reservoir, which explicitly allows public access with non-motorized crafts. What's the difference between what's happening on the Glenmore Reservoir in southwest Calgary and what happens in northwest Calgary on the Ghost Reservoir?
Thanks for the question. I think that there's two really important considerations to take into account in answer to your question. So the first is Glenmore Reservoir doesn't remotely have the capacity to produce as much water as the region in and around Bearspaw Reservoir. That is why a new water treatment plant is not being situated in that area. It's being situated on the Bow in and around Bearspaw Reservoir. So the importance and the capacity of that water is much greater, number one. And actually, I'm going to modify my answer and say there's three important considerations. Like Glenmore, Bearspaw is situated right where the water intake is going to be situated, plus minus. And so the difference between having access here and elsewhere is that elsewhere you benefit from dilution or from it going downstream to somebody else's intake. You don't get that benefit right on top of the intake, which is where the region we're talking about, where these roads are proposed. And that's an important differentiator. The other really important part is that at some point we have to start listening to the science that evolves. We can't just go back to old policies. When Glenmore was established, we didn't know as much as we do now about water security and how contaminants, once they're there, stay there. And so I would hope that if Glenmore was being managed today, that access might be limited. However, we also need to recognize that there's multiple water values. And so I, of course, recognize that there needs to be a balance there. But in this one critical area for Calgary, I think there needs to be a preponderance of caution for the health and safety of Calgarians for the reasons I stated.
So if you had your druthers, you would shut down public access to watercraft, non-motorized watercraft on the Glenmore?
I don't think I said that. What I said was unmanaged access. Because just like I can't tell you how quickly the reservoir will become contaminated, although I'm very confident it will, especially with unmanaged access, you can't tell me what's coming in with that unmanaged access. And you can't tell me what's running off of those roads when people have access to them. You can't tell me what they leave behind. Managed access opens the door for that discussion. Unmanaged access opens the door for a lot of heartache.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for all being here today. I have a question for TransAlta. You actually answered a lot of my questions, but what you didn't answer, and maybe I can also pose this question to Calgary Fire after when I ask questions administration. You talked about fluctuating levels, obviously due to hydro operations. How much notice, if any, would people get while they were on the water?
The short answer is they wouldn't get any notice, Councillor.
So what would happen?
Theoretically, again, it depends on the amount of water that's released from Ghost, but you could have folks caught unaware by significant changes in water levels as well as currents, with the end of the reservoir terminating in a hydro facility, city water intakes, and a spillway.
I'm going to ask you to go a little bit further. What happens if they can't get out of the water and they're on the water and they can't swim? As a current that you can swim in the Bow River current where it's shallow. But what happens if you're sitting there? Where does the water take you?
The water takes you to TransAlta's Bear Spa Hydro facility.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Okay, sorry, mic's not working. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Dupree. Councillor Carragh kind of got some way along the Glenmore questions about our water. Yeah. City, Rhonda. Sorry, I said it quietly and quickly. And it was just a little bit answered at the tail end of Carragh's questions, but it's interesting hearing the arguments about protecting our water for the Bear Spa intake, yet when we talk about the Glenmore, there's like a little bit more relaxation, and it sounds like the difference is it's controlled government control, and is that the difference of what we're talking about here?
I think the difference is that the ability to manage the risks is different for the Glenmore Reservoir in a couple of ways. Firstly, as it relates to public safety, the fire department is able to provide rescue on the Glenmore Reservoir. Also, there is no access, and access is not permitted through the Glenmore Park bylaw for bodily contact with the water, and also there's no access whatsoever to the head pond, which is an area that is kind of geographically separated between the intakes for the drinking water treatment plant and the rest of the reservoir by the Glenmore Causeway. And so the ability to manage the risks is different through the tools that the city has, and also there is a variety of different ways to manage that, both in terms of the land use surrounding the reservoir as parkland, as well as the bylaws as it relates to the activities that are regulated on the reservoir.
See, and that's where I'm kind of challenged a little bit on that narrative of, if you look at Glenmore, we're adding density, we're adding human contact, we're adding human pressure, as well as animal pressure to our Glenmore Reservoir. And here we kind of have a pristine area where rocky views, more spread out, less dense, they still get access. This is a jurisdictional chaos zone we're negotiating with, because it does feel a little bit hypocritical for the city to put a bylaw in when you look across the river and you see the beautiful mansions with their docks. And yet this is a public park space, and maybe TransAlta will answer this question. It sounds like if the provincial government turned this into Crown land, we wouldn't be here, because the liability is then passed off to somebody. And I'm skipping a whole bunch of questions because I got less time, but is the crux of this coming down to we're going to have different valuations between the Glenmore and Bear Spa intake, and that it really comes down to the lawyers, that whoever wants to take that liability on, then that will make it okay.
It's not just about liability, though. It's about all of the protecting public safety, so really mitigating all of those risk factors that we've been talking about.
Yeah, but also you're just up the river, and you kind of have the same risks with the intake and the currents, and yet people are allowed to boat there. And then you come here, there's another little segment of the river. There's still currents, there's still issues. Other municipalities, unfortunately, there was a fatality due to human error, and the dam opened, and this was in Vancouver, and fishermen fished all along the river, and there was loss of life. But yet there was, they mitigated a risk. Usually there's a horn that sounds when the dam river levels are going to change to notify everyone. There's signage along the river that says use at your own risk. If a horn comes, water levels are going to change rapidly. A 2-meter risk is like, I don't know, boating in Vancouver. You got fluctuations of water levels. So I'm looking at the argument here, and I'm challenged by it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Me?
I think, again, Councillor Wyness, the application here is in alignment with the steps that the city can take, both to protect public safety, as well as to consider source water protection. And so that is what this application is furthering, and it is using the available tools that we have for this reservoir. In Glenmore, it is a different jurisdictional situation because we do apply many tools, including our source water protection policy, including the Glenmore Park bylaw. And so I think it is a matter of looking at the tools we have today for the issue that's there today.
So if the province took over and change the rules, would we still have the same risk evaluation? And it became more of a crown land rather than the liability contract that TransAlta has.
I don't think that changes the risk that exists. We're really looking to set an example for our partners in the Trilateral Task Force. We're really of the view that access needs to be appropriately managed and hope that others with jurisdiction will follow suit. We would think likewise if it was under another jurisdiction.
And can we come up with an agreement like Ghost did, where it's like a government-regulated dock as the solution that was upriver? Is that an opportunity on the table?
Yeah, as Rhonda alluded to, the right forum, right, to address these risks, to consider, again, drinking water safety, to consider public safety, to recognize the desire for recreational access is the Bears Paw Trilateral Task Force. And that brings together TransAlta, Rocky View County, and the city, who all have an interest in the reservoir. And part of that task force's work plan is to undertake public engagement. So I think the forum is already set up in which to investigate how to do this appropriately and how best to manage those risks.
So essentially, if we close the road, it opens the opportunity to start a process where we can actually put the permits in place for a proper dock and mitigate the liability and risk.
If the process to investigate how to balance recreational opportunities with the risks to life safety, considering that there's no emergency response on the reservoir, as well as the consideration of this reservoir as infrastructure both for hydroelectricity and drinking water protection, already exists as part of the Bears Paw Trilateral Task Force. The road closure today is a step that we're looking at to manage risks in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I think most of my questions were kind of asked and answered by Councillor Craw. So, but maybe you can clarify for me from the city or from TransAlta, Mr. Dupuy or Mr. Weber. The utility corridor, the TransAlta, that's a right-of-way, and on city lands, the city owns the land going down to existing marina? Is that correct?
For this one specific location, so TransAlta owns the lands around the Bears Paw Reservoir, but for the road allowance, TransAlta leases the land over the road allowance.
Okay, so either way, I just still can't figure out why this isn't trespassing. You know, if you guys own the land and somebody's coming on there, if it was my farmland or anybody else's and they started driving down there and built, so two things, why is this trespassing and how did the guy get, does he own the land of the Rick's Marina? Does he own the land then on the shoreline? He did. Does he own that?
So the shoreline is all owned by TransAlta.
So he built pretty much an access on your property. Correct. And built a bit. How does that even happen? I mean, maybe, again, this has been asked because there's lots of different questions and risk. I get the arguments for why people should be able to use this and other people can access different parts of the reservoir. That's trespassing.
But that would be our position, Councillor.
And why didn't you call cops and why couldn't they arrest him?
Because of the confusion with the public road allowance and TransAlta's lease over top.
Never heard such a confusion. Somebody comes on my land, sometimes, you know, I wouldn't shoot first, but I mean, I'd call the cops and I would insist that that alone, again, we can debate whether we agree or not on the access, but it's your property, then you're saying no, and I'm having a hard time saying why we can't go along with you there. So, yeah, sorry about where you're at. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you. I just want to dig into a little bit more about the contamination risk that was raised. I'm not sure I'm entirely following. I think you've tried to answer it, how the contamination risk here is different than anywhere else. So can you just explain that one more time, please?
Councillor Meehan, who's the question posed to?
Well, maybe I'm not sure who would be the best to answer that, to be honest, out of all of the folks that spoke. I know there was a water scientist there. Maybe she's the best.
So we'll go to our internal expert.
Okay.
Yeah. So a couple, and certainly Dr. Melko is welcome to provide her perspective as well. But I think what we were trying to highlight also was just that we have a source water protection policy in place, that applies citywide, and that considers the actions we can take for Bears Paw Reservoir, as well as the variety of bylaws and policies that are in place around Glenmore as well. So there is active efforts underway to manage source water in Glenmore Reservoir, chiefly within, the reservoir that comes from having bodily contact with the water, and by having a separated head pond that even any kind of craft can go into is one way of managing that risk. So let me rephrase the answer. Firstly, the biggest difference is that Glenmore has a type of a barrier that prevents and signage and a variety of ways to help ensure that the boating and whatnot that happens in the main reservoir and not in the head pond. The head pond is directly adjacent to the intakes, whereas in Bears Paw, it's one contiguous reservoir. And then the other point that we want to make is that there is, again, a jurisdictional difference between the Bears Paw Reservoir and the Glenmore Reservoir, where the city has put into place policies as they relate to recreational access to the reservoir, and the city also has the ability to manage the operations of the Glenmore Dam as well, in a way that can help support public safety on Glenmore Reservoir, which is different from Bears Paw.
Okay, I just want to follow up on that. So is the head pond on this specific, on Bears Paw, is just much closer than it is on Glenmore? Is that what I'm understanding you saying?
There is no head pond on Bears Paw Reservoir. It is one contiguous reservoir. And so therefore, Glenmore is different both because it's a smaller river and a bigger reservoir, whereas Bears Paw is what we call a run-of-the-river reservoir, so it's much more a matter of water just flowing towards the intakes. There's no separation the way that there is in Glenmore, where there's a causeway that separates the head pond from the main reservoir.
I see. Okay, so you think that contaminants would be more directly flowing into the intake in Bears Paw than they would in Glenmore, is that correct?
And our ability to manage the risks is different in Glenmore because we manage operations of the reservoir itself in addition to drinking water operations. Bears Paw is also a more significant contributor to Calgary's drinking water supply.
Okay, and then as a follow-up, there's been some conversation about liability and, who would own liability and those kinds of things. Is it just possible for citizens who access this to do so at their own risk? And that there isn't really a liability risk per se, because residents are going out there. They might know that there's no emergency response, or they might know that, this is totally at their own risk.
Certainly there is opportunity for that to occur. And again, we would just restate that the whole mandate of the trilateral task force is to really tease out all of these issues and ensure that things are well communicated, that the risks on the reservoir are mitigated to the degree that they can be, and if recreational access is deemed appropriate, then any sorts of interventions or mitigations that we can will be put in place.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, this would be for our internal water experts, I guess. So one of the main objectives, of course, is source water protection. Do we have other strategies that we utilize as far as source water protection, i.e. acquisition of lands adjacent to some of our water bodies upstream?
Certainly there are a variety of tools that we use. Some of them are land use planning policies, like our source water protection policy. We've contemplated as well a watershed investment strategy that looks at ways to, to work with partners upstream to help influence land uses towards ways to create pollution prevention buffers, for example. And so those are all parts of the source water protection program, as well as, circulation of our files to ensure that as we are continuing to develop, we look at ways to make sure that we are trying to do so that directs any risks away from our source water sources.
Any of it related to agricultural uses and or ranching uses as an example?
I think that there are certainly partnerships that we look at together upstream that try to encourage, if you will, through education, ways of managing land use or helping to steward land use towards source water protection. I know we even have research projects where we work with upstream operations to help understand what the impacts are and perhaps guide that towards more sustainable management practices.
Okay. How do we connect this in with the ghosts, as an example, the Ghost Dam river and source water protection as it relates to that water body, because they do have not just, water usage, they have power boats that operate there.
Certainly. I think as far as, the city's intakes are concerned, we also look at the closer to our intakes, right, the greater the potential for an impact to the city's drinking water operations. And so we do kind of look at a sliding scale of what assimilation capacity the river could provide between where the contamination occurs and our intakes. And so while we support watershed stewardship throughout the watershed, we certainly want to, we certainly take very seriously the risks that are closest to where we draw our drinking water from.
So there's potential for what, that greater dilution? Is that what the main argument is there?
The carrying capacity of, when I refer to the carrying capacity of the river, it also recognized what, the natural processes that occur between that reservoir and our intakes.
So self-mitigation and remediation, natural remediation, I guess.
I think it's more a matter of the risk level changes. It's not necessarily that it's completely remediated, as Dr. Amelko pointed out too. We still have to, treat our source water to make it drinking water, but it is a matter of recognizing that the closer we are to our intakes, the higher the risk.
Okay. All right, thanks. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thanks very much for taking the time to be with us today. I'm going to go to the next panel. This one is Rick Skagg, Cameron Wallace, Craig Skagg, Lance Males, Simon Williams, and Peter Crow-Swords. So we will start things off with Rick Skagg, please.
Got a written talk here because 5 minutes is not very much time, but thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Rick Skagg. I'm the owner of Bearspaw Marina and Bearspaw Tree Farm. I'm here to urge you to reject the city's application to close the road allowance, providing access to the reservoir and accordingly to Bearspaw Marina. This application is based on flawed information, a deeply problematic process, and a disregard for the broader vision of public access to one of Alberta's most underused and beautiful natural assets. Let's begin with the facts. In their request to the city to close the road allowance, TransAlta claims they've had ownership of the road allowance since 1952. Yet now they're asking the city to close it. If they truly owned it, they wouldn't need to ask. The truth is they don't own it. Their license does not confer ownership, nor does it justify the city's actions. TransAlta has also implied that Bearspaw Marina is operating without proper authority. Simply untrue. The marina operates legally on a federal waterway under the Canadian Navigation Act. It has been confirmed by Transport Canada as a minor works project, and Alberta and Rocky View County have both stated their permission is not required. We are fully compliant. The city's process has been anything but transparent. Despite claiming all stakeholders were notified on March 7th, Bearspaw Marina was only informed of the closure on March 20th, well after the official notice period. We were only made aware of the application thanks to a tip from a Rocky View councillor. Had we been notified earlier, we would have had 20 more days to mobilize, let's see here, the public's support. Despite the late notice, the city received 325 letters in just 3 days. 323 of the letters were opposed to the closure. None of those letters were acknowledged or read at Calgary Planning Commission meeting. The planner even noted that no public input was sought, ignoring the overwhelming public response and thousands of Calgarians who enjoyed the reservoir in 2024. This was not an honest or fair process. The attempt to silence opposition and fast-track the decision that could effectively shut down the marina without due process or public awareness is indefensible. TransAlta's safety arguments are exaggerated. They claim water levels can change by 6 feet in a day. That's less than 1/20th of an inch per minute, barely noticeable. I floated the Bow River over 200 times. I boated on the reservoir for 25 years. This is the safest stretch of water from Lake Louise to Calgary. As for TransAlta's other claims, protecting prairie grass, safeguarding water quality, and ensuring public safety, none of these are within the scope of their license. Nonetheless, they didn't object when the city removed far more prairie grass to build pedestrian and bike paths, yet are causing a stir here for less than 10% of the exact same grass. As for safety, again, it's not their jurisdiction. The Bearspaw Marina maintains a rescue boat and enforces life jacket rules for all renters. Let's talk about vision. Bearspaw Marina brings Haskayne Park to life. On days the marina is open, the park's parking lot is 5 times busier than days it's not. Affordable boat rentals, kayaks, paddle boats, canoes, rowboats make the reservoir accessible to everyone. We just charge $20 an hour. That is affordable, family-friendly, safe recreation in one of Calgary's most beautiful natural settings. Something the city should be encouraging, not trying to shut down. My wife and I have lived in Bearspaw for over 30 years. We've managed the Bearspaw Tree Farm for decades, offered to donate it to the city upon our passing, so long as they acted as good neighbors. That's becoming harder to come to fruition. We've worked closely with the city, even donating the mature spruce trees that now line Haskayne Park. We share access roads and railway crossings with the city. We've offered to help close the missing link in the Trans-Canada Trail by opening a pedestrian and cycling route through our land. We have plans to offer shuttle service from Cochrane to Haskayne Park, which will allow boaters to either use their own boats or rent ours and float from Cochrane down to the park. All this hinges on one thing: road access. The closure of this road allowance would kill that vision. It would deny public access to a safe, stunning lake. It would break faith with the Haskaynes, who donated generously in the hope that Haskayne Park would be a place where kids could boat, paddle, and connect with nature. They voted this reservoir for decades. Of course, they believed others would too when the park opened. When the city said they had no plans to put kids on the lake, I stepped up. I built a dock, invested over $1 million, and purchased 160 paddle-driven boats.
Mr. Skog, you're at time. Thank you very much.
I did pretty good. I was within
Thank you very much.
About
and apologies, I mispronounced your name earlier. My apologies for that.
That's fine. I've had my name for a long time, and it's been pronounced many different ways. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Cameron Wallace, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Cameron Wallace, and I represent the Bearspaw Tree Farm and the Bearspaw Marina. Several years ago, Mr. Skog took Dick Haskayne and Kyle Ripley on a boat ride on the Bearspaw Reservoir. Since Mr. Ripley had not been there before, the boat trip helped him conclude that the only reasonable access to Haskayne Park in the near term was down Woodland Road. If I can just get the view graph showing, it shows the location of the Woodland Road. When Mr. Skog found out that the Haskayne Park was opening in September of 2023, he asked the City Parks Department if they had any plans to put kids on the lake. He also asked Glenmore Park if they had any plans to put kids on the lake. Both park organizations said they had no plans to put kids on the lake. Mr. and Mrs. Haskayne have boated with their family on the Bearspaw Reservoir for decades. When they were thinking of donating money to help build Haskayne Park, I'm sure they were thinking there would be kids on the lake, enjoying the lake as they had for years. However, Mr. Haskayne is going to be 89 years old, so Mr. Skog decided that he would put kids on the lake. So he purchased 30 rowboats, 30 kayaks, 30 canoes, 30 paddle boats, and 50 paddle boards. It's important to note that these watercrafts are all non-motorized. Mr. Skog has tried to be a good neighbor to the city. They have shared a common access road to the Bow River within the Bearspaw Reservoir, and they share the CP-KC Railway crossing. The Bearspaw Tree Farm and the City of Calgary are the only two groups allowed vehicle access across these railway tracks. Emergency vehicles are allowed to use the Tree Farm access road, which in an emergency will save them 10 minutes in response time rather than using the Woodland Road. Mr. Skoke has donated a multitude of beautiful trees for the Haskayne Park. He's even offered to put washrooms down near the marina. The Trans-Canada Trail stops at Haskayne Park and probably won't be open for another 10 years, according to Brookfield. Bearspaw Tree Farm has proposed to the city parks to let the public access the Haskayne Park through its lands. Pedestrians and bicycles can also have access from 80th Avenue into the Haskayne Park. Families can take the LRT to Crowfoot and then bike down to the lake. Currently, they can't have access to Haskayne Park without going to Woodland Road. Bearspaw Marina has put on hold until after this city council meeting its plan to provide a shuttle service from Haskayne Park back to Cochrane. The public can rent our boats or use their own. They can float from Cochrane and catch a ride back with us. Bearspaw Marina, because it has access across the railway tracks, is the only company that can provide this service, and this service can only happen if the 80th Avenue road allowance remains open. Bearspaw Marina's goal is to help make Haskayne Park the best park in the city of Calgary. It has a magnificent lake, it's safe for boating, and we want to see the dream of Mr. and Mrs. Haskayne come true. We also want to preserve the Harvey's vision of Glenbow Park, providing a natural experience to locals wishing to float down the Bow River and having an exit point at the 80th Avenue road allowance area. Mr. and Mrs. Skoke will likely be donating their land to a foundation and let the foundation work with the city of Calgary. They have a vision and are afraid that if they just donate the land to the city, they will forget their vision and the goals of the property, which is to provide boating on the Bearspaw Reservoir, which is exactly the same vision as the Haskaynes. This issue is really about creating memories for people spending time together on the water. Of course, there are challenges, especially with 5 different organizations involved. But when people all work together, it's amazing what you can achieve. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. We will go to Craig Skoke, please.
Thank you for pronouncing my name right. Good memory. I'm going to start and finish Rick's speech for him. The closure of this road allowance would kill this vision. It would deny the public access to a safe, stunning lake. It would break faith with the Haskaynes, who donated generously in the hope that Haskayne Park would be a place where kids could boat, paddle, and connect with nature. They boated this reservoir for decades. Of course, they believed others would too when the park opened. Reject this road closure application, uphold transparency, protect access, and honor the generosity and foresight of people like Dick and Lois Haskayne and Neil Harvey. Let the next generation of Calgarians experience this extraordinary lake. Let the kids on the water. That's his speech. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I'm just going to say a few things that I've come up ad hoc as I've sat here today. You know, early on there was talk about the necessity for green space in downtown Calgary. There's a necessity for green space and blue space, water space all over Calgary. Haskayne Park, I live above it. It was very quiet, dead as a doornail. The vision wasn't recognized until this marina opened. Now there are kids on the lake, there are people on the lake, and this could become one of the most beloved parks in the city of Calgary, unless this road is closed. The rationale for closing this road is totally unfounded. Even by their own admission up here, TransAlta, who's asking you to close this, is speaking to the regulatory uncertainty surrounding this. Whose jurisdiction is it? Is it federal? Is it county? Is it cities? They don't even know, so they're asking you to do their bidding and close this road. Even though the rationale behind it, in the publication, they spoke about prairie grass. Nobody brought it up since, because exactly, the city mowed over 10 times the amount of prairie grass, building the bike lanes for the park. Water quality, on the city's own website, water quality did not adjust last year at all when the marina was open. Where was that in the experts' presentation? The presenter wants to fearmonger and state and equate paddle boats on a reservoir to the industrialization of Europe. This is absolutely absurd. Calgarians do deserve better. I grew up in Bowness. I've been in this city or around this city my entire life. We bowed the Bow River. it was a little scary at times. I remember faintly, I remember well, one day my dad put his foot through the bottom of our raft. We had to get to shore real quick. We were safe. The Bow River was fun. We knew it was our own risk going on the water. It wasn't the city's risk, it was ours. We went to Bearspaw when my dad moved out there. We went on Bearspaw Reservoir. I thought it was boring because it was so safe. That water is flat. The idea that there's somehow mass fluctuations is an excuse and nothing more. There's no evidence to support that. We're the ones who've been on the lake the last 30 years. This is not about a business. I know there's the Bearspaw Marina. They rent boats. My father's an extremely successful businessman in his other rights. This is about letting kids on the private lake that has only been reserved for the wealthiest residents outside of the city of Calgary. It's really hard to ascertain what the motivation is here because none of the excuses seem to add up. But I do believe the council's asked good questions, and I believe there's a lot more good questions to be asked before this road allowance gets shut down. The answer to the ambiguity has been this trilateral group that hasn't met for 5 years. So we're supposed to put our faith in that group ensuring public access? I don't think it's going to happen. So I would ask you to give good, long consideration as to what's best for Calgarians. And does the underlying rationale here actually make sense? Because I don't think it adds up. Lastly, I do have a problem as somebody who works in a highly regulated environment at the lack of due process here. There was not sufficient public notice. We notified the public. The city did not. There was a huge failure here to notify the people that use this lake. The justification was it didn't really affect the citizens of Calgary. Of course it does. People are using the lake. They want to use the lake, so they should have been properly notified. So at least the public should have a greater opportunity to be notified about what's being proposed here. But at best, this should be rejected wholly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lance Males, please.
Mayor Gondek and members of the council. I am Lance Males. I'm manager of the tree farm and the marina. I'm very angry that we find ourselves in this situation given all the support we have received from 99+% of the thousands of visitors to Bearspaw Marina. We have really enjoyed the shock and awe of our visitors as they walk around the corner of the trees and witness the beautifully designed professional marina and the myriad of brightly colored boats in front of them. It is with shame and embarrassment that we have to explain all the childish signs they had to pass on their way to see us. Several people have even commented they may as well have been written in crayon. It is a shame that a city like Calgary would be printing signs with lies and deception in an effort to control their citizens and restrict their rights and freedoms. One sign in particular was telling everyone that were in the park that there was no trespassing, and that was in the park. It was positive, it was private property. That's the whole bottom line of that sign, and it was taxpayers' property. The only opposition we have received have been from the Board of TransAlta. This is about power and control of our resources. It is also about wealthy constituents that live on the lake that do not want to share their private playground with other members of society. I retired from a career in fish and wildlife. I have always lived and worked on both dangerous rivers, including the Mackenzie River for 3 years, and all across the eastern and western Arctic, as well as hundreds of inland lakes and rivers. I have been operating boats since I was a child. I speak from experience when I say Bearspaw Lake is one of the safest lakes I have worked on. I have worked on the tree farm and the lake for over 15 years. And I've never seen the lake gradually fluctuate more than a foot up or down. in a day. When we purchased the inventory to create the marina, Rick Skog left it in my wheelhouse to select the best and safest boats and paddleboards to meet the need. I place strong emphasis on the safety, which is our primary consideration. We do not rent paddleboards, for example, until the water temperature reaches or exceeds 57 degrees. It's just not safe to do so. When you look at the dock, all these bright colors of the boats stand out. The reason is they are visible for miles. It is mandatory that life jackets be worn when using our equipment. If we ever see anyone without their life jacket, they're evicted. Let me describe the incredible asset that Calgary has, free of charge for the taxpayer's recreational pleasure. A rescue boat that was initially used for ocean rescue is at our docks on Bearspaw Lake. It is used to assist any boater on the water, not just our rentals. It is equipped with all the rescue and emergency medical supplies required, including a defibrillator. All our staff have current first aid training and boating licenses and are all systematically being trained by in marine rescue and advanced boating skills. We do regular 45-minute patrols of the lake to watch over everyone. We have a qualified and soon to be 2 lifeguards on staff. We have installed a weather station on site. It is just up the hill a little bit, but it tells us what the winds are doing. We can project what's going to happen if there's going to be an incident. We have the alarm horns to call everyone in. In addition to these incredible rescue systems, we have 30 canoes, 30 kayaks, 25 pedal boats, 50 paddle boards, 400 life jackets, 300 rowboat boats that are world-class rowboats. These rowboats are shipped all over the world to yacht owners and are Canadian-made in Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Males. You're just at time. Thanks for your presentation. Let's go to Simon Williams, please.
Good afternoon.
My name's Simon.
Mrs. Mayor and
Sorry,
councillors.
can you hear me?
My name is Peter Crowthorns. I represent the interests of Calgary River Users Alliance, which has been working with the city and the province for almost 15 years on recreational river management. And there are some very good successes which the city has had, and the province as well, you know, which has driven an expansion and a continued increase in recreational river use. The city itself, and there's 2 councillors here who were part of this decision in 2016, helped develop and finally approve the Calgary River Access Strategy. And more recently, there's been a fairly big debate in terms of adding some infrastructure at Harvey Passage as a part of a task force. And most recently, there's also some work associated with increased recreational activities. But the problem with this submission is that it's not looking at the development of the property more than a way of stopping the development of the marina. And I suppose I'll look at the rationale of what the city has been saying. Closing the subject road right away and redesignation to special purpose urban nature will discourage informal and unsafe access to Bearspaw Reservoir and limit distribution or disturbances to native grassland. But the principle of this intent by the city is to stop the marina and not give any consideration to the many other discussions which have taken place over the last 12 years. We have found it almost impossible to have any detailed discussions with the city on the development of Haskayne Legacy Park as a recreational facility. It's a wonderful facility, but it's surely lacking in any development. We've tried through the trilateral agreement between the TransAlta and the county and the city to get some input, and it's always been stonewalled. Repeatedly, we've tried to get some answers to these things, but I look at what the background information was presented for this. The proposed urban nature district will provide guidance for any future development of the site. But this designation eliminates further development. If in fact it goes through, there will be no recreational designation of land in and adjacent to the river. And we refer to it as a river because it is a river. It's a part of a navigational water consummated by the federal government, which runs up as far as the Ghost Dam. The development will be limited to improvements that facilitate passive recreational use. What is passive recreational use? Walking down the sidewalk, looking at birds. The river recreational activities on this river represent $100 million between the city, between the park gates at Banff and Carsland. $100 million spent in the city of Calgary and the adjacent municipalities. Why is the city putting an objection into that development? And I think when we can look at disturbance of riparian areas, but I will not get into the discussion on water quality. I'm not going to have a debate or prompt a debate at this point in time in terms of water quality, except to say that the reservoir itself, to my understanding from the years I've worked with the province on this, turns over every 2 to 3 days. The lowest the flow will be during the summer months is 100 CMS. Glenmore Reservoir never gets above 10. So to try and compare the two is totally irrelevant. And add to that, there is another reality that the city has no control over what is happening with recreational river access or cattle access or industrial access upstream of the city limits. Therefore, I think one needs to look at why we're facing this problem at this point in time. The development of the plan, the area structure plan, was put together in 2015, 2016. The regional development
your time is up. Your time is up. So thank you very much for your presentation today. Let's go to Peter Crow Swords, please.
That's what you got there. That's me.
Oh, so who's Simon Williams?
You can give me some more time if you want.
Okay. All right. Do we have Simon Williams on the line?
Yep. Can you hear me on the line? Yep.
I can hear you on the line. I
Hello?
apologize.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I started speaking and then I heard the previous gentleman speak, so I just sat back. So, yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and City Council. My name's Simon Williams. I'm a school administrator at a special ed school in the Northwest. And I just want to share my opposition to the road closure. I feel I'm not just speaking for myself, but also for the ever-expanding population of Calgary and area who do cherish our city's access to nature, recreation and well-being. I think the proposed closure of this road, which obviously presents access to the marina, undermines an essential community resource that fosters health, sustainability and quality of life. It's undisputed that outdoor recreational activity promotes physical and mental health and wellness. And I work, as I say, with students in the field of special education. And mental health supports are more important today than ever. Outdoor activities such as kayaking and paddleboarding are proven to reduce stress, improve cardiovascular health, and encourage people of all ages, so not just students, to engage in active lifestyles. In an era where we are striving to improve public health and sustainability, restricting access to a facility that actively contributes to these goals is counterproductive, apart from having access to the wealthy few who currently do so. The benefits of accessing non-motorized watercraft at the marina are hugely beneficial to the local community, schools, clubs, and camps without environmental impact. The marina offers an environmentally friendly way for students and residents to connect with nature on the Bow River, so close to the city, without polluting the water supply. By removing this access, we're blocking opportunities for mental and physical wellness, for family outings, for environmental stewardship, and for local economic activity tied to recreation. If the road is closed, we send a conflicting message that accessibility to eco-friendly recreation is not important. Schools across the Northwest have this valuable resource, and not just for mental health, but for high school credit courses such as outdoor education and tourism and recreation studies. Junior high students can access the water for outdoor ed and science class involving hydrology and wetlands. And I think it's important to note that, you know, I've now been a Canadian for 20 years, and even I understand our national connection to water in canoes and kayaks. So I strongly urge you to preserve access to the marina, ensuring that future generations continue to benefit from this incredible opportunity for health, wellness, and happiness on our city's doorstep. Like other reservoirs close to the city, it can be managed safely, and it can be managed preserving the integrity of our water quality. And so, I just wanted to share that as my opposition to the closure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions of this panel. So, Mr. Williams, just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for Mr. Skegg, Rick Skegg. Skog? Oh, darn it.
Skegg, Skog, Skauga.
You know what? I was so focused on getting it right, it forced me to get it wrong.
I went to Norway and I found out, I went to the hotel and I put my card down and she said, Mr. Skauga. It's the first time I learned how to actually say it.
There you go. Sir, first of all, I just want to start by saying thank you for being taking a risk to invest in public recreation. I do think it is important priority for all Calgarians. That being said, your son did talk about you as being a savvy businessman. I'm very interested to know kind of what if you could highlight the pathway of due diligence that you took before you invested $1 million in this, that would be helpful context.
Well, what my son didn't tell you is I have many businesses that I support for several years where I don't make any money.
Fair.
I usually win in the end, but it takes a while. I didn't do any research.
Okay.
My friend Dick, 89 years old. I wanted to see kids on the lake. The city wouldn't do it. Glenbow wouldn't do it. So I did it.
And Dick is Mr. Haskane?
Dick Haskane, yeah.
Okay, that is another one of my questions. Would you be able to reproduce anything written of that support?
I think in the package that was delivered to you, there's a letter from Dick.
Okay.
Saying he's in support of having kids on the lake.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you be willing to be enfolded into regulatory conversations in the future? You know, if it came with a temporary cessation of activities, like, is that a path that you're prepared to walk down in preservation of your dream?
The thing that's happening here is on the federal waterway, I am totally legal. And the city and TransAlta, if they could have moved me, my dock wouldn't have been there for 8 months. I would love to cooperate with the city. I mean, the one day, we have a portable washroom. It's on wheels, so it's legal for the FUD or whatever our designation is. And I asked the Parks Director, Kyle Ripley, who I get along with quite well, said, Kyle, can I take this portable washroom and put it right beside the road allowance by the marina so that the public on the road allowance or on the pathway system can use it, and my guests can use it, and it's got nice flush toilets, and I will pay for servicing it. And I guess they didn't want to do that because somebody in the planning department thought it would create a bad precedent. So the next day, there's 400 people down at the lake. And you know, if they have to go to the bathroom, where they're going to go.
Right.
So that was very disappointing. And I still have that, and I'm ready to.
Yeah.
put
So
it
you're
in
willing
gear.
to tackle those issues. Can you? How movable is all the assets you purchased?
Very movable.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And if we could move if somebody found a better spot to put our dock, where we had legal access.
Yeah.
Like if TransAlta would start thinking a little more civically, we could put it over on Bear Spot Tree Farm land.
Okay.
And just to be clear, TransAlta's license does not make it responsible for people's safety except for around their facilities.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Skoga, or senior, junior, anybody in the panel who wants to answer this, I think Councillor Spencer kind of was going right where I was. I can really totally sympathize. It's a beautiful part of our city. If people want to enjoy it and visit it, I'm not really buying the whole safety argument or the quality of water. To me, this is an access issue. And again, I want to see people and business all succeed in access. But of course, we're talking about this is maybe not, the access is not as TransAlta's land. So as you mentioned, the tree farm access, you can move your assets, or even maybe further down, or is there any other owners? Have you guys talked to anybody that where you could, say we take TransAlta out of it, where you could move it and get access, private ownership or whichever, but that's kind of what I'm curious about.
Okay, so let's go back to 1952.
No, but let's talk about now, just because that's where we are.
This is going to get you down, okay? So TransAlta went to Mr. Harvey, who was a lawyer and a rancher. And they said, okay, we'll sell you a little bit of land here. But Mr. Harvey said, but I want an easement so I get to use the river just the same as I always have. And TransAlta agreed to that. But with Haskayne Park and with Bear Spot Tree Farm, there had to be a handshake, because you're not going to sell them the land if you can't get your cows watered. But it wasn't put on the title. So TransAlta dealt differently with Haskayne Park and Bear Spot Tree Farm than it did with Glenbow Park. Glenbow Park has full access to the water. They don't have to ask TransAlta.
Okay. It sounds like, the past, I get there's precedent setting, there's handshake agreements, but I think, Junior.
if I can clarify, I think the issue is that Rick would fully support utilizing his land, which is adjacent to Haskayne Park. Yeah. However, TransAlta has the same right of way along his land as they do on the city land. So we would just have the same problem. There isn't a road allowance on the Bears Paw Tree Farm land. On his land, there's a road allowance on Haskayne Park. So while he would be willing to work with the city and TransAlta would have to grant, or the powers that be would have to grant a road allowance or some other such access on his land, because it's that 15-foot buffer, as I understand.
Is there anything further to the north or through the park?
Can I just interrupt you for a moment? We are just at the time of our break. Okay, so I would like to ask folks what, Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, I just procedurally, Council, I think it's only fair if we actually finish the public hearing portion and have that closed. We have a 3:45 timed item, and it wouldn't be fair for everybody to stick around if they still have to speak. So do you think we could get through this panel and then the next panel and then take a break?
So given what you're asking, we need to get through 1, 2, 3, 3.5 more councillors asking questions of this panel. Then the next panel has 1, 2, 3, 4 people on it. So general consent to keep going and miss the break? Is anyone opposed to that? If you're opposed to it, please put up your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to bring the motion then?
I would like to bring the motion, and just to let everybody know, we have a time to 3:45, which means these folks would have to wait. So I will bring a motion to forego the afternoon break, or at least just finish the public speakers and then take a quick break if we get through them.
While we're doing that, Councillor Wong, I'm going to need to switch out chair with you, please.
Councillor, it's a motion on the screen there. You modify the afternoon recess to start following the public hearing item 7.2.9. Call to vote, please.
You need a seconder. I'll second that. It's Councillor Penner.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Yes. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All the votes are in.
Can you call the vote, please? That's carried 10-2 with Councillor Juanes and, I'm sorry, I can't see that.
As soon as this is over, we take our
It's, Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Juanes and Councillor Dhaliwal who have voted against.
My eyes can't see that far. Thank you. Let's continue then.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I guess last question. We're going to speed things up a bit because everybody, is there any other access, any other private property or land or to the park itself? Has that been explored?
No, there's not.
Not on the Calgary side of the lake. The other access is on Springbank, correct?
Yeah, on Springbank side, there may be, but on the Bears Paw Tree Farm and Haskane Park, again, we share the railway crossing with the city.
Yeah.
And that's so critical there because if you don't have the railway crossing, you can't access the other side.
Yeah, I get it. I love the idea of going to the lake. When I was a kid, I grew up beside the lake not far from us, but the public access was like another 45 minutes around. So everybody knew a shortcut, and we all used it until the farmer said, you got to quit using my access, and we couldn't do it anymore because it was his land.
Well, that's why I've offered to put a bike path through the tree farm from 80th Avenue, and it's in your package, you've got a map of that, from 80th Avenue through the tree farm so that the people from Tuscany, Watermark, Scenic Acres, Bowness, they can all bike their way there.
Okay, yeah.
I guess it's the opposite, Councillor. This is the farmer trying to grant access.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd really like to see some solution here so people could access that. Because again, I think it's a really beautiful amenity, but I also see that if the utility company owns it and they don't want you to use it, I've kind of got to, that seems like the legal thing to do. But
well, that's where the road allowance came in. You see, the surveyor looked at the road allowance and he said it's open. Well, if it's open, it's not closed.
I get you.
So TransAlta said their lawyers screwed up.
100%.
They should have closed that road allowance 30, 50, 75 years ago.
I agree. You hadn't debated, but thank you so much for answering the questions. Okay. Again, thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Mr. Skog, I'm sorry. You're coming back up. That's okay. It's me over here, Councillor Sharp.
Just a little bit of exercise.
That's all right. We can all use it once in a while. I just have a quick question for you. I know you've been taking a lot of the questions from my colleagues. Were you ever asked to be part of the
No, I wasn't.
You were not? Okay. I needed to clarify that because I understand you were asked and that was denied. And just to clarify, there has been some talk about when these folks had met last. I believe it was March. Just because you had mentioned that, you were kind of surprised by the announcement. So
well, last year, we approached the County of Rocky View through their community planning committee, looking to get their support to send a letter to TransAlta saying they had no objection to us putting the marina in. We were also trying to do the same thing with the city. And that was the first time that the trilateral group thought maybe we should have a meeting. They hadn't met for 5 years. The last time they met, they wanted to sterilize all boating on Bears Paw Reservoir. And they took it to the Alberta government. And the Alberta government said, well, you got to talk to the landowners as well, the other landowners. And they just quit it right there.
Okay, so just to clarify, were you asked to work with the city or you were not ever asked to work with the Trilateral Task Force?
No.
You were never asked?
Never asked.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I think this is a question for Mr. Males. So And Councillor Spencer, I think, got most of the way. So what I'm hearing, and maybe I just need confirmation, you did not seek to get a business license from either the city or the county to operate. Is that correct?
No. Did you have to get a business license from the city or county to operate?
No, we were operating initially under the farm license that we have for farming the tree farm. In the event that we are going to be going up to Cochrane, we will be getting a Cochrane business license if we are going to have anybody going down the river.
Okay, the tree farm. Do you have a land use that allows you to have a tree farm there?
That's correct.
And that land use is with the county or with the city?
City land, it's SFUD.
Okay, I'm going to have a question for administration if boat rentals are allowed under SFUD, because and I'm guessing then you didn't get a development permit to put these structures in.
According to our planner, outdoor use, discretionary recreation, outdoor use is allowed under our zoning.
Okay. But you didn't. Did you seek a development permit though?
There's one thing we first.
It's a yes. It's a yes or no question. Did you seek a development permit? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Penner. Deputy Clerk, I just got a question. When a question is being posed by a councillor to a specific member of the audience, is it appropriate for other people to jump in from the panel?
Well, we have panels of public speakers. Members of council are timed in terms of the amount of time they have to ask questions of a panel. It's restricted to 5 minutes. And so it would certainly complicate the tracking of that time if there's other questions from other members of council during that time.
Great, thank you. Council members, when you ask a question, please be sure to ask the right person the question and answer. And the audience, if a different person wishes to answer, the person that's been asked, would you please indicate you'd like somebody else to answer for you so we can keep track. Thank you. Councillor Corral, please.
I think most of this has been asked and answered. I had two big questions I wanted to ask the Skog family. And I think the first one is, I think there is a misapprehension about how long this conversation that hasn't happened, that led you to just put in the marina, hasn't, how long have you been trying to have a conversation with everyone you need to have a conversation with?
Well, we had a conversation with TransAlta a couple of years ago, and they said, we're not really interested, but if you get us an easement agreement like Ghost Lake and get us an insurance policy for $5 million, yeah, send it to us. So we did that. And then they said they weren't interested. And then last year, after we were approaching City Council here and the County of Rocky View Council to get their support for the marina, or at least a letter of no objection. And then I talked to the TransAlta lawyer in about July 20th, and she simply said, we don't really care what the City Council thinks, and we don't really care what the County of Rocky View thinks. We're not going to let you on the water. So then we just put it in the water. The marina itself is in the County of Rocky View on a federal waterway. It's not in the City of Calgary.
I feel like I've been having this conversation with you for a lot longer than just the year that you just described. I mean, we've been talking about this since Haskayne was donating the land, and we were talking about what kind of park we wanted to have.
Well, I'm sure both Dick and Lois Haskayne and myself couldn't conceive of having a park on this beautiful waterway where you didn't let people on the water.
I have a specific question regarding TransAlta, and that is, we heard that they frequently send letters to, I know that the Bears Paw Tree Farm has put boats in the water for a long time. Do they send letters to you, and have they sent a letter to the Bears Paw Tree Farm about your boating? Have they sent you a letter about the Bears Paw Marina? How much contact have you had with them?
In the 30 years, I've never had a letter from them. about the dock that I have in the water.
Private dock.
The private dock.
The private dock. And how about the Bears Paw Marina? Have they sent you a cease and desist letter?
Oh, yeah, they sent me a couple of those.
Okay. Okay. What has your relationship with the city been like? Have you, I mean, you talked about having...
Kyle Ripley and I and Dick Haskell, we floated the reservoir here about 18 months or 2 years ago. Kyle, he's the director of parks. He'd never been on the reservoir. So it was a great time to introduce him to that side of the park. And at the time, they were trying to find how they could get a road access down to the park. And the conclusion we came to that day was that it had to be from Woodland Road. So I've had a great relationship with Kyle. The problem is that he is restricted in how he can deal with me by somebody else in the city.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to...
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but thank you for your presentations.
Thank you, Councilor Crawl. And to this panel, thank you. We're going to bring up panel number 3, please. Coming up, panel number 3, Emma Lindsay. Emma, are you available? Thank you. Followed by Brian Farrell. Brian Farrell, are you available? Thank you. Followed by Mike Holroyd. Sorry. Mike Holroyd, please. And is Brian Thiessen in the audience or online? Brian Thiessen? Okay, we'll come back to Brian Thiessen after this panel. Thank you. Ms. Lindsay, please. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to try not to bore you because I've been here all day and I'm bored. I had a whole Erin Brockovich speech, which everybody else covered, so I made different notes, and I'm going to come up with something else. I hope that's okay. I don't have 35 water qualifications, but I am chair of the Bears Paw Community Association, chair of the school council, and director of Bears Paw Chamber of Commerce. I'm also an immigrant, shock, spoiler, and a mother of 4. The marina is quintessentially Albertan. If you've never been on it, it's a huge shame. Look at the booklet we've made for you today. The pictures are amazing. My children, ranging from 15 to 5, have learned to kayak, canoe, boat, and fish whilst at the marina. It's amazing. It's something that I couldn't get in Wales, and something I'm so proud they achieved here thanks to Rick and his family. The marina is absolutely legal. Somebody asked a question, and it was a yes or no question. Does he have a permit from Rocky View County for a business license? You don't need a business license in Rocky View County. It's something they're putting through at the moment to see if is needed and wanted, but that's not something you can get at the moment. You can get one from Cochrane, you can get one from Calgary, but you can't get one from Rocky View County. The public participation and transparency is a huge issue. As Rick said, there were 3 days to gain as much public support as we could. We reached out, and of the 325 letters received here, 323 were in support of us. They wanted this to continue. I think we need to find a way to make that happen. Whatever the situation is, whatever the compromise is, we need to find a way to keep these kids on the lake. It's really important. Safety and environmental concerns are overrated. I'm really concerned by the last speaker we had on water that next is Canadian geese being evicted from water. I can see it coming. The road allowance is public access. The economic and community benefits are huge of this marina. I speak, and I'm completely in line with my fellow countryman, Simon Williams, who spoke earlier. The mental health benefits of being on this marina are just immeasurable. Local employment, it's a community hub. Councillor Sharp spoke earlier about going somewhere with your children and being somewhere and being able to enjoy it. This is where you could come, Councillor Sharp, and it's for all ages. I was out this weekend with my children on the water, and it was just the most serene, calm experience. And to quote my kids, they're off their screens and they're touching grass, which is huge. We have visitors coming, and it promotes local business. That's huge for the Chamber of Commerce. We are registered as a school trip destination, And that means children can come along and they can experience what it's like to be on the water, understand the water, and learn from it. It's an educational piece. We're affordable. It's $20 for any boat. This isn't a pitch, but if you're going to go, that's how much it is. Future generations and core memories. I think I was getting a bit Erin Brockovich again there. Ignore that. The huge public support. So we've been engaging with over 315,000 people. That's not Minecraft. That's people that wanted to talk about it. There were also trolls. You're always going to get trolls. But outside of that, a lot of people are in favor of this. So we need to try and find a way to keep this going. The actions of the city so far felt extremely anti-democratic. The fact that we weren't told the application went through, and it went through in secret until we found out by accident. That's not how things should run. That's not how I assumed Calgary, Alberta, or Canada ran. And we can't, if it's going to be fair at all, we need to start again. And we need to have the correct amount of time to be able to defend ourselves. Oh my God, 55 seconds. Okay, keep going. And more importantly, this won't stop the boaters on the lake. It's going to stop us, and it's going to stop a safe environment where everyone is forced to wear life jackets, and there's numbers on each boat, and there's a light, and there's a whistle, and there's a rope, and there's a bailer. It's going to stop that. And it's going to stop our rescue boat being on the water, but it won't stop people being on the water. And that's really important, because you're not really stopping, you're not making anything safer. It'd just be carnage again, like it was before. What else did I write? Oh, the access point on the road, I know they said vehicles and things. It's not monster trucks on this road allowance. It's people's feet. It's kids, and it's adults, and it's occasionally a kayak. But that's it. And in your package, I'm not sure it was brought up, but there is a letter from Dick Haskane saying that he supports us. And that's really important, because that's the name of the park we're talking about. And time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay.
No worries.
Okay. Next up, Mr. Brian Farrell, please.
Good afternoon, all. I am Brian Farrell. I've lived in Bearspaw since 1990. I've canoed on the reservoir since purchasing a canoe in 2007. I canoe regularly on this body of water. I wish to speak with reference to the concern regarding the safety risks associated with canoeing on this reservoir. I canoe with a 16-foot Prospector canoe on this reservoir, and all the years I've canoed here on this reservoir, there's never been a safety issue with regard to strong currents, fluctuating water levels, cold water temperatures, and steep embankments. I've been canoeing when water levels were extremely low, when they've been at their highest level, and when the levels change during my times on the water. I canoe on the water on my own, sometimes with guests aboard my canoe, and with my dog, who has a space at the bow of the boat. It's a terrier, and a terrier stays stationary in a boat. Anyway, the interesting thing is, never have I tipped a canoe on this body of water. It's safe. I wear the appropriate life jacket, contain my phone, wallet in a secure waterproof container, and I wear appropriate clothing for the weather conditions. I've also canoed on riskier bodies of water, where I have rented a canoe for a duration of time at Lake Louise, where there is an open body of water and where the conditions might change quickly due to winds and inclement weather. At Jasper Park Lodge, where similar weather conditions exist, and at the Banff Canoe Club, where beginner canoeists are welcome to canoe along the Bow River. In these cases, the renting of canoes is depending on the weather conditions, like in Bearspaw. Canoes are rented when the weather conditions serve the safety of the canoeist. Due diligence, respect for the water, wearing a life jacket, and canoeing on a body of water like the Bearspaw Reservoir that is safe for beginner, intermediate, and seasoned canoeists all make for a most enjoyable day on the water. I'm opposed to closing access to canoeing on the reservoir, and I would 100% agree to allow visitors to canoe and witness this most incredible Canadian landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mike Colroad, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Holroyd. I'm the Executive Director of the Alberta Whitewater Association. We have 22 clubs around Alberta, including 5 in the Calgary area. I've worked on the Calgary River Access Strategy and the Harvey Passage Redevelopment and Task Force. The Alberta Whitewater Association strongly opposes the redesignation of the undesignated road right-of-way at Haskayne Legacy Park based on the application put forward. This road allowance, which precedes TransAlta's land buffer, currently affords the opportunity for public access to the Bow River bordering the city of Calgary. City Council unanimously approved this Calgary River Access Strategy in 2016, which included Haskayne as a river access location for future development considerations. The application for this road closure affects a major regional city park and access to a Transport Canada designated navigable waterway, yet no public consultation has been conducted. Similarly, no public engagement has been conducted for Haskayne Park in general prior to or since its creation. It is therefore not recommended to change a historic road allowance until proper public consultation can take place. It would be a shame to lose future opportunities because of a technicality today. The initial arguments not to support river access in the applicant's submissions have not been thoroughly studied. While the Bearspaw Trilateral Task Force has been in place for a while now, the terms of reference, which we've heard, has only just been finalized this year. Furthermore, the task force is missing the province, Cochrane, and user groups. The Bow River doesn't belong to just TransAlta, Rocky View, and the city. With regards to safety, this stretch of the Bow River is far safer than most other parts of the river in Calgary. The comments by the applicant about currents are not correct and certainly not in line with the approved activities throughout the rest of the city or near other TransAlta facilities like Ghost, Barrier Lakes, or Lake Minnewanka. With regards to emergency response, it is currently the RCMP who would be responsible for rescue on the Bow River from Cochrane to Bearspaw. This is also the situation for Ghost Lake that has multiple access points and a marina, not to mention most of the province. This is omitted or not understood by the applicant. Additionally, if the Calgary Fire Department wants to have a presence for rescue, there is easy access to the boat ramp at Bearspaw Dam that is under 10 minutes from the Tuscany Fire Station. Similarly, day-to-day monitoring of the rivers or water bodies doesn't happen anywhere else in Alberta. It's a special case for Calgary. With regards to water quality, the Bow River above Calgary has motorboats on Bearspaw and Ghost Reservoir, as well as jet boats the length of the river from Canmore to Bearspaw. Adding non-motorized access at Haskayne is a drop in the bucket in terms of risk on the relatively large Bow River, which has more than 10 times the volume of the similarly controlled Elbow River. We heard about water quality, and it's exactly the opposite. The Bow River cleans itself out much quicker than the Elbow, and there's a far lower risk of water quality problems. The question at hand for various levels of government is the concern about the business operating on the navigable waterway. The city currently supports at least 3 other rental operators on lower stretches of the Bow River. The businesses' combined work has actually significantly improved river safety on the river. People wear PFDs at a much higher rate since they came in, and in fact, Calgary is the envy of the country with regards to PFD use. And they share the safety messaging daily with hundreds of people. Similarly, the Alberta Whitewater Association has built a PFD landing station at Harvey Passage and has an online river safety course for the general public that we're pushing out this summer, which is albertariversafety.ca for all of you to go check out. Working with businesses and nonprofits will help the city keep people safe and allow everyone to enjoy our beautiful Bow River. Councillor Walcott talked about an iterative process for the roads earlier. This is a good example where we could implement these steps in an iterative way so that we can work towards a full access. Closing the road allowance won't stop people from wanting to access or egress the river. We brought this up with the city in around 2021 when Haskayne was being developed, and this current situation is very much the kind of thing we expected would happen and will continue to happen. We urge the city to put this road allowance application on hold until proper consultation and consideration is completed. We request that the city create a standing river committee to support work of various departments whose jurisdictions interact with Calgary's rivers. Let's make our rivers safe, fun, and accessible for all Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Last call for Brian Thiessen. Brian Thiessen on this panel, are you available? No Brian Thiessen? Okay, questions?
Mr. Chair, I believe that he was called away to a work commitment because this took too long. He was called away to a work commitment because this took too long, but he made a written submission that I encourage everyone to read.
Thanks to Councilor Crowell. Okay, any questions for this panel, please? No questions for panel? Okay, we'll dismiss this panel. Thank you for being here. We're going to close this public hearing on this proposed bylaw. We're going to open the next public hearing, which is a public hearing on proposed bylaw 81D 2025 on land use. Now, I don't have anybody signed up for her, but would the applicant like to speak on the land use item? Sorry?
No.
Mr. Chair, before you do that, are we close? I mean, are we not asking, when do we ask questions of administration on this last one on the road closure?
Once we get past both items.
At the end of both public hearings.
Deputy Clerk.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Craw. Questions to administration would come after the closure of the public hearings. There's two public hearings on this item because one relates to the road closure and one relates to the land use.
Okay, so we get to ask a combined series of questions of administration based on what we hear during the public hearings, based on both of these things?
That would be correct.
Okay, I am happy to wait. Thank you.
No, we're available for any questions, but we don't have anything prepared for this.
Okay. No questions for Ms. Dupuis. Any other questions on this land use item? No other speakers. We're going to close this public hearing then. And with that, can you just introduce yourself again, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Vincent Light. I'm Senior Legal Counsel Regulatory for TransAlta. I just wanted to address some additional comments and maybe provide some additional context and possibly answer questions if there are any. So one thing I wanted to start with and maybe to bring back that I'm mindful of is the Mayor's comments at the outset that this is about the proposed land use, not the user. So I'm going to confine some of my comments to that. So I think the following points are pertinent to Council's consideration here, especially with respect to the road closure and as well with the redesignation. So first of all, I'd submit to you that the closures are entirely consistent with the Haskayne Area Structure Plan. The area that's subject to the application itself is included within the Environmental Open Space Study area, and that's in Section 4.5 of the Haskayne Area Structure Plan and Map 6. The SUN, Special Purpose Urban Nature District designation, is compatible with this area. Another point I think that's relevant for Council's consideration is that the Transportation Network map, which is map 7 in the ASP, does not identify any need for the road allowance to be open or remain open or be used as a road for that matter. Another one, the biophysical background information that's contained within Appendix A of the ASP, shows that entire road allowance area, both of which are here for closure, and the entire area around it is included as a key wildlife biodiversity zone. And second, another point is that the closure and redistricting are consistent with the surrounding parcels of land and their land use designations, including the base district for the majority of the road allowance closure itself, which is zoned SUN. And lastly, the closure and redistricting are entirely consistent with TransAlta's own existing and planned uses on the adjacent parcels which it owns. TransAlta intends for its own parcels to be preserved as natural areas on the banks of the Bow River and used as an operational and safety buffer. And so a couple of additional comments, some of which I want to probably provide a little bit of context here, is that a lot of the other docs that are made reference to, those we don't permit those, and those are illegally established. And there were some questions around discussions that we had, and I think there was maybe not the full context presented, I should say. We did ask for a lot of the information from the marina user. What we also asked for was that they follow all appropriate processes to obtain permits from all levels of government and other users as well who may have questions on that, because we think that the appropriate channel to do this and to follow the appropriate due process is to go through this permitting development process, be it with Rocky View County, be it with the City of Calgary, the Province of Alberta, or indeed the federal government. The whole purpose of these is to identify, to catalog, to avoid, and to mitigate the risks that we're talking about. And so a lot of what's being discussed is sort of, instead of seeking permission, they're asking forgiveness. Another point of clarification, I know there was some discussion around Ghost Lake, and one point that was raised was discussing motorized access. So under the lease that we have for that area, in fact, motorized access is not one of the permitted uses. We don't allow it. There is still some misuse, but we feel as though managed and regulated use of these areas, when properly planned for and properly assessed for risk, presents a better opportunity for everyone to manage that risk and enforce any sort of infractions that you deal with along the way, so that we can maintain a safe, fun, and friendly atmosphere, just as Mr. Holroyd referred to as well. And sorry, I'm just working off the cuff here. So there was some discussion about why this wasn't at your own risk. And I think part of the concern that we have is we don't fully understand the picture of what the catalog of risks are. And there are some concerns as well about how the risks are being presented and discussed and advertised to the community amongst all the stakeholders. And we think that the best way to do that is to go through the appropriate planning and review process. I have 5 seconds. So those are all my remarks, but if you have questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Light. We have questions for you, starting with Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. I'm just looking for clarity again about the utility right-of-way and whether the marina is on the utility right-of-way and what your ability to get them to move off is.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I appreciate that. So TransAlta does own a strip all along the banks of the Bow River on both sides, extending roughly up 8 kilometers. We also have coextensive with that fee simple ownership a license from the provincial government for which we pay rent to use for the purpose of flooding and operating a hydroelectric facility. And so we pay rent on that. We use it. We have an obligation to keep it free from injury and to ensure that it's kept in a clean state. So that's, I hope that answers the question. I don't know if you need more than that.
I guess, is the marina on the right of way?
Yes, it would be where it's specifically anchored to. Like, I mean, part of the problem and part of the discussion here is we don't know exactly what it's moored to, what it can withstand. We don't exactly know where it's placed. I have a general idea that it's located within the roadway, but from a visual perspective, it is located within that area. We do pay rent and own in fee simple the projection actually into the Bow River, because the natural Bow River is quite a bit slimmer than that. So we actually paid and purchased the lands to flood all of those areas. So I suppose the quick answer is yes.
So getting back to Councillor McLean's earlier question, who has the ability to, kick people off of the right of way? Is that you? Is that the province? Because if that is trespassing, I'm just trying to understand how that's able to happen.
Yeah, so we have, as Mr. Skog mentioned, we have submitted 2 notices of trespass. Once when the marina was actually established on TransAlta's lands in trespass, and if you look on Apple Maps in the area, you can see the damage that still exists and hasn't been cleaned up. Sorry, apologies. I've lost my train of thought. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, if they're on the right of way and you have an ability to say you're trespassing, like, why you don't just litigate that.
Yeah, so that's an option that's still under consideration. What we wanted to do was bring this to the city's attention to ensure, first of all, I would say that the underlying lands are owned by the city, and the access that goes behind that, like much further down, we don't have the right of way on the, I would say, part that's used for vehicle access extending up to the regional pathway. Ours is simply concerned with that last, I'll call it maybe 5 to 15 meters. So that's primarily where we come in. We think that it would be useful to bring this to council's attention, to the city's attention, so that this is appropriately managed, appropriately planned, appropriately permitted, and so that all parties can identify the risks, understand the risks, mitigate them, and avoid them.
So if that's the case, like, why are we jumping to shutting the road? Like, why are we not having that conversation and figuring out all of the risks and everything we can do? Because it feels like, as much as we're saying, this is about the land use, this is about the road closure, it's about the marina, like it is. So I guess I'm just trying to understand why are we shutting the road down before we actually understand all of those pieces?
Thank you, Councillor. I take your point that, it is and it isn't about all that. I think, what we want to do is to make sure that the long and short of it is essentially this having been constructed and put into operation without, to our knowledge, any of the necessary permits or risk reviews or any of those things. We're essentially flying blind here. And we don't know what we're exposing ourselves to. We don't know if we're being asked to permit a business to operate in this way. We don't know what risks we're exposing the public to, because we haven't gone through the exercise of identifying what these are. We've heard a lot today about the social utility and potential public goods of these things, and I think our position is we don't necessarily disagree with that idea. It's just that it needs to be managed and planned and permitted appropriately, and we haven't seen that to date. So this is our concern.
I appreciate that. And thanks for that explanation. And I guess, like, because it is such a jurisdictional complexity, this project, and it's so tough to even potentially shut it down, do you think it is realistic that a citizen could even navigate on a forward-going basis to get through all of the permits and all of the different jurisdictions to even get an approval? Because that's what I'm a little bit worried about, is like the inertia of even trying to get through these processes, that they finally just were like, we're going to ask for forgiveness. Or is there, in your mind, like an actual clear path for them to have been approved that they just did not seek?
Sure. I take your point there. So to address the latter part of your question, we did give them a clear answer, and that was, to go through the necessary steps and obtain their permits that they needed to go through, and obtain the consents from all levels of government and identify those things. We heard that there's no obligation to get a business license from Rocky View County, but the very next sentence says that you do have to get a development permit if you want to operate a business. So again, we haven't seen those things. We don't know what the risks are. We don't know, for instance, exactly how they're doing this. We don't know what the dock can withstand. We don't know. What we do know is that there's no emergency access. So those things concern us greatly. And as users go down the river, as you get to the actual intake structure, your exits are the turbine, an escarpment, a spillway, and the CP main line. And none of those are really safe, family-friendly, or fun, I would say. So I think we need to go through the exercise of planning and managing this access in a way that best represents those planning goals and processes that the city has.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good answer, Mr. Light. And I do wonder if anyone else wants to get in the presentation queue to clarify why they did not seek a development permit. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Winers, please.
Thanks. I'm just kind of curious because when you look at the actual function of this, the road access kind of seems like a moot point. Like I've always separated this as you have the marina, then you have what the access is. You're using your feet to get here. So all roads lead to Rome when you're walking on your feet across a grass field. So why are these two so tied together? I could easily see closing this roadway and then still have this operational. Can you explain that?
So what it would allow would be and I think part of the struggle, candidly, that we have is that there's no process, for instance, for pulling a business permit, or the construction's done, so there's a stop order may not be in the cards. There's perhaps some jurisdictional confusion, at least as asserted, that this is in Rocky View County. So what we're trying to do is use the appropriate tools that are available and then to restart and go down that path in the right way that identifies all of these risks.
But even to one of your other points about the anchor points, I'm pretty sure there's pilings in that the dock will float up and down, which puts it in the water and not on the land. And so this is why I call it, I had different words offline, but it's a jurisdictional chaos zone where they're in the water, it's federal, we still have the provincial responsibility, we have us for business licensing. And so I'm just trying to find that clarity. And then we're talking risk and we're talking water intake, yet we're already acknowledging that Ghost still has motorized boats on there spilling their fuel into our water. And so it's really hard to follow the bouncy ball. We have the cowboys that went and got stuff done. And so how do we fix this problem in a clear process where we did build a park? I'll be asking admin some more questions about park's role in this, but yeah, like if the road is closed, they can still operate. So can you really help me understand? So we can close this today and then go fix the other stuff after.
Yes, and thank you for your question. I hope I didn't cut you off. So what we're hoping to accomplish with this is that the road closure would allow the city to prevent access, not permanently, not forever, and there are options worth studying, but I think the salient point here is that we need to study them. We need to look at what's achievable, what's appropriate in these circumstances. And I take your point that there is motorized use going on at Ghost. That's not a permitted use under the lease that we have. But we try to enter into these, making sure that we're managing the risk, managing all of that appropriately. And ensuring all of that gets addressed. And I'm not sure, I just don't see, there's a way of doing this, and just to be perfectly candid, this isn't it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Corral, please.
Yeah, I guess my question is, what is TransAlta's position from a principled perspective about non-motorized public water access on the Ghost Reservoir? Let's forget that, maybe this was done right, this wasn't done wrong, there's jurisdictional chaos, there's questions. What is your fundamental position as an organization on the yes or no about this principled question? We have one of the most incredible emerging park systems in the world, stretching from the edge of the city of Calgary to the city of Cochrane, or the town of Cochrane. And we have an incredible park that was donated to us. We have philanthropic interests trying to donate more land. What is TransAlta's position on yes or no to this question of a park system that allows public access?
So thank you for the question. Our position on it is that this can be developed and managed appropriately with appropriate risk management, risk identification. I will say this, our core business is to generate electricity. And one of the mantras that I'm sure my colleagues in the operations team will tell me is that the only production is safe production. And so we don't want to do anything here that would unnecessarily put the public, put our employees, or the environment at unnecessary risk. And, you know, we have obligations, you know, to limit our liabilities, and we have obligations under our water license to protect these lands from injuries. So this process, what we're doing is part of that. We are trying to protect these lands. And if we're going to go about having this, we have an appropriate process through the Trilateral Task Force to make sure that we're moving ahead in a measured and sort of risk-aware fashion. So we're not opposed to it.
Okay, where does it say that you're not opposed to it, but you want to make that happen? Where can we sink our teeth? Because I mean, I've been on this file for several years now, and I have absolutely no reason to believe what you're telling me is actually the truth.
Okay, thank you for your comment. To give you a direct answer, I think to your question, part of what the Trilateral Task Force, and I think I'm quoting from the city's website here, is the entire purpose of why we meet and why we're trying to carry out this planning function is to, and I quote, develop a strategy to provide guidance on source water protection, public safety, development adjacent to the reservoir, and regulations for recreational activity. Like this is central to what the Trilateral Task Force does, and I don't think that skirting around this or building it and then saying, oh, you know, let's, you know, shoot first, ask questions later isn't the appropriate way to do this from our perspective.
And I appreciate that, but, you know, to sort of characterize this as like bullet time shooting first when this has been many years in the process, that's where I made the heated comment that I understand that is part of the management strategy. I do not understand that this is TransAlta or the City of Calgary's position that this is something that could and should happen if it's done properly. I haven't seen anything like that. And what's before us today certainly does not tackle that core principled question.
Okay, sorry, just before we go forward, I just want to be careful that we're not questioning the integrity of our speaker here, okay?
I'm asking about the official position of the organization that the speaker is representing, and I understand that we are having a delicate legal conversation, and I'm trying to cut through the legalese and get to the fundamental principled question that's before us. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Having no other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of steps here, one of which is we're going to close this public hearing. Secondly, we're going to postpone this to after the break. Thirdly, we're going to call for a motion to go into closed. But before we do that, I'm going to have another question. So first off, we have a motion to go to postpone. Is that correct, clerks?
Wait, Mr. Chair, before you close the public hearing, can we confirm that there are no other members of the public?
Is there any other members in the gallery or in the air who would like to speak to this item? Hearing none. Thank you, Councillor Carra. Okay, clerks.
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor Wong, we have a motion to now postpone this item to the call of the chair. There is an afternoon recess that council has modified to occur at the conclusion of the public hearings for this item. There is also a time-specific item that was set to be the first new item of business following the afternoon recess, which would normally have been at 3:45 p.m. So we have the postponement motion, and then the next steps will be up to council to determine.
Procedure, Councillor Sharp.
I'm going to test the will of council and say we forego our break, get through the closed item, and we'll be able to finish this item before dinner.
Let's get through this particular motion first.
No, we think we need to do, yes, but I would like to put that motion on the floor unless you don't have consensus. So Councillor Carra will second that. So I just wanted to do the will of that first because we have to write a motion.
We'll get through this motion first to postpone. And then your motion to forego the break?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What we have is this postponement motion. We also have a motion prepared to forego the afternoon recess and move into closed meeting as one motion. So, but if we can attend to the postponement motion, we need a mover and seconder for this, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. So on this motion, can I have somebody move it, please? Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Walcott. Thank you. E-scribe, please.
Deputy Mayor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All the votes are in.
And show the results, please. That is carried majority. Thank you. Okay, now we have a motion to defer the break. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Carral. Thank you. Any debate? None? Okay, e-scribe, please.
Would just take a minute to get it on screen here, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, we're just having to get this motion into e-scribe, Deputy Mayor.
While the clerk's doing that, just for the audience sake, again, we postponed this item. We are going to postpone a break. We're going to go to closed session. When we come back, we'll bring this item back at that time. Thank you.
The motion's on screen, Deputy Mayor. If I can just ask for a mover and seconder for this item.
Can I have a mover on this item, please? Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Carral. Any debate? Having none?
No, sorry. I just have a question. You said postpone recess. You said forego. This says forego. For clarity, it's not postponing it.
Yeah, we're forego. Postpone the previous item?
But we're not postponing the recesses. That's just clarifying what you said. Okay, cool. Then never mind.
Okay, e-scribe, everybody.
Deputy Mayor Wong, your vote? Oh, thank you. Deputy Mayor, all the votes are in.
And display the vote, please. Carried 10-2 with Councillors Winus and, sorry?
It would be Councillor Chabot.
Chabot, thank you. Okay, we're going to head in closed session. We'll see you back when we're done.
The public hearing meeting of council will be resuming in public shortly. Please return to the council chamber.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll for the open session, Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Penner on the roll. Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Clerks, I'm sorry, I am here.
Noted, Councillor Penner. Thank you.
Thank you. So to rise and report, we've got Councillor Sharp and Councillor McLean. Anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Let's go to the next item, which is 10 is it 2? Yeah. This one's being moved by Councillor Wyness. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, moved as presented on screen.
Okay. And it's being seconded by Councillor Wong. Right, I don't see anybody in the queue for any discussion. Over to you to close, Councillor Wyness.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, if I understand correctly, we're back to item 7.2.9?
That's correct.
Okay. And we have finished both public hearings on that item?
That's also correct.
Are we into questions of administration now?
Yes.
Okay, and I will clarify now and then again. For the second public hearing on item 7.2.9, which was the proposed bylaw for land use, 81D 2025, I missed the full public hearing on that one, so I will not be voting. I will still chair, but I don't have a vote in that one. I also do not weigh in on the readings of the bylaw, but I'll repeat that when we get to the vote. Okay, so with that, we are going to questions of administration. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Procedurally, I also received a late letter for this file that I have sent to clerks that we're hoping to get added to the public record as well. So just noting that.
Let me just confirm that they've received it.
It's been received and the motion has been prepared, Mayor Gondek. It's similar to what we did this morning. I'm directing the city clerk's office to do the distribution and to add it to the corporate record.
Thank you. So Councillor Penner is moving to add this. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Carra, thank you. Councillor Carra and Councillor Wyness, is it on this or the main? Okay, thank you.
Questions of administration.
Okay. So on this one, can I just do a voice vote?
Yes, please.
Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. All right, so we'll go to the queue for questions of admin. Let's start with Councillor Penner, please.
Thank you. So this is tricky. So what I heard from those in opposition, and I think I just need a bit of clarity, that they have a business that is near this, not exactly on the same site, that has a discretionary use for outdoor recreation. Would they not have to apply those through some way, like through a DP or something, if they wanted to have that use? And would that use not have to be located on specifically on the site, on their SFED site?
Councillor Penner, it's Lindsay Ganzar speaking. The tree farm, which I believe you are speaking to, the associated business, to clarify?
That's correct, yeah, the Bears Paw Tree Farm.
Right, so the Bears Paw Tree Farm is located within the City of Calgary boundary. It is located on lands that are designated as our special purpose future urban development district. And they have been operating, I don't know for how long, but they are quite established. Administration did double check for a development permit. However, we don't have one in our system. It could be a case of a DP being issued by the county prior to annexation into the city. I'm not too sure if anyone on my team can help clarify that, but That's the assumption that we're on right now.
Okay, but no DP was specifically received for an outdoor recreational use within the last 2 years.
No, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. And that's it. Actually, that's the only question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
I was pretty pointed in my questioning of TransAlta because I'm under the impression, both from my attempts to reach out to the company and from my conversations with members of administration who have had discussions with them, and from my conversations with the Bears Paw Marina, that they have been very hostile to the idea of this. They presented to us today that they're not hostile to it. It's but they need to see things undertaken in the right way. There was no right way to get there when there's no communication. But what I need to know from administration is, are you under the impression that TransAlta is open to this kind of outcome? Or was today's testimony a interesting addition to, or a thickening of the plot, shall we say?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Craw. My name is Nicole Newton. I'm the Manager of Natural Environment and Adaptation. Yes, we are under the same understanding that TransAlta is supportive. They have signed on to commitment of the terms of reference and are an active member in the Trilateral Task Force since it started to kick back up conversations and finalize the terms of reference before we meet in June.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, we're concerned about the water intake on the Bears Paw Reservoir. How far away is it? Because I share the opinion that this is a very gentle stretch of water considering the kind of current that people frequently raft in within city limits.
Yeah, so the Bears Paw water intake is roughly 2,800 meters downstream of where this location is.
So 2.8 kilometers. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so not close. Can someone explain to me the legal relationship between TransAlta's shoreline ownership and the public road allowance? We heard that, you know, it's not clear to me what trumps what. Is this closure of the road right away a formality, or is it a necessary thing to actually be able to enforce trespass? I don't understand.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carra. Melissa Senek from the Law Department. Yes, this is a public road allowance, and closing the road is necessary to enforce trespass.
Okay, that's not entirely what we heard from TransAlta, but that's clear. Thank you. My next question is a principle-based question. And, you know, I think about the debate that we engaged in earlier today regarding the road closure in the Beltline to create more green space and access to green space and opportunity for kids. I think about our river access strategy, which was produced in 2016 and has yet to be heartily funded, but really talks about how a river running through our city is fundamental to our character. And, you know, it's fundamental. I think about, you know, our relationship to our rivers and our lakes in the mountains that we go to all the time. Explain to me, from a principle perspective, the decision that's before us. It seems to me that what we're missing is clear direction on yes or no, and we are getting deeply imbroglioed in the how, and the how right now is how to stop this from happening, as opposed to having a larger principled conversation about whether we should do something like this, which to me, from all the principled positions we take from the Calgary plan and the MDP.
Councillor Carra, you're just at time.
Can someone answer that principled question for me? And maybe this is something that we need to hear from a more senior member of the administration.
We'll get to the question. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the question, Councillor Craw. So I think when it comes to working on land use items in and around the reservoir, again, we would come back to the Trilateral Task Force in that partnership. It is a jurisdictionally complex area, and we recognize the importance of working with our partners. The work through that working group, as well as what was brought back to the intermunicipal committee, kind of landed on three fundamental areas in terms of what we would want to see in that is really around water quality protection, the management of public safety, and supporting safe and managed recreation. So I think those are the foundations in which we are operating off of, and currently this is an unmanaged area that proposes increased access, continues to propose risk to the city. I'd also add that the area, the Haskeen Area Structure Plan does recognize this specific area as being a special area, which it's important to ensure the safe operations of the dam, and until we can ensure that those risks are mitigated, we would be falling outside the policies of that ASP.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Your Worship,
Councillor Craw, you're out of time.
Yeah, but I wanted a more senior level of our administration
Councillor
to sort of
Craw,
respond
you
to that.
posed a question. It was answered by the person deemed most appropriate to answer it.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. I'll pick up where you left off about safety and your sort of three principles. Do we have any mandates for TransAlta to put like alarm systems on there? Because even if the dam were to give away, like, is that a part of the process right now?
So I can't speak specifically to the operations of TransAlta, but they have been the owners and operators of the dam for over 70 years. And they are part of the Trilateral Task Force that would be working together to understand the risks in the area and putting in the most appropriate mitigations. And that might include alarms if they don't already exist, but I would imagine their emergency management plan has something to that.
Because I find like we're mixing it up, because we're saying water quality and protecting the population, and yet we're using that for here, but we're not using it really necessarily on the Glenmore Reserve when it comes to planning and development around it. And so I sit in an interesting seat. We have across the river where people do have access with privilege, and this is a general public. I have a question for Kyle Ripley, because he was brought into the conversation and it sounded like there was affirmations given, and I'd just like to hear from administration for how that went and how that came to be, and some clarity on what's been said.
In regard to the Kyle Ripley question, Councillor Wyness, I am aware that Mr. Ripley had discussions with Mr. Skog in the past. This is one of these issues, as you've heard about, which has very much a cross-corporate nature. I would remind Council of those topics: water and water quality, safety, the operation of a reservoir by a company who's been doing it for many, many years, and parks and environmental concerns. So as we came together as a corporate team to consider all of these factors, our recommendation before you, our best professional recommendation as a corporation today, is to proceed with a road closure today. That includes Parks, Kyle Ripley, and his team who are here today. Thank you.
Did they ever give any affirmation that this was okay, though, in those meetings that led up? I just want clarity on that, because it sounds like there was a meeting of the city admin that said that this was kind of encouraged. And I just want to make sure I'm not interpreting it wrong.
I'm not aware of any meeting of the city administration which has said anything different to the corporate recommendation that you have.
Is he here to answer or no?
Pardon?
Is he here to answer?
Kyle can't be with us today. He's dealing with a personal matter. His team is here and supports the recommendation, the professional recommendation that we bring corporately before you.
Great. This next one's for fire response. Can you give me a little insight on what you guys are thinking about this?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the question. Pete Steenarts, Deputy Chief, Calgary Fire Department. It's an interesting question. So as you've heard today in the conversation from my colleagues, obviously the Bears Paw Reservoir exists within Rocky View County. So were there to be a 911 call made there today for any sort of rescue emergency that required fire response, would be Rocky View County Fire that would be responding. The Calgary Fire Department does have what we call a secondary response agreement in place with Rocky View County, whereby when they respond with their apparatus and their crews, perform an assessment of what's going on and determine that additional resources are required, they may request those of the City of Calgary. And we make the determination on whether or not we can provide that on real-time information in that moment about call volume and what's happening within the City of Calgary, because obviously our first priority is to managing emergency response within the City of Calgary. So if Rocky View County responded, the challenge that they have as a fire department is that they do not have a water rescue capacity at this point. They don't have a team that provides that service. So we believe that that would prompt a call to the Calgary Fire Department for our response. One of the challenges of which being that, especially during peak months, our aquatic resources are already at capacity within the City of Calgary with, as we've discussed, the Bow River and the very large amount of recreational use that we see. Responses, if they were to be done, we did do some data analysis to see what that would look like from the GIS mapping team in community strategies, and we saw it would take probably about 40 to 50 minutes for Calgary Fire to arrive. This is after Rocky View County would arrive, assess, call for our support, and if we were able to respond, probably in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 minutes for us to be on scene with the appropriate resources to effect a water rescue.
But if they're hiring lifeguards, wouldn't you be a bridge? So like the lifeguards would be the primary response, you would be secondary in transport?
Yeah, we wouldn't look after the transport. It's a good question, Councillor. That would be through Alberta Health Services, EMS, that would look after that. I'm not aware of exactly the capacity that they have within the marina for emergency response or for kind of those types of interventions, but obviously we would be part of that chain, what we refer to as the chain of survival in terms of emergency response that would go to a larger, more complex call.
Okay. Have you guys had any conversations about this in the past? Like I find myself hearing many different, similar answers, but like there's a solution here for the operation of this facility.
So Calgary Fire Department hasn't been engaged specifically in regards to whatever the capacity is at the marina itself for emergency response or on the Bears Paw Reservoir. Those aren't conversations that we've been a part of or that we've been participating in. Our conversations have revolved solely around our response to the City of Calgary, as well as ongoing conversations with Rocky View County about the secondary response agreement. Rocky View County has not ever approached us and asked any questions about water rescue capacity as it relates to the reservoir either. So that's not a topic that we've engaged on.
Okay, thank you. And then this one's back to Councillor Penders about the DP. Given that we had an annexation and there's historical approvals in place, when this file crossed our desk, how come we didn't pull and have that answer?
Councillor Wyness, again, I'll repeat, we haven't been able to confirm if a DP was actually applied for when it was under the jurisdiction of the county. I don't have the exact information with me at hand right now, but we could get somebody in the background to look that up quickly.
Yeah, how fast can you get it? Because I think I'm like, oh yeah, Councillor Chabot after me. So can you guys get that answer before we vote on this? I'd like to know.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
You probably should have waited to get the answer before I start speaking because I don't have a whole heck of a lot to ask. I'm curious. There's a three-party agreement. Calgary, TransAlta, I assume, and Rocky View County. But I don't see anything in my package about Rocky View County. So what's their position on this?
So Rocky View County did have an opportunity to review the application, and their position is that this road allowance is entirely within the City of Calgary's jurisdiction and our decision.
So the road allowance, but the business is within the City of Calgary, is that right?
The access in which the business is using is within the City of Calgary, so they're using a public right-of-way, a historical road allowance, an undeveloped historical road allowance to be able to access. I think one of the things to highlight is that they that they damaged that undeveloped road allowance and went in and moved materials in the repairing area, and that is any changes to the road allowance is what would need a permit or permission from the city.
Okay, the road allowance goes through the city of Calgary.
Correct.
And the tree farm itself is also within the city of Calgary?
Also within the city of Calgary, correct.
It's just the dock that borders onto where it borders on Bear Spa is within Rocky View? Correct.
It might be helpful, one of my colleagues has, Lindsay, there's a map that shows.
I was trying to find it in my package.
It's more helpful to see it visually, so.
Sorry to interrupt, clerks. Would you mind bringing up slide 9 of my admin presentation, please? Thank you.
So do you want me to walk you through that visual, Councillor Chabot? Okay, so there's 2 road allowances before council today. So one is the north-south road allowance. To the left of that is an eco-gift area that the city has responsibilities under the federal eco-gift program. So that's why we're proposing to close that road. The east-west road, to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, is the road allowance that is being used for the current operations of the private business, and that red, I guess, shading is TransAlta's lands.
And whereabouts is the dock in relation to all this?
Right at the end of that road allowance. There's another photo that might be able to be helpful.
But I'm trying to see where Rocky View County is. I don't see Rocky View County in here.
So the Bears Paw Reservoir on the left side of that is all Rocky View County.
On the west side.
The city's border ends at the water. So as soon as the water starts, that's Rocky View County.
Ah.
Yes.
That explains a lot. Okay. In regards to emergency response, I heard that the group themselves have the ability to provide some emergency response. Ultimately, the liability falls within who if there was ever an incident on the water.
So thank you for the question. It is not possible to comment on who the liability would fall on in the absence of facts. It depends on a number of different factors. What we have here, though, is a situation where the operator of the reservoir has told us that this is a very unsafe location to recreate. We know that it is an unsafe location to recreate. We know that access to that location is being taken through city lands, and it would be very prudent to take that information and take steps that are within the city's jurisdiction to mitigate those risks to public safety.
And to the city's legal risk as well.
It would mitigate the city's legal risk as well, yes.
Okay, and if the county's responsibility starts at the water's edge, would the Rocky View County not also be potentially liable? Potentially.
Again, I can't comment on the potential liability in the absence of facts.
And TransAlta's responsibility only lies within the shoreline?
Again, I cannot comment on the potential for liability in the absence of facts, but I believe that council did hear from TransAlta earlier on their perception of their liability.
Yeah, they did say that it extends beyond the current water line because it's assuming a low water lease as far as the start of their lease. At least that's what I kind of heard. Insofar as our response, would we take into consideration the capabilities of this entity to provide some sort of emergency response in our response if it was requested by Rocky View County?
We would typically only be engaging with other public services, other public emergency services from that regard. We would typically not, similar to in the city where you have safety companies, different organizations that are working with private industry to provide emergency plans and so on, we would be taking into account solely the emergency response side with the other municipality.
Okay. Within the city of Calgary's boundaries, it's my understanding that we cannot operate any powered watercraft, unless I'm mistaken. I thought only the city was allowed to with regards to emergency response. How does that apply in regards to Bear Spa? Are powered watercraft permitted on that water body?
So my understanding is that powered watercraft is permitted on the Bow River. It is not permitted within City of Calgary limits for a stretch of the Bow River. And there is an order from, I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact federal department who made that order to prohibit motorized watercraft within the City of Calgary. In this location, motorized watercraft, I believe, is permitted.
Okay, so it's only our rules or rules within the city of Calgary?
Rules within the city, yes.
Okay. That makes it difficult. Okay, well, I guess I'll wait to hear what the response is on the land use matter, but I guess that pretty much covers all of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a response on the land use matter yet? Sorry. Yeah, Ms. Ganser, you can go ahead.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to provide clarification on the historical development permits that are on the site. We've received confirmation that when the tree farm began its operations, it was within the jurisdiction of Rocky View County, which doesn't require development permits for that sort of use, specifically agricultural use. So when that land was annexed into the city, there was no transfer development permit. So I guess I'm not too sure what the legal terms are, but they don't have one, and that's okay. And there has never been any city application for a development permit for any recreational uses.
Okay. Councillor Craw, you've already had your round of questions. I understand what you want to bring is procedural, so I'll come back to you when the questions are done. Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. We've talked a lot around this question. So it's like, for when you say historical road right of way, just for clarity, there's no road and there never will be a road as far as we know?
That's correct.
And what we're talking about, because we're not talking about what floats, right? Like, we keep talking about the marina, but we're not talking about what floats. We're talking about that someone bulldozed the city's land and then put a marina on the other side of it, correct?
That is correct.
And because it's a historical right-of-way, we just don't have the legal technical authority to say, don't do that.
So there is a public right of access over the land. The public right of access over the land does not extend to a right to damage or regrade the road allowance.
And so when we talk about, so that part's really interesting to me. So that's the kind of key question that I was trying to get at. What is our long-term, how do we retribution? Like, what do we do that someone, like a part of our park was changed physically, significantly, to provide access? What I'm hearing is we don't want to do anything about that, really. We just want to be able to enforce trespassing. Like, we're not talking about getting money to fix the area yet. We're just saying we just want to be able to assess trespassing on the spot.
So Carol Lee from Portfolio Lead at Real Estate and Development Services. So closing these road allowances is the strongest and most effective step that the city can take to discourage the access to the reservoir at these dangerous locations. And essentially, the city of Calgary would be, we would be restoring the lands back to the natural state.
So we're on the hook for the remediation. Now, what was mentioned earlier was that TransAlta had another site that was moved here. Are we on the hook for remediating that as well, or is that TransAlta lands, they're responsible for remediation of that site?
The other site was fully on TransAlta lands.
And the only reason we're responsible for remediation is just because this is leased land to TransAlta and not their own ownership of the parcel because of the right-of-way?
The city of Calgary owns these lands, yes.
Okay. Do we have a plan to pay for the remediation yet? Or is it post this discussion?
So our first step would be taking steps to close the road so we could begin restoration of that road. What that looks like is to be determined following today's decision.
And should we close the road, and prior to restoration of the land, and someone applied for a development permit. And it was successful. We could go through the process of evaluating a DP for water access at this site? Or is there any?
So once the road is closed, that would be city-owned land. City of Calgary approval would be needed to apply for a development permit on that site. But the development permit, closing the road wouldn't preclude future development there in the event that the city authorize the application.
Yeah, as long as it's park use, it's in the right district, so it's really just about the DP. And of course, that DP process is likely to have to go through the trilateral task force, given all of the people involved.
That's correct. It would require the trilateral task force work to be complete so we could evaluate that DP and ensure that all parties are supportive of it.
Did we get confirmation of when the last times the task force met? There was early conversations. We know we got the terms of reference down, but and I think where we left off was anecdotally is that we kept saying they haven't met in 5 years. Is that, can we confirm?
Yeah, so the trilateral task force has been meeting regularly, informally and formally, and so they reconvened in late 2024, so August of 2024, and there were some meetings that led up to the intermunicipal committee report that came in December of 2024. Since then, we have had one-on-one meetings with both TransAlta as well as Rocky View County to solidify that terms of reference, and our next formal meeting is for June 16th of this year.
Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I just have one quick question. Is it even realistic that a DP could be approved if there's no road access?
Sorry, I missed the question. Councillor Meehan, it's Lindsay Ganza. I can attempt to answer that question. Typically, we do not consider development permit applications where there is no road access. Our mobility specialist may want to chime in just to clarify what the requirements of a landlocked DP would be.
Tom Hopkins, Development Engineering, Mobility. So typically we would try to provide access to support a development permit. If none exists, then I'm not sure how we would approve that. But I would have to defer to law if that would be legally acceptable to approve a DP without legal access.
Yeah, it's okay. I think I've gotten enough context as that's not generally what we do. If there's any more anyone wants to add, but I'm satisfied with the answer I've received.
Thank you. I have a request from the clerk.
Mayor, apologies for interrupting. We have received a public submission, the City Clerk's office has. It would have to be distributed confidentially, this particular correspondence, because the letter contains some personal information, including an email address. Councillor Corral referenced this letter earlier in the meeting. We would need a motion from council in order to accept this letter into the corporate record for this item.
There is a
So
member.
was it not received through the regular channel?
That's correct, yeah. Normally our public submissions come through calgary.ca/public submissions, and there's a FOIP disclaimer on that webpage that provides that public submissions, so that people who are making submissions understand that all of their personal information is forming part of a public record. In this particular case, it wasn't received through that process.
What process did you receive it through?
It was emailed to the City Clerk's office directly.
Okay. All right, so do you have a motion ready for that?
We do have a motion.
Okay. Councillor Craw, you're bringing it?
Yeah, this is a member of the public who was eager to present, but because this matter took a little bit longer, I think, than anyone expected, was called away by work. And so rather than having the opportunity to share his presentation with us, he submitted it, and I'm happy. I think it's important that everyone reads it, and I'm happy to move that we accept it for the public record.
It will only be accepted confidentially, though, so that's something that we need to note.
That's correct, Mayor. This will only be available to members of council in the closed meeting site.
I encourage council to read it.
I would encourage you to let the person know that if they want things to be public in the future, that there's actually a process. Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Walcott. Okay, I see Councillor Chabot in the queue. Is it on this?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
I just need to know where we're going to see it. Is it in eScribe confidential, you said?
It will be distributed in eScribe should council vote to accept it.
If council chooses to accept. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Carra.
I've never experienced a moment in my 15 years where we haven't accepted something from the public. I encourage us to do so.
Closed. Thank you. eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Carra, you vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, let's get on to moving the item. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to all members of public that came, those in person, those on the bridge in the line, and those that had to submit public submissions. I know it's hard to get here. Thank you, administration. You don't have to stand up here now. We're going to go right into debate. So a couple things I'll start out with is this conversation today was never about not supporting or supporting Bear Spa Marina. It is about the land use, not the user. And that is what the chair and the mayor says before we stand up there when it comes to public hearing. We have to be amenable to persuasion, and at this point at debate, we determine if we support or don't support something, not prior to. This also is not about long-term recreation. It is about a very specific question: whether the City of Calgary should approve a request from TransAlta to close a road that leads to a reservoir based on safety, liability, and the protection of our drinking water. When you look at the facts, the answer is yes, we should support this road closure. First and foremost, it's about public safety. As someone who has always supported responsible recreation and a former lifeguard, I understand the weight of that responsibility. But right now, the conditions at the Bear Spa Reservoir is a real and urgent risk. Also, I want to clarify, this is not a lake. There is a huge difference between a lake and a river, and I have swam in both. Water levels can change very quickly and without warning. And if you don't know how to swim on a normal good day, good luck if you're anywhere near TransAlta's hydro operations. If someone were to drown there this summer, I actually would not be able to live with myself if I didn't support this. Second, the city is not equipped to respond to an emergency on the site. We heard it today. This location is outside city's jurisdiction, which means we don't have the emergency response services that are able to get there quickly and in a timely fashion. We actually talked about that with the inner city park this morning, that there were concerns about fire trucks. Now, that's only going around one block. Not to get to the river is a whole different conversation. On the Bull River, Calgarians call our fire department rescue team over 200 times a year. We conduct more than 350 Bull River patrols to protect Calgarians and save lives. That is not possible at a location at this time for a number of reasons that we heard today. And third, we need to protect our drinking water. The Bear Spa Reservoir is one of Calgary's most critical sources of drinking water. Keeping that infrastructure is actually a non-negotiable. And finally, we did hear that there are legal and logistical implications around this. This is a request that came from TransAlta. The road in question is under the city's jurisdiction, which is why it's before us today. But the land, the water, the recreation activity all take place in Rocky View County. That means the city does not approve or regulate the marina. We don't run the reservoir. Our role is limited, but it's crucial. We're being asked to make a decision about access based on risk and responsibility. That is what the vote is today. With that, I'm open.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this, please? Councillor McLean, thank you. Let's go through the queue. Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I'm going to debate the opposite point. I think if this was something that just happened, unforeseen, somebody just opened up a business and was operating illegally and destroying parkland, that would be one thing. But this is someone who has been in deep negotiations with the city for years to increase and extend the Haskayne Park with the understanding that a core function of Haskayne Park and that beautiful corridor should be safe and thoughtful access to the river. In getting stonewalled by overlapping bureaucracies, they discovered that they actually could do this without actually being able to be stopped. And what's before us today is being framed as risk mitigation, but what it really is a referendum on whether we support active recreation on the Bears Paw or not. To suggest otherwise is to totally miss the point. I have been trying to get the leadership together to tackle that fundamental question, and I think the fundamental question that this City Council has to answer is whether we support that or not. This is in the spirit of everything we believe in terms of our public recreation goals, our river access strategy goals, and this isn't even in the City of Calgary. This is the right thing to do from an equity perspective. You have a legacy landowner in the Bears Paw Tree Farm that wants to take their historic access to the river and make it public. And they want to make it safe and they want to work with us, but they have not found anybody who wants to work with them. And this is an attempt to work around their workaround rather than just address the fundamental issue as to whether we should allow boating on the reservoir. This is about our long-term park strategy. We absolutely must do everything we can to ensure an incredible park corridor between the City of Calgary and Cochrane. And this puts that into danger because we're fighting rather than collaborating. The most dangerous thing anyone will do when they drive to Haskayne Park and then walk along the pathways and then walk along a patch of grass that should be a pathway to get to the Bears Paw Marina is drive to Haskayne Park. That is the most dangerous thing anyone will do. People go into the river far outside of the City of Calgary all the time. This is outside of the City of Calgary, and we should be focused on papering it so that our tax base doesn't respond the same way we don't respond when someone gets in trouble on Kananaskis Lake or Ghost Lake. This is a question of leadership. If this was in Ward 9, I would have been able to get everyone to the table. I have not been able to get anyone to the table. And this is a tremendous amount of expense and wasted effort working arounds rather than addressing the fundamental question that's before us. Please defeat this. I have an alternative motion that will represent what should be the position of this council, which is that we support active, safe recreation on the Bears Paw, and we endorse the City of Calgary sitting down at the Trilateral Committee and providing leadership towards getting that done with the support of a City Council that says, of course, this is something that we want for Calgarians and for members of the Calgary region. It's happening anyway. Let's paper it correctly and let's celebrate this incredible piece of land. Please defeat this and let's then get to the table and actually address this in a responsible way.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. It took an awful lot of, I'm going to say balls in council chambers to do what you did, sir. That's an awful lot of resources that you put forward on a dream. I'm really stuck with around the fact that you did so well outside of the standard process, and I don't fully understand the whole. I'm not as aware as Councillor Craw is, nor as Councillor Sharp, all the conversations that led to the point that you pulled the trigger and made the investment that you did. I do believe there should be more of a conversation, and so ultimately where I'm at is what is the best state for that future conversation. I do get a sense that given the barriers that you've had to this point to have that conversation, that we can continue. This is going to be an ongoing issue of investment, getting it right, talking about who's got the run of the land in any respect in that area. And I like the idea of us resetting the deck with a bit more of an open perspective about where this could potentially go. But I find myself also wanting to make sure. So my request would be that if council actually defeats this today, is that you fully and completely enter into good faith negotiations and a cessation of activity until we can address some of the major activities. I do believe that the city is essentially forcing the cessation of activities through this road closure. I'm torn. I'm genuinely torn. So I want the community to hear that I do think, I love the fact that the Rivers Pathway Alliance, like people that genuinely care about the stewardship of our river valley weighed in on this. So this is not in a vacuum. I love that there's a community conversation about it, and I find myself pulled towards comments that Councillor Craw talked about, making sure that the vision of that area and how it operates is a big part of how this moves forward. So very torn. I'm not leaning one way. Well, I am leaning one way. I will just make my vote, but I wanted to let you know that regardless of where this goes, I sure hope it leads to a cessation of activity, not the death of the dream, cessation of activity for us to address the key issues surrounding this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you so much. I wasn't sure I was going to debate, partially just because I feel like there's maybe a degree of kind of like hyperbole all around for those who support it, those who are against it. I don't know enough about water quality to have a well-informed conversation here about what is good or not good for the river. I cannot have that conversation, which is ironically why the Trilateral Task Force exists, to have that conversation. And so I would love to see that go forward because I want experts to make those decisions on my behalf versus me having to make those decisions now at a decision point forced through sheer will. I don't really like either scenario. I don't know enough about water safety. I don't boat. I swim, but I don't do boats. It's not for me. So there's a lot going on with regards to my ability to assess some of the arguments. But one of the things that sticks out to me is that a lot of those arguments, they almost always end up being secondary to the one at hand, which is one day someone rolled through with a bulldozer and ripped open the side of the river so that we could then put the marina into the water. I have a hard time getting past that basic part because where I firmly disagree with Councillor Carra is the continued statement of it's not in the city of Calgary. What floats isn't in the city of Calgary, but the access point is. And to mobility's concerns about could you get a DP through, I have great questions about that, actually. I think that Riverside businesses should exist if they don't have direct motorized access, because I've seen an ambulance drive directly through a park before. So it's like many people have found mitigation strategies around emergency services without a paved roadway. So I've seen like that before. So I know that these things can happen. Where I get stuck on is just this anecdotal argument on whether or not we should allow something like this to happen. What's our efforts or mitigation strategies or remediation strategies, and to do so just purely on the basis of, well, it's already there, so we should just kind of let it go. I struggle with that deeply. What I hope for is a very simple outcome here is because, like, I know that from a variety of very challenging businesses have spent years working through the nuances of bylaws to get to a point. If, for example, for you all, like the amount of effort and scrutiny that we had some questions for the drive-through this morning, that's like 3 years of a DC to work through because the community didn't want to drive through in their community, right? It took that amount of time to get to that point. So I'm not sympathetic to the timeline realistically for this. Like, a 3 to 5 year range of getting a massive park donation and development, and then the amount of effort it takes to get through city administration. I know what we did for a drive-through for a medical services site, so I'm not hyper sympathetic to that conversation, but I am sympathetic to a simple outcome, which is water access for non-motorized vehicles is something that actually probably would be an amazing asset to the park. And so I'm personally voting to support the road closure for a simple reason. It's because I don't think that this should be a conversation that we need to have at council. And I think the only reason we're having this conversation at council is because someone found a gray area to operate, admittedly. And the Trilateral Task Force and TransAlta can actually have a good faith conversation so that council is not mitigating or debating whether or not we should close a road when we're really talking about what should happen on the water. Experts should talk about what happens on the water. And I don't think that we are those experts, nor do I think we've heard from those experts today. And I don't think we can even ask the right questions because that's not even the item in front of us. So I hope that the Trilateral Task Force comes together quickly because I do actually think this is an amazing asset that we should allow. But even I would only approve that after the task force does their work.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is something that if I was in year 1 or 2 of my term, I would have supported administration in seeking to close this. But in the time I've been here, I've just seen too many of these situations where it's something that's going to need a bit of leadership. It's jurisdictionally complex. There's risk involved, and somebody out of that group has to step up and say, like, let's have a vision. Let's get this done. And you end up in this bureaucratic nightmare of like nobody wanting to do it, nobody wanting to take on liability. And at the end of the day, like it just leaves citizens in a worse position. And then you get people like this who are just like, you know what, we're going to go and make it happen and see what happens. And that's not the right way to do things. I certainly believe that, and there are correct processes, but I also do not believe for a second that anyone was going to let the correct process happen. And they would have found a reason to say no to that. That wasn't actually looking at the fundamental question. It would have been like, oh, we can't allow it for whatever small reason, as opposed to really looking at the big factor of whether we want people on the water here. And you can see that in how we're handling the situation of we're going to use the road closure to try and mitigate what's happening here instead of really getting to that fundamental question. And there were a lot of, indications made that this could be terrible for the water, and and it very well may be, but you need to bring that information to this decision body, not asking us to close it because of I felt like there was a lot of hyperbole in what was said about the danger of this and the water quality issues, because the dam has been there for 70 years and people have been using this for many, many years. And if it has been such a problem, why hasn't the Trilateral group met in 5 years? I just really struggle to feel that that's really what the issue is. And so in lack of any of that, we're just going to shut the road down and not have to dig our heels in and roll up our sleeves and figure out how we can make this work. As for, safety and those kinds of things, I know that people aren't going to stop using it, even if you close the road. And perhaps now we're going to make it more unsafe because it's going to be harder to access. And so I really think when citizens want something like this and they're really pushing for it, we should probably stop and think about it as opposed to just, sort of saying we're going to shut it down until we can figure it out. Like, why can't we let it keep going until we really, figure out that it's the wrong thing? And, there's going to be a risk in that. And I disagree with what Councillor Walcott said, that this should never be at council. And I've learned in my time here that sometimes these things that are sort of like risky or are values-based judgment actually do need to come to the highest level to get the endorsement of the folks in the highest level of the organization to say, like, yes, like this is going to be risky. There is going to be some aspects of this that we're going to have to work through, but like you have our endorsement to try and explore and do that. And so what voting this down today is me saying, like, I want us to look into that. I want us to really get to the bottom of this and be able to deliver a great community asset if it's possible. And if it's not possible, then we will figure that out. But you haven't presented that today. So I'm certainly not going to pursue a road closure that I know will take the DP off the table. And so, council, if you're even like remotely, I think, interested in this, I think that you shouldn't vote yes to this today. And we should send them back and support Councillor Carra's alternative that he's bringing.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Yeah. So I'll be supporting the recommendation from administration. So a couple things. When I was first elected, I had a group lobby me to bring paddleboards to the Glenmore Reservoir. And so I worked through with water services and understood the reasons why that wasn't going to be possible. And even in looking at the water usage that we do have in the Glenmore Reservoir, it is something that we are keeping an eye on. So if this group had even gone through the due diligence that they should have gone through from a legal perspective, and we still ended up with the answer being no because we want to protect our source water, I would be okay with that answer. But fundamentally, here's what it comes down to. We have a use that is not legal, that has not gone through the due diligence. And if there were people who were involved in this file and didn't help those people go through the due diligence, or they were met with a no, and then they knew that this group was operating illegally, that is not okay with me. So I will just say that. There is a responsibility for safety. I wonder how a group that is operating without legal jurisdiction gets insurance. And then to hear people talking about how great this is going to be for kids when drowning is one of the #1 causes of children's death. Like, this does feel like a legal, like, risk and nightmare to me when we get into it, and when we think about all of the potential hazards. I know how busy the Glenmore Reservoir is, and how busy fire is there, and how busy boat patrol is there. And so to not have this here is concerning for me. I think at the end of the day, the people I feel so horrible for is the public who have learned about this, the public who have accessed this, the public who, has gone to this thinking that they are, working with a legitimate and legal business, and they haven't been. And I think that is the greatest, shame of all of this, is that we are having to say no to the public without the public fully understanding how something popped up and how the risk that exists inherently in this. So I do support the city in this road closure. And I have not heard once that we could never not reopen a road. But I think how that would work, you're right, how we have washrooms next to a body of water. There are lots of concerns and considerations that need to be worked through for safety, for many things, and for legal risk and liability, for insurance. So I'm happy to support administration's recommendation today. And to the community, I would say, we do have river access. The majority of our river and water access, to Councillor Carra's point, is below where our water treatment plants are. It is below. That is where we are working, because we know that then we are de-risking contamination. And there are other sites. So not right now, not the way that this has come forward. Can I in any way support trying to work with this group who didn't take responsibility to go through the appropriate steps in the first place?
Thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for your debates on whichever side that you are voting on. I'll just say I was criticized in my leadership on this. I would say that I know my role as a member of council. I know administration's role, and I know governing body that we sit in's role. So to question my leadership, that's a personal thing, so really fill your boots. But what I will say, though, there was some misinformation in some people's debate. The Trilateral Task Force met in December 2024. They met in March 2025, and they're meeting on June 16th. This whole 5-year thing, that is misinformation. So I needed to make sure that put on the table. One of the reasons this just can't stay open and let's go back to administration and figure this out is because it's not safe. And to Councillor Penner's point, I'm not even going to reiterate it. She just nailed it. It's operating without legal parameters. This isn't a ban on future access to the reservoir. It is not a no forever. What we heard today is we need to close the road to restart the conversation, and the Trilateral Task Force is looking at exactly whether or not recreational or safe recreational access is appropriate. And we heard Ms. Dupuis actually answer that question to one of us that posed it. The task force exists. And so one other person that we're actually not talking about today, or persons, I would say, and partners, is the province, who actually give us our water license. So these are conversations that we need to have with them at the table, and I really don't know how much they've been involved in all of that. So this is where the Trilateral Task Force needs to bring them into the conversation. So what the task force has right now is partners, a plan that includes emergency response, safety, and protections for our drinking water. And when we have all of that ready to go, then we can figure out access to this marina. Today, we're asked to support a road closure, an urgent matter that's risky. And I will just say that we need to take this seriously. We did talk again. We talked about a pilot project this morning, and it was brought because of children's safety and crossing the streets. And yes, we need more parks in our city. We have these great parks, but I would urge my colleagues to realize that we need you to vote in favor of this road closure to go to the next step and make sure that the Trilateral Task Force and the province have exactly what they need so that if the marina needs access somewhere else, they can get it, and safely. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you're going to explain why we need to vote separately?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to review the motion before council. We've added a third recommendation to ensure that the late public submission can be held confidential. But in addition, as you discussed with council earlier, you missed the entirety of the public hearing for proposed bylaw 81D 2025. So you are able to vote on proposed bylaw 7C 2025 because you were here for the bulk of that public hearing. On the second bylaw, you're not eligible to vote. So it makes most sense to call those separately so that we can separate out your votes.
Can we do one and three together, or just everything separate?
We have it prepped,
Okay.
each of them separately, if that's okay.
Okay, so we're going to go to e-scribe to vote. You're voting on number 1 first. It's on the screen before you.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-3 with Councillor Carra, Councillor Spencer, and Councillor Meehan voting against. We're going to go to point number 2 now. So this is before you. It is proposed bylaw 81D 2025. I will not be voting on this one. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 9-3 with Councillors Carra, Spencer, and Meehan voting against. We'll now go to recommendation number 3, directing the late submission to be held confidential. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 7C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 7C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 7C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 7C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed, and that is carried. We're going on to the next reading of the bylaws. My voice is silent on this. I'm only reading them out, but I'm not a yay or a nay. First reading of bylaw 81D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 81D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed. That is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 81D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 81D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Carra is opposed, and that is carried. Councillor Carra, you have a motion arising.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that it went that way. I think Councillor Meehan's debate was bang on. This is about providing high-level strategic leadership, and I think we're all fooling ourselves if we think that there is some sort of path to making this happen without an endorsement from council. We've all stated we appreciate this, and so this is where we put our money where our mouth is. I have the alternative recommendation, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to friendly amendment my own alternate recommendation by getting rid of continue to in the first bullet. And then it works perfectly as a motion arising. It says that council directs administration to work with the Bearspaw Marina, TransAlta, Rocky View County to establish a regulatory environment wherein the marina can operate in a way that celebrates non-motorized watercraft access to the Bearspaw Reservoir while appropriately mitigating risk for the city, the county, and TransAlta. And further, that council directs administration to work with the ownership of the Bearspaw Tree Farm to explore the long-term expansion of Haskayne Park into the tree farm lands. If you believe what you said, that this is not a killing of this, then this is exactly the motion arising for you, because it does everything that you said we needed to do, but it also endorses what you say you endorse. So let's vote.
Councillor Carra, I'm afraid you can't put this as a motion arising.
Why?
I can ask administration if this is going to require a significant amount of work. I think I know what the answer is, but let me put the question to you. Is this easy or does this require work?
Mayor Gondek, I'll have Nicole Newton answer that question on behalf of administration.
Okay.
Yeah, respectfully, this is work that they've said they are engaging in through the existing party to do it. So this is work, absolutely, but it's work that we've just heard is underway and fully committed to taking place.
Well, we're going to hear the answer now.
Okay.
That's correct. All of this work is within the Trilateral Task Force, and administration already has direction to do this work, to work with the Trilateral Task Force. That work also includes public engagement, of which the owner of the the owner of the tree farm and other interested parties that you heard from today would be part of that public engagement. And we have appropriate resources within administration that are actively working on this file.
So you're already working on this file?
Correct.
You're already doing everything that's up there?
Everything under the Trilateral Task Force that would identify appropriate access for recreational activities within the area.
Okay. So do you need this?
Administration doesn't need this direction, but if it, go ahead.
Nope, finish your sentence.
I was going to say, administration does not need this direction, but if it suits council to have some belts and braces around our activities, I'm happy to support.
Mayor Gondek, I would suggest that number one is what Ms. Newton is speaking to. Number two, I have no idea what that looks like insofar as time and cost, and so I would suggest that that would be outside of a motion arising.
Okay, Councillor Carra,
in my
opinion as the chair, the work that you're seeking in number one is being done. If you put it in a motion like this, it's contrary to the procedure bylaw because it requires a significant amount of work. I know it's been the practice of council to put belts and braces on things to make sure things are working, but procedurally, you can't do that. It's directing work that is well outside a motion arising.
It is endorsing explicitly work, and I would say that number two is also being done. Mr. Ripley has engaged in constant conversation with the Bearspaw Tree Farm about including that in the Haskayne Tree Farm. This is the work that the city does. This is putting a council endorsement on it. So you either believe that it is our role as council to endorse things, or you believe it's not. This is a question of leadership exactly pertinent to Councillor Meehan's debate. This is an incredibly well-put motion arising, and I encourage you to vote your consciences.
It is your opinion that it's a well-put motion arising. It was a well-put alternate motion. It was a very well-put alternate motion. However, as a motion arising, it does not meet with procedure bylaw. I can ask the clerk to weigh in.
Mayor Gondek, what the procedure bylaw says about motions arising is set out, that's relevant here, is section 115 sub 2, a motion arising is in order at council meetings provided that the chair, in consultation with administration, determines that the required administrative effort to respond to the motion arising is inconsequential. Further, subsection 3 reads that a motion arising which requires significant administration resources requires reconsideration of a motion adopted at an earlier meeting or requires professional, legal, or financial input must be submitted by notice of motion.
Okay, so given that this is not in order, the other thing that legal has weighed in on is that we in fact cannot establish a regulatory environment. So Councillor Carra, this can't be put.
Of course it can be put. What are you talking about? When did legal
It is not going to be put. That is the end of the story. If you would like to challenge the chair, you're welcome to do it.
Absolutely. I think you are making a very bad call here procedurally. And
I think you're putting a very bad motion arising forward. So that was my judgment call. Okay. So if you would like to challenge the chair, you're welcome to do it.
I would absolutely like to challenge the chair.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you walk everyone through the procedure of challenging the chair?
Mayor, so...
Can you challenge the chair on something that hasn't been seconded?
Well, in this particular...
It has, actually. Never mind. It's in the queue. So, yeah, carry on.
Sorry, Mayor. So as I mentioned earlier, Section 115 sub 2 of the procedural bylaw allows you as the chair to make a ruling with respect to whether a motion arising is in order. You've made that ruling. An appeal of that decision can be made. Once the appeal is made, there is no debate, and the vote that council will be taking is on a question which is, shall the ruling of the chair be upheld? And a 2/3 vote against the chair's ruling is required to override a ruling.
So, council, we're going to be going to a vote. What you are voting on is whether my ruling to not let this stand as a motion arising is valid. If you agree that this should not stand, you are voting no. Because the appeal...
This is a crazy ruling. It's bad procedurally. It's bad politics. It's bad leadership, which is why we're here in the first place.
We're going to get clarity.
What?
Sorry, Mayor, was there a question?
There's a question. So if you are, shall the ruling of the chair be upheld? So you're voting yes to uphold it and no to not uphold it.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, we didn't have this question up. Yeah. Okay, so this is what you're voting on, everybody. E-scribe.
So that wasn't about number 2. Her attack was on number 1.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-3 with councillors Carra, Spencer, and Meehan voting against.
Now we know where you guys actually stand.
Is there any chance that you would allow me to do my job as the chair and not interrupt proceedings? I certainly hope so moving forward. So we are moving on to the next items. Council, I will let you know we have several items still to go. Some of them will probably be short, others will be lengthy. There are 30 more speakers that we need to hear from. So here we go. Item 7.2.10, Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. My name is Courtney Stengel, the Senior Planner with Community Planning, and I will be presenting the next 4 items on today's agenda. Item 10 is a land use amendment to allow for new community development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 74D 2025 for the redesignation of multiple parcels within the community of Amble Ridge from the Special Purpose Future Urban Development SFUD District to a variety of low-density multi-residential and special purpose districts. Next slide, please. This site is located in the northwest developing community of Amble Ridge, north of the community of Evanston, and west of 24th Street. The site is on the north portion of a quarter section of land which is bound by the escarpment lands of the Simons Valley and West Nose Creek on the west, and on the east, across 24th Street, is the developing neighborhood of Ambleton. 144th Avenue is to the south, which provides connections to the wider transportation network via 14th Street on the east, leading to Stony Trail, as well as to Simons Valley Road to the west. 144th Avenue is also identified as part of the primary transit network. Next slide, please. The site is currently being used for agricultural activities, with a portion of the eastern edge having undergone stripping and grading, along with the lands further east. Next slide, please. Lands to the southeast are at various stages of construction and are intended to be primarily low-density residential homes under the Residential Low-Density Mixed Housing RG District, with some commercial and open space areas included in the plan. The subject site is currently designated as the Special Purpose Future Urban Development SFUD District, which is applied to lands that are awaiting urban development. This district allows for agricultural uses and a limited range of temporary uses that may be removed when the land is ready for redesignation and development. Next slide, please. The application proposes multiple districts. The residential low-density mixed housing, both RG and RGM districts, allow for low-density housing forms. The multi-residential at-grade housing MG district is intended for multi-residential development of low height and density, and is intended to be in close proximity to low-density residential development. Environmental reserve lands are protected with the Special Purpose Urban Nature SUN District. The Special Purpose School, Park, and Community Reserve SSPR District would be applied to the school site and neighborhood parks. And lastly, the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure SCRI District would be applied to open space lands containing utilities. Next slide, please. The proposal is in alignment with the approved outline plan as shown here. The outline plan allows for a variety of residential options in addition to a school site and open space network. Lands circled in red are subject to the proposal before us today, while the lands to the south have already been given land use approval, as shown on the previous slides. The subject site was not originally given land use approval with the outline plan application, as the Glacier Ridge Area Structure Plan limited development based on existing water service infrastructure available at that time. Since 2023, the ASP has been amended, removing the restriction. With the North Calgary Water Servicing Project ongoing in the area, infrastructure capacity is available for the development and will continue to be monitored. Next slide, please. The outline plan and land use proposal is in alignment with the Glacier Ridge Area Structure Plan, which notes that the area is intended to be primarily residential with a joint use site within the plan area. Next slide, please. This application allows for continued development of a new community in alignment with policy. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 74D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.10. Do we have David Symes?
Good evening, members of council. My name's David Symes from Stantec as the applicant. I also have Ben Mercer here from Qualico Developments. As per administration's presentation, the land use we have before council today is in conformance with an approved outline plan, and we are here to respond to any questions of council on the land use application.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do not see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for joining us today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.10? Right, seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on that item. I'm also not seeing questions of administration, so Councillor Wyness, over to you to move.
Thanks. I'll keep it quick. I'm moving this. It's another step along the road to get housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Sharp, thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue for debate. For you to close, Councillor Wyness.
Closed.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Councillor Carr, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 74D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 74D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 74D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 74D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go to 7.2.11, please, Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 11 is a land use amendment to allow for mixed-use development along a main street. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 73D 2025 for the redesignation of 4220 Center Street Northeast from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the mixed-use general MU1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Highland Park on the east side of Center Street North, which is identified as an urban main street and part of the primary transit network in the municipal development plan. McKnight Boulevard is to the north and Deerfoot Trail is to the east. Next slide, please. The site is on the corner of Center Street and 42nd Avenue. It is currently developed with a single detached home with a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes extending on either side of Center Street with a mix of commercial, multi-residential, and mixed-use developments along Center Street. The site is currently designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density grade-oriented building forms. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and it allows for a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, or 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The application proposes the mixed-use general MU1 district to provide additional flexibility on the site. The MU1 district allows for a mixed-use development with options for commercial or residential uses on the ground floor. The proposal includes a maximum floor area ratio of 4.0 and a maximum height of 21 meters, which would allow up to 6 stories here. Next slide, please. The proposal is in alignment with the North Hill Community's local area plan, which identifies the site as being within the neighborhood commercial urban form category. Street-oriented buildings with ground floor commercial uses facing higher activity streets are encouraged in the commercial areas. The LAP also identifies the site as having a building scale modifier of low up to 6 stories. Next slide, please. This application allows for mixed-use development along an urban main street in alignment with the LAP. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 73D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for that. Council, before I open public hearing, can I get general consent just to finish this item before break? No one's opposed to that. Thank you very much. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.11. Do we have Carlin Howden? Hi, if there's someone on the line, could you please mute yourself? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Howden.
Hi, I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.11? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover.
Sean Chu.
Go ahead.
Move with 3 readings.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Wong. Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Chu.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes read.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 73D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 73D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 73D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 73D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We will be back here at 7:15. We'll pick up with item 7.2.12. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Mr. Clerk, if we could do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Meehan on the roll. Councillor
I'm
Chu.
here.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Chu. Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Wong. Councillor Walcott. Councillor Carra.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor DeBong and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So let's go on to the next item. Ms. Stengel, it's 7.2.12.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 12 is a land use amendment to allow for a 6-story multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 75D 2025 for the redesignation of 4 parcels along 41st Avenue Northwest from the multi-residential contextual low-profile MC1 district to the multi-residential high-density low-rise MH1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Highland Park, west of Centre Street, which is identified as an urban main street and part of the primary transit network in the municipal development plan. McKnight Boulevard is to the north and 4th Street to the west. 40th Avenue is to the south. Next slide, please. The site is made up of 4 parcels located mid-block along 41st Avenue Northwest. Each parcel is currently developed with a single detached home and detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Altogether, the site has approximately 60 meters of frontage and is 37 meters deep. Bus stops can be seen on both 40th Avenue and Centre Street, just a short walk from the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily a mix of commercial, multi-residential, and mixed-use developments along Centre Street and 40th Avenue, with low-density residential homes extending beyond. The site and adjacent parcels are currently designated as the multi-residential, contextual, low-profile MC1 district, which is intended to accommodate multi-residential development in a variety of forms, with a maximum building height of 14 meters and a maximum density of 148 units per hectare. Based on the subject site, that would allow for up to 32 units across the 4 parcels. Next slide, please. The application proposes the multi-residential, high-density, low-rise MH1 district to allow for a multi-residential building on the site. The proposal includes a maximum floor area ratio of 3.0 and a maximum height of 23 meters, which would allow for 6 stories. A density modifier has also been included, which would limit the site to a maximum of 270 units per hectare, which would be 60 units over the 4 parcels. Next slide, please. The parcel is in alignment with the North Hill Communities Local Area Plan, which identifies the site as being within the Neighborhood Local Urban Form category, with a building scale modifier of low, up to 6 stories. Policies in the LAP note that primarily residential development is anticipated here, which is in alignment with the proposed MH1 district. Next slide, please. This application allows for multi-residential development near a main street and the primary transit network in alignment with the local area plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 75D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.12. Do we have Allison Timmons? Or Jessica Carpat?
Today you have me, Jessica Carpat, Principal Planning at Quantum Place. I'm happy to make the presentation. However, I know you have a packed agenda tonight, so if you do not require the presentation, I'm happy to skip to questions.
I would say that's probably a good place to go, and I'm also not seeing any questions, so apparently your work is so good, no one has a question. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Do we have Patrick King? Patrick King? How about Chungi Tiayan? Hi.
Good evening. My name is Chen Qi. My house is just facing the 6-story building's location. It's just crossing the street, very close it. My concern is the loss of significant nature lights, loss of privacy, and the increase of noise and traffic. Just imagine that to live in a place that when you see through the window, there is no longer a beautiful view, but only a pile of windows from another building. It's going to be a big loss of enjoyment of living. Also, my house was newly built in 2018. So I'm also worried my house price would be decreased due to those factors. It will be a big inconvenience for me and my family. So I hope you do not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Kara, is it for the speaker? Yeah, please come on up. There's a question for you from Councillor Chabot, sorry.
Thank you. You said your house is really close to here.
Mm-hmm.
Where in relations to this?
It's just the opposite of the street, or crossing the street. It's 126.
So on the north side of 41st Avenue?
Yeah, 41st Avenue.
Okay, so you were concerned about loss of
Nature lights and the privacy.
privacy, but it's across the street.
Yeah, but it's 6-story. Like, mine's like a townhouse, only 2 stories.
Okay, but again, across the street.
Yeah, but it's a narrow street, not a wild one.
And you said there was something else?
And the noise and traffic, because it's a high-density building.
That's quite a few homes, for sure.
Yeah.
But right close to Center Street, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for being here today.
Thank you. If you stay for just a minute, there's more questions for you. Chugi, there's more questions for you. Yeah. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for getting her back, because I had a just quick question as well. So you live across the street, and I do see this is mid-block with a fair amount of density. Have you had a chance to talk with any of your neighbors around there? I looked at the public submissions. That wasn't a lot. The community association says had their concerns, but have you talked to any of your neighbors, and what's
I
their...
just talked one of my neighbor who's very close to me. The same kind of building. We have 2 townhouses, like a very similar townhouse, and I just talked to them. They told me they were like very busy for work and haven't really looking for those things.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming down. I know it takes a lot of courage to come and speak in front of us up here. Thanks.
Oh, you have one more question. Hang on. Councillor Wong.
Thank you again for being here. You mentioned you're at 126 41st, right? So you're on the north side of 41st Avenue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So therefore, this property being developed with 6 stories, you're saying that 6 stories would cast a shadow onto your front?
Yeah, that's my concern.
Okay. Has anybody shown you the shadow studies to show exactly how far into your front yard it covers?
No.
No. And were there any consultation with you? In other words, did the applicant come out and talk to you about what's going to be developed?
No, I don't know who I can talk about those things with.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Do we have Patrick King? Right, is there anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.12? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else. Last call for Patrick King. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any...
Welcome to teleconferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Okay, if it looks like he's going to connect, I have to open the public hearing again.
Not certain at this point.
Okay, tell you what, I'm going to keep going. If he pops in, I'll open it again. All right, so let's go to questions of administration. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. This potentially six-story development, given the sun shadow, do you know how far across the street that sun shadow reaches?
At this stage, no, we don't. We don't have a development permit that has been submitted at this time, and the design features of the development permit would be what would impact how far the shade may go.
Okay. Hypothetically, what would a six-story height look like?
Nope, no hypotheticals. There is an item before us that is land use.
Gotcha.
You are speculating what might get built.
Okay, I'll go in debate then.
Okay, I don't see any other questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover, please.
Sean Chu.
Please go ahead.
I'll move this item with 3 readings. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Councillor Wong for debate.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, again, that there's no development permit in here, we can only speculate what the height would be. I guess the concern of having 6 stories on 41st Avenue, which is a low-density residential area, is a concern. I can understand from the public speaker here 2 things, one of which is density on a low-density residential of 6 stories, 60 units, but more importantly, the sun shadow casting in the wintertime and how it would cast on the roadway, on the sidewalk, in particular icy situations. Unfortunately, we don't know, because there's no development permit, what that looks like yet, but at the same time, I think that's a consideration we need to look at. So again, that's my concern about this one, and therefore I'm not inclined to support it for that reason. The other reason is also, since we came on council, there's been 2, if not 3 large densification applications, 2 on 40th Avenue, now this one at 41st Avenue. The first one was, 32 units, if I remember correctly. Another one's, 20-something odd units. Here we've got, 60 units on a 6-story, all compacted within one block of each other, one circular block of each other. And again, the question, get back to the fundamental question, are we putting too much stress on the infrastructure, the stress on underground infrastructure, as well as roadway infrastructure, particularly around parking and everything else as such? So for that reason, I was against the first 2 previously. I'm going to be against this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, before I go to you, Council, can I just have your general consent for me to reopen the public hearing? There was an issue with the phone bridge, and Mr. King is now on. Does anybody have an issue with reopening? Okay. I'm going to reopen the public hearing on item 7.2.12. Do we have Patrick King?
Yes, Mayor Gondek. Thank you very much for doing that.
You're welcome. Please go ahead.
Yes. My name is Patrick. I live in Highland Park. I own a home very close to the proposed housing development. It's actually directly across the road from it. And I am here to speak briefly in support of the project and support of the land use change that we're talking about today. I realize that there is no actual development permit put in place for this, but the developer has circulated in the area and has shown their sort of preliminary plans for what it's going to look like. So I've lived in Highland Park for a couple of years, but prior to that, I lived in Crescent Heights for 10 years. And Crescent Heights was once the same kind of single-family home neighborhood that Highland Park is now. But today it's this mix of homes and multi-unit buildings, and there's a reason why Crescent Heights is like a really sought-after place to live. The density really helps keep interesting main streets alive, and it supports a lot of walking distance services and grocery stores too. And I think that Highland Park could be on the edge of becoming one of these interesting walkable communities. We have a few commercial centers, and we have a few urban parks in walking distance, but higher density is really how you make that sort of environment work for businesses of different sorts. So I know that people have a lot of different worries. This is clearly like a new kind of development for Highland Park. I can say that having lived in a multifamily building that had the same 1.25 stalls of parking, for example, as would be required by, I believe, this development, this land use zoning, it actually works out really well for this kind of building. Most units end up with just one car, and with the extra set of parking stalls, some of them get used for visitor parking, some of them get rented out to the other residents that have 2 vehicles, and it ends up having like a really minimal impact on the surrounding area. So I think that's like a relatively well-crafted part of this zoning. And I'd also like to say, on like a more narrowly personal level, there's several homes in the area that are in kind of poor repair and that could be reasonable candidates for like further development in the future. So if this zoning goes ahead and if this apartment project is a success, then that paves the way for all sorts of like further development as well. So I think it's probably like a positive for the community to see rundown properties rebuilt. And I think it's also a positive for individual homeowners because when big redevelopment is an option, that supports your home price too. Finally, I was just going to say something else to remember is we do have this housing crisis in the city. We have a lot of people right now who are kind of on the edge of affording their rent and food and power every month. And we're going to need a lot of purpose-built rental housing and housing in general just to keep costs from exploding as the city grows. So I really think this is the way to do it. Development at a site like this takes advantage of the transit corridor on Center Street and all the existing utilities to keep costs low and helps us get housing supply to where we would like it to be. And yeah, I recognize that it's a pretty big change. Large residential buildings like this are new for Highland Park, but other neighborhoods have navigated changes like this and they remain very desirable places to live. And I'll note that as we speak, there is a 6-story residential tower, which is going to be a retirement home and a daycare. And it's being developed just one block east over on Center Street as well. So I'll close it out there. I support this land use change for apartment development. I think it's a good step for the city and for Highland Park. And I would encourage council and other residents to support it as well. And the only problem probably is that it just isn't even big enough. So thank you very much, Mayor Gondek and council, for your time tonight.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for joining us tonight. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.12? Great, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go back to the queue. Over to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I second the motion, and I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. It meets the requirements of the North Hill Local Area Plan as well as the MDP. This, I believe, is an appropriate increase in densification. The community's down in population by about 1,000. In order to maximize on the existing infrastructure, there should be sufficient capacity on the basis that population is down significantly in this community. I guess the only downfall in this application is that it doesn't include 115. It starts at 119. So it does incorporate several homes. 119 would take it to the alley in between the houses on Center Street. Again, very close proximity to Center Street. It meets all of the tests of the things that we are trying to achieve as far as where we want to put density. And so for those reasons, I'm supporting the application and encourage council to support it as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Chu.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Wong voting against. First reading of bylaws 75D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong is opposed and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 75D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong is opposed and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 75D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 75D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong is opposed and that is carried. Ms. Stengel, we're on to 7.2.13.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 13, my last item today, is a land use amendment to allow for mixed-use development along a main street. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 76D 2025 for the redesignation of 122, 124, and 126 10th Street Northwest from the Commercial Corridor 1 C-Core 1 District to the Mixed-Use Active Frontage MU2 District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Sunnyside along 10th Street, about 400 meters south of the Sunnyside C train station. The municipal development plan identifies 10th Street as a neighborhood main street and part of the primary transit network. Next slide, please. The site is located mid-block along 10th Street, just north of the Kensington Road intersection. The site is currently developed with a 2-story commercial building and has lane access at the rear. A bus stop is located immediately adjacent to the site as well. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily commercial or mixed use along 10th Street and Kensington Road, with residential extending beyond the main commercial streets. The subject site is currently designated as the Commercial Corridor 1 District, which allows a mix of commercial and residential uses. The site allows a maximum floor area ratio of 2.8 and a maximum height of 13 meters, which would allow 2 to 3 stories. Next slide, please. The application proposes the mixed-use, active frontage MU2 district. The MU2 district allows for mixed-use development and requires commercial uses along the commercial street, creating an active frontage. The proposal includes a maximum floor area ratio of 7.0 and a maximum height of 40 meters, which would allow 10 to 12 stories here. Next slide, please. The proposal is in alignment with the Riley Community's local area plan, which identifies the site as being within the neighborhood commercial urban form category, with an active frontage requiring commercial uses on the ground floor. The LAP shows this site with a building scale modifier of mid, allowing up to 12 stories. Next slide, please. The LAP also notes that this site is within an area of concentration of commercial heritage assets. These policies require new developments in these areas to draw design reference from adjacent and nearby heritage assets. This would be reviewed through a future development permit. Next slide, please. This application allows for mixed-use development in alignment with along a main street and primary transit network in alignment with the local area plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 76D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.13. Let's go to Jess Carpat.
Hello, Mayor Gondek, members of council. Thank you for hearing me again. I think this one I'll be presenting. So my name is Jessica Carpat. I'm the Principal of Planning at Quantum Place Developments. Would the clerk be able to put up our presentation, please? Next slide. As you can see in the photo to the left, the subject site is located at an important intersection of Kensington Road and 10th Street. You may know this site as the former Oak Tree Tavern site. The beloved Oak Tree Tavern had lovely events there. It is just north of a concentration of commercial heritage assets. And this key location is within walking distance of downtown and is an ideal location for mixed use and increased density. Next slide, please. This application is in alignment with the Riley LAP. We have worked closely with administration to ensure that the LAP policies allow for mixed-use development while ensuring that the development will be sensitive to neighboring commercial heritage assets. That a future development permit application would be subject to design policies that address its proximity to these heritage assets. Next slide, please. Most of our engagement was completed a year ago, as that was when the application was first submitted. This is because we intended to align our timing with the adoption of the Riley LAP, and as such, we have delayed this application to align with the Riley LAP timeline. However, we kept the Community Association updated and provided updates on our website. Next slide, please. So we've done a number of engagements, and our key themes have been really about, what are the benefits to the community, kind of the human scale streetscape, parking, and what kind of variety of units will be, and then the building step backs from the street. All of these are going to be, many of these, parking and kind of units and step backs will be considered at the development permit stage, but we do comply, or we will comply with the land use bylaw at the time of submission. We are also looking to do a variety of rental units on site. At this time, we're thinking it'll be a rental project, but markets can change. The other benefits to the community is the fact that we're providing additional units, additional homes in an area that needs to be supported or can support further businesses and economic development, and also improvement of kind of the sidewalk environment and interface to the street with the development of this site. Next slide, please. And with that, that's my presentation, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today.
Just a note, Allison was sick today, so you got me.
Thanks for letting us know. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.13? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. As Ms. Carpet indicated, this is a development coinciding with the recent approval of the Riley Local Area Plan. If you take a look at the Riley Local Area Plan, it conforms with both the building scale as well as the urban form category, as well as the expectation for heritage guidelines. So again, it's a straightforward application. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder? Councillor Chu, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
No, we're good. Thank you. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 76D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 76D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 76D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 76D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are moving on to the last couple of items. As we are switching out some members of the team, Mr. Clerk, I also think we need to have some late public submissions accepted for the record.
We did receive, for this particular item, 731, we received a late public submission. It will be confidential again because it contains personal information. It was received from Councillor Wong's office.
Okay. So do we have the motion to?
We do have the motion. We'll just get it up on the screen in a moment here.
Okay. All right, so there is some correspondence that needs to be accepted into the record confidentially. Councillor Wong is moving this. Who would second it? Councillor Walcott, thank you. Can I just ask for, oh, okay. Just.
A voice vote is fine there.
Yeah, I'll do a voice vote. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Should we get the other one out of the way too? Or do we have to wait till the item?
We can do that now as well, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it now.
We have a minute, yeah. We can put up the motion.
Okay, so on item 7.3.2, there were 2 late submissions. These are being accepted into the public record, not closed session.
Correct, Mayor. There are 3 public submissions that are covered by this motion, 2 of which were received, I believe, from Councillor Walcott's office and 1 from Councillor Dollywell's office.
Okay, perfect. So we've got that up. Councillor Walcott, you'll move it? Okay. Do we have Councillor Dollywell?
I can second it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. All right. Item 7.3.1. Who's presenting? Hi. Hello. Please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, members of council. My name is Kate Van Frassen, a planner with the Land Use Bylaw team, and I'll be presenting on the Land Use Bylaw housekeeping amendments for you this evening. Joining with me today is Dane Morris, and we're supported by other folks from the Planning and Development Services team. Move to the next slide, please, Carly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
With this report, administration is recommending 2 items. First is the proposed housekeeping amendments to our existing land use bylaw, which are detailed for you in attachment 2. And secondly, the proposed amendments to the child care service policy and development guidelines provided in attachment 3. A red line copy of the proposed amendments can be found in attachment 5. Next slide. Our land use bylaw is periodically amended to address recurring issues to ensure its continued functionality. These type of amendments are called housekeeping amendments as they're minor in scope and technical in nature. This report recommends 12 bylaw amendments identified by staff across planning and development services who shared issues and opportunities for improvement, and an additional amendment recommended by the Infrastructure and Planning Committee regarding bicycle rates, parking rates for multi-residential development. Some of the suggested changes have been raised by applicants or communities through the planning review process or through feedback gathered through other planning projects. Others are insights based on the expertise and experience of our colleagues. Amendments were considered out of scope if they were deemed to be major changes being addressed in our new zoning bylaw, changes that require public engagement, or changes that would add additional rules when there is existing discretion in the land use bylaw to address the concern. The proposed amendments will improve consistency and clarity within the bylaw itself, improve the efficiency of the bylaw by addressing common issues that slow down application review, remove the need for unnecessary applications or barriers, reducing the cost and time for applications, and contribute to making it easier to build more housing in Calgary. The learnings gained through this project will inform the work on the new zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'll now provide a very brief overview of the 12 proposed amendments. A summary of all the amendments, including the issues they address and their potential benefits, have been provided for you in attachment 4. So these 6 amendments will change or remove existing rules that are resulting in unnecessary development permits, relaxations, or added cost to the construction of new housing or changes in additions to existing homes. Next slide, please. Amendment 7 would allow permitted use development permits with relaxations to be advertised online, which is consistent with discretionary use permits, and clarifies language around the appeal period and the release of development permits. Amendments 8 and 9 address a textual error and remove expired text. Next slide, please. Both of these amendments will provide more flexibility for businesses and communities. Amendment 10 will enable healthcare service uses like birthing centers or facilities conducting sleep studies to have overnight stays for their patients and remove the need for direct control districts, while Amendment 11 will provide more flexibility for the type of temporary events communities and organizations host. Next slide, please. The final amendment is perhaps the most significant. Currently, if a childcare service wants to locate in a low-density residential district, a land use amendment for a direct control district and a public hearing is required. The amendment would allow a childcare service as a discretionary use in an existing approved building in the low-density residential districts, making it easier to locate this service within the neighborhoods they serve. The childcare service policy and development guidelines would be used during the review of the discretionary development permit application. Last slide, please. While these housekeeping amendments are minor in nature, they have direct benefits for Calgarians. They'll streamline processes, reduce timelines and costs for applicants, and focus, on enabling housing and services for Calgarians. Thank you for your attention. That concludes my presentation, and I'll now request that clerk please bring up the Infrastructure and Planning Committee's recommendations.
Those are on the screen. Thank you for your presentation. It looks like I have a question of clarification from Councillor Penner.
Yeah, just a really quick question of clarification. When did administration start the work on these land use, on the updates?
On the housekeeping amendment, this project kicked off in early summer 2024.
Great,
also known as the month of June.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it a clarification question, Councillor Wong?
Thank you. Under your attachment number 4, item number 3, mobility storage lockers, in there it makes reference that you would not have storage lockers.
Correct. The amendment is to remove the requirement for mobility storage lockers in both the RCG and the HCO district.
Okay, so I guess the question is, how do we accommodate,
That's not a question of clarification, Councillor Wong.
Okay,
That's a question of administration for later.
fair enough, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that's it for questions of clarification. So with that, I will open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.1. We've got 10 people signed up, so I'm going to create 2 panels. First panel, do we have Rick Grohl? How about Evgeny Zhuromsky? Please come on up and have a seat, sir. How about Shamir Gaidar? Please come on up. Do we have Joel Tiedemann? Do we have Michael Farrar? Okay, let me ask again. Do we have Rick Grohl? Joel Tiedemann? Oh, sorry. Who's this?
Rick Grohl.
Okay, perfect. You're going to be up first in just a minute here. Do we have Joel Tiedemann? Michael Farrar? We have Mike Borkrystal. Why don't you come on up too? Gives us 4 people. Okay, so Mr. Grohl, please lead us off.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek, members of council. I'm here speaking on behalf of my clients, among others, Civic Works, Phase Architecture, and many other developer clients. I applaud the administration for bringing forward these land use amendments. They're cutting red tape and delete unnecessary land use bylaw rules. This was long overdue. I'd like to speak in particular to Section 39, Sub 1B, Roman 2 of the land use bylaw. This amendment is actually a good thing because Palins are typically abusing the process of appealing decisions of the SDAB that approves development permits to the Alberta Court of Appeal. And this is just done typically on the last day of the 30-day period, and it can take up to a year or more before the Court of Appeal can render a decision on an appeal. And these appeals are typically filed just to delay the project and hope that the developer fails to get financing on time, and it basically kills the project. The majority of municipalities in Alberta don't have a similar section, so this amendment brings it in line with other municipalities, and I respectfully ask you to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Mr. Zhuromsky.
I emailed to public submissions my slides.
We'll just find them.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Evgeny Zhuromsky. I'm a Ward 11 resident, and I'm here to speak about item 731 of the agenda. More specifically, it's items 1E and 1G on the proposed bylaw 44P 2025 on page 719. These amendments, if passed, will change some of the wording in sections 34 and 39 of the land use bylaw. This section stipulate what is supposed to happen with the development permit after it has been approved by the development authority, but while there's a pending appeal, either with the appeal body or the Alberta Court of Appeal. Slide 2, please. The discussion portion of the Planning and Development Services report on pages 711 to 715 of the agenda says, these types of amendments are called housekeeping as they are minor in scope and technical in nature. And it also says 3 textual amendments providing clear language, making the bylaw easier to understand. Slide 3, please. And also on page 729, it's called Proposed Housekeeping Amendments, Benefits and Themes. It says that these proposed amendments will provide textual clarity for notification of decision for development permits. None of these statements are true with respect to items 1E and 1G. Slide 4, please. On page 732 of the proposed amendment, Benefits and Themes, there is supposed to be a description of the issue as to why the wording about the Alberta Court of Appeal is being deleted and a proposed solution. Neither the issue nor the proposed solution are stated or explained. is simply ignored as if item 7 is not about that at all. Slide 5, please. However, the proposed amendments red line copy on page 739 shows how a portion of the land use bylaw wording about the Alberta Court of Appeal in sections 34 and 39 is going to be deleted. And slide 6, please. The current bylaw wording is as follows: development authority must not release the permit to the applicant until such time as the appeal has been fully dealt with by the Alberta Court of Appeal in the case of an appeal or leave to appeal of a decision of the appeal body. This amendment is not about clear language or textual clarity. It's not a housekeeping item that is minor in scope and technical in nature. This is an essential change in the bylaw that is going to remove a significant restriction that does not allow the city to release the development permit to the builder until the appeal at the Alberta Court of Appeal has been fully dealt with and protects the appellant during a pending appeal. This amendment will significantly disadvantage Calgary homeowners who challenge the unwanted, unacceptable, incompatible RCG developments in their communities. This amendment, if passed, will favor developers who have not lived and are not going to live in the communities they buy properties and build row houses in. This amendment is going to directly impact my case. I have a Court of Appeal order granting me permission to appeal. The development permit is supposed to be withheld by the city, and no construction work is supposed to be taking place. Instead, the City of Calgary, in violation of land use bylaw section 39, did release the development permit to the landowner, and they immediately started building at a neck-breaking speed. They went from nothing on the ground on April 15 to a fully poured basement on May 2nd. They obviously think that the illegal development permit release works in their favor and will help them defeat my appeal. So the city deliberately took the developer's side in this dispute. So now, maybe the city decided that simply ignoring the bylaw does not look right and decided to delete this bylaw section altogether. So the restriction directly prohibiting the development permit release during the appeal process is just not there. What's even more pathetic, that you tried to do it sneakily without any justification and by deceptively calling the amendments housekeeping, minor in scope and technical in nature. So do not pass these amendments and respect and follow your own bylaws. The city bylaws are not only for the residents, they are for you too.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you. Let's go to Shamir Gaydar, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek. Hello, councillors. My name is Shamir Gaydar. I am the chair of the Calgary Inner-City Builders Association. Today, I'm here to speak in support of these amendments. These amendments are a move in the right direction to create housing and to create affordable housing. They are going to reduce timelines, they're going to streamline processes, but also uphold a bunch of rules on that. Now, there's multiple amendments here, but I'm going to speak specifically to a couple of them. One of them that I'm going to speak in is about the mobility storage lockers. The removal of mobility storage lockers to our industry is huge. Mobility storage lockers can cost upwards of $10,000 to build per unit, and those are directly pushed on to the end user. It could be a renter. It can be a renter, it can be an owner, it can be anyone, but those costs are directly putting onto them. That can add actually an upwards of $83 per month on that. The second thing I want to speak about is the land use amendment or the bylaw amendment for the development permits being released prior to that. I want to speak and say, you know what, as a developer, as a builder, I do live in the areas I build in and I love them and we want to contribute back to them. And many of our members do. Now, this here is actually going to fix some inconsistencies with the bylaw and the Municipal Government Act. And of course, they need to be corrected because the Municipal Government Act is what really we're looking at here. Now, the process when we go and apply for development permit, and if it's approved by the development authority, and let's say a neighbor or community association or someone appeals it, it goes to SDAB. That is their full legal right. And we're not here today to say take that away. We're saying that is needed because there are some developments that do need to be appealed, 100%. But when it comes to that, the SDAB board is not governed by, of course, the city. It's governed by the Municipal Government Act and the provincial legislation. It goes through a whole process. And from there, they decide if the development permit will be upheld or it will be rejected or taken away. Now, that is there as an appeal process, which is great. From that point on, if it is upheld, then what has to happen is permit has to be released. Once it is released from that point, then of course, everyone has a legal right to take it further. And there's no question on that. But that is a legal right on that. But that is a decision for the provincial courts, in our opinion, and not the municipal governments to make that decision. Overall, I want to look at this and say there are some really good amendments here that will actually support housing and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Mike Borchrystal, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondak, members of council. Mike Borchrystal, Tricor Design Group, Board of Directors, Calgary Inner City Builders Association. Looked through all these amendments. I understand them. I understand why they were done and the reasons behind them. But I want to talk specifically about the one that you're going to insert into 1392 of the bylaw. Now, this particular amendment is to align HGO with the RCG district in terms of parcel coverage and parking. Well, I believe that this should be throughout Part 5, the R district. That's a discussion for another day. But I have a little chart here. How do I get this chart up? Excuse me? Do I need to push something here to show the chart that I've got here?
We've got it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So there's been a little bit of noise and a little bit of controversy around this amendment saying, oh, now we're going to reduce parking from 21 square meters down to 19 square meters. This little chart, this is about section 122-1 of the current bylaw. Now, this lists all the different types of parking angles. And so I did a little bit of math for you. So when you take a 90 degree, it comes out to 14.04 meters squared. And as you go down the list, 16. And the largest one is at a 45 degree angle, comes out to 18.4 meters squared. It goes on to say that if you have physical abutments, in other words, if you've got a fence or if you've got a wall inside a garage or any type of a physical abutment, it goes to 3.1. And if you use the 5.9 meters as the minimum depth and you do the math, it's 18.29 meters squared. And if you use the 2.85, it comes out to 16.82 meters. When you go down a little farther for dwelling units, it also comes out to 17.7, 16.8, and 14.75. Now, typically, a 20 by 20 garage has always been the standard for parking 2 vehicles. And when you do all the math on a 20 by 20 garage, 400 square feet, 37.16 meters squared, or 18.58 meters squared per stall. This is the largest stall defined in the bylaws. So when we say we're going down to 19 square meters, that's larger than anything that's defined anywhere in the bylaw. So this is a good amendment to approve. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let me just double check. Do we have Joel Tiedemann? How about Michael Farrar? Okay, let's go to questions for this panel. Councillor Chabot, please start us off.
Thank you. My first question is for Mr. Grohl. So, Mr. Grohl, you made reference to the 21-day appeal period at Court of King's Bench. Is part of your argument based on the belief that this ruling may be overturned by the provincial government, or is this just based on your own experience and why you think it's a good amendment to be proposing?
Is the decisions of the SDUB can be appealed under Section 688 of the Municipal Government Act to the Alberta Court of Appeal, and there is a 30-day appeal period. Okay, so that's the 30-day appeal period is different than the 21 appeal period that is to the SDUB.
this appeal is in relations to, I thought this was in relations to Court of King's Bench. You're talking about this is an amendment to an appeal at SDAB?
No, as you can see, 39 refers to an appeal to the Alberta Court of Appeal.
Right.
But 21 days is not changed.
So by deleting the 21 days?
The 21 days in the other subsection is in reference to the appeal period that is established under the Municipal Government Act for appeals to the SDAB. They take the 21 days out because that is governed under the Municipal Government Act. That is redundant.
So that's why you're saying it's housekeeping?
My understanding is they did this so that in the future, if there is a change in the Municipal Government Act, the land use bylaw does not need to be amended.
Okay. So that's kind of what my question was, is that it's already covered under the section, what was it, 686 of the MGA. Therefore, this is redundant. And when they make an amendment, it'll be eliminated altogether.
Yeah. My concern was with respect to section 39, sub 1B, Roman 2.
And how it withholds the approval pending a decision? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the stay that is currently in place. Yes. So as Mr. Zaremski correctly pointed out, when there is an appeal to the Court of Appeal of a decision of the SDAB, if the development permit has not been released yet, the development authority cannot release the permit until the Alberta Court of Appeal has made a determination with respect to the appeal to the court.
And that's what you're saying could take up to a year?
That could take up to a year. Or in my case, for example, I had last year a client, an appeal to the Court of Appeal in Rocky View County. It took the Alberta Court of Appeal more than 1.5 years to finally render a decision.
But what about a case where an appeal was successful at Court of Appeal, and if the development permit had been released, how is that then properly dealt with?
Well, that's a risk that any developer takes, and appellants have a remedy to ask the court for a stay in place.
So even though it's not a requirement, if we take it out, there's a potential for the courts to impose a stay on
yes, they have. Parties can request the court to make a ruling on that as per the request of an appellant. So but I suggest you ask these questions to perhaps the city solicitor.
Yeah. So you're saying that would put the onus then on the appellant to make that application to the courts that the DP not to be released until such time as this decision was rendered.
Yep. Indeed.
So it's an automatic now, but you're saying that it shouldn't be automatic, that it should be left up to the appellant to make that case at the Court of King's Bench.
Indeed, yes. And then my argument is because this section has been abused by appellants just to delay the development approval process of an approved permit, but has been upheld by the development authority and the SDAB.
Yeah. Well, that may be your experience. I don't know that I can make that assumption. Okay. I think the only other question I had was in relations to the removal of the overnight stay. I sort of had an issue with that, but that wouldn't be for you. The storage locker issue, do you have any reason why you think that this should be supported, or is it strictly based on the added costs that this would impose?
First of all, it's added cost, but as my experience with my client developers is that many of these storage lockers, for example, are not being used because people that have an expensive bike what can cost $2,000 or more, they are hesitant to leave those in an outside storage locker many of the renters that I know in my clientele development projects, they take their bikes basically into their unit just for safety reasons.
Into the house and then hang them on a wall somewhere in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that myself. Okay, no further questions for you. I have a question for Mr. Borchgrist. You made reference to what you like about the 19 square meters, and you referenced a 20 by 20 garage. My experience is more like 20 by 22. So where would that fall in your calculations? About the same? So you're still in favor of what's being proposed?
Through the chair, Councillor Chabot, 20 by 20 is the standard that they use for development permits because that meets the parking requirements inside of a garage with abutments.
Yeah, us guys with trucks, we like that 22. But thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, Samir, thank you. You made reference again to the mobile storage locker. And when we think about the last couple of years, think about the last couple of years about the RCGs and secondary suites and requirement for parking, this and that. The arguments over the last couple of years is if they don't, we provide mobile storage lockers, right? It's thereby providing some form of storage of any type of vehicle, whether it be, a bicycle, a scooter, or what case may be. I understand from what Mr. Gold just said that some people don't use it; they use it for other purposes than that. I understand what you said that the cost of doing it can be $10,000 per unit and thereby $83 on rent. I guess my question is, and maybe you can't answer this, what are people to do then to store their stuff? Because again, if they're storing their scooters and bicycles in the housing unit itself, as opposed to a storage unit outside, is that really helping the situation?
Thank you, Councillor Wong. So let me say, one of the things that I really enjoy is that administration is keeping up with the changes. That is the most important thing we can do for housing, is changing and adapting to where things go. So adding the mobility storage lockers, I'll be upfront, when they first came out, I was in full support of the mobility storage lockers. I'm like, this is gonna be great, it's a good place to store things, put your e-scooters, extra stuff you have in the house. Now, looking back in time and seeing housing being built, talking to other developers, talking to our membership, and even from my own experience, right now, personally, I have 15 mobility storage lockers sitting empty on sites. Nobody wants to use them. We don't force our tenants to actually take them, otherwise we would have to end up charging them for rent on it, but we actually have them sitting empty right now. And I asked them, I said, well, would you rent it for 20 bucks a month? And they're like, yeah, but here's the problem. My stuff's at risk. I don't want to have my $20,000 bike out there, my $2,000 bike out there, my $500 bike out there. So a lot of these units are sitting empty. Those, to us, I would have rather put an amenity space for someone to use something where they can sit outside, have a coffee, sit in the sun, and do that. So with that there, it's not going to change much in the landscaping or the, what's it called, in the coverage, but it's going to allow space to be better utilized.
Okay, I'm not opposed to the change. My question is, where do people store their bikes if they don't store it in a locker and you only have so many square feet within a housing unit?
Yeah.
What's an alternative?
Well, a lot of people, well, if they do have them, I'd say in our personal, and I can only speak to this in my personal endeavors right now, is that out of all of our tenants who would use the mobility storage lockers, a lot of them don't even have anything like that. Like bikes or anything like that because of the cost of this and, the cost of housing, cost of living and everything there, the affordability end of it. But the ones that do, they want to store those in their units directly. They want to be able to know that they're safe. They're not going to lose that. Losing a $500 bike when you can hardly afford to even just pay rent is a major case. So losing that can make the difference of them paying rent that month and not paying rent, making it to work or not making it to work.
What I was looking for is there an improvement in the unit that can adequately store a bike as opposed to putting it in a hallway, putting it next to a staircase? That's what I'm looking for.
A lot of units do have places that are, great for that. So a lot of units are designed to have that as well. So yes, there are some good places to put them inside a unit.
Okay, that was it. Thank you, Mayor. Perfect.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thanks very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. I'm going to go to the next panel. Do we have Karen Arndt? Hi, come on up. Do we have Christine Brodsky-Ingham? Do we have Jennifer Baldwin?
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you. And do we have Eden Lindenbach? Okay, let's go with Karen Arndt, please. Hi.
It's been a long day. Good evening. Hello, my name is Karen Arndt, and I'm the Volunteer Planning Director at the Haysboro Community Association, but today I'm here as a concerned Calgarian. On April 14th, 2025, I attended a lunch session hosted by the FCC, where a city representative presented the proposed amendments to IP 2007 Land But Use Bylaw, informally referred to as housekeeping changes. I appreciate the FCC for organizing this session. However, the information shared by the city has left me with questions and concerns about the unforeseen effects these seemingly minor adjustments will have on the communities and individuals. As the City of Calgary works to establish itself as a climate resilient city, it continues to promote alternative modes of transportation, particularly in the inner city communities. However, it is crucial not to overlook the infrastructure required to support it. Safe, secure, and accessible storage for e-bikes, e-scooters, and bicycles must be treated as a core component of the city's transportation strategy. This is especially pressing in the light of the fire hazards associated with lithium-ion batteries, which power most e-scooters and e-bikes. To mitigate these risks, outdoor storage should be prioritized over indoor options, particularly in dense housing environments where indoor charging or storage is either prohibited or impractical. In addition, new inner-city housing developments currently offer parking at a rate of only 0.5 spaces per unit, and in HGO structures, only half of the occupants have access to a garage. In practice, many communities, like my own, do not see garages offered by developers at all. Instead, residents must rely on shared parking pads that are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Now, under the proposed amendments, these already limited spaces may be further reduced in size, compounding an existing problem and placing even more pressure on residents. Given these constraints, dedicated outdoor storage for bikes is not just beneficial, it is essential. To truly support a shift toward active and sustainable transportation, Calgary must ensure its infrastructure reflects the daily realities of urban living. In regard to the textual clarity for notification of decisions for development permits, please consider retaining the references to the 21-day appeal period as outlined in the Municipal Government Act. While communities make efforts to educate residents about the development process, many people remain unaware of it until a development permit is proposed near their home. It is understandable that residents become concerned and start paying closer attention when a project is planned next door. In this context, the 21-day appeal period is particularly significant because this deadline is strict and non-negotiable. Keeping a clear reference to it is essential. Doing so helps prevent confusion, supports transparency, and ensures consistency for all stakeholders involved. Concerning the permits, which was not an item that was brought up at the FCC luncheon, I think we should continue to hold permits should continue to be held until our courts make their final decisions. Calgarians deserve this right. We still are in a democracy. In conclusion, I urge you to take a step back and carefully consider the broader implications of these so-called minor housekeeping changes. It is essential to center the needs, concerns, and daily realities of the people who live in these communities rather than primarily accommodating the interest of developers. Please vote no to these housekeeping amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Jennifer Baldwin, please.
Good evening, Council. As you know, today's agenda includes a series of housekeeping amendments, but let's be honest, what's being proposed here is far from simple housekeeping. Among these amendments is a deeply troubling change. It would allow the city to issue development permits even when those permits are under active court appeal. That means a resident could be in the middle of a legal challenge, doing everything by the book, and a developer could still go ahead and start building without waiting for a judge's ruling. There is a serious shift in how power is balanced between citizens and developers. And yet the city has quietly folded it into a package labeled as housekeeping, a label that suggests technical tweaks, not major policy changes that affect residents' rights. That is, quite frankly, sneaky and unacceptable. Residents were not properly informed or consulted. The city conducted an info session with some reps from the CAs and FCC, and for some reason this was left out entirely. And now council is being asked to vote on a bylaw change that would gut out one of the few remaining rights citizens have. The effect of this change is chilling. If residents want to stop a potentially harmful build with a court appeal ongoing, they'll now have to pay for a costly injunction. Most Calgarians don't have that kind of money. Never mind putting any money together for the SDAP appeal itself is challenging. This puts fair process out of reach for ordinary people, and once again tilts the playing field in favor of developers. Meanwhile, other proposed changes like removing mobility storage lockers from HGO units and reducing parking pad widths chip away at livability and accessibility. They may seem small, but they send a clear message. These units are not truly meant to be lived in. They're designed for short-term rental gain, not for people or families trying to build a life. The parking pad width reduction clearly doesn't care for those who are less able-bodied, struggle to get out of the car, for people who have to open their car door more than a crack to get out, who may have groceries or a child to get out of the back seat. Developers are already producing developments that burst at the seams, and now by removing mobility storage lockers from their smallest units, we're handing them yet to another opportunity to increase the size of their dwellings, which bear little improvement to the future residents. Without the requirement for these lockers, developers can make their dwellings even larger as part of their 60% lot coverage. This may sound beneficial to those in the future occupying these units, but it's not, because the total square footage gained is only a couple of feet to each unit, while removing storage livability to folks who are less than 500 square feet. You don't have room to hang a bike in 500 square feet. Again, this is about short-term rentals and the ability to profit further on the real estate market. The city is focusing on isn't focusing on improving livability or providing meaningful amenities for residents. This is about how else can we support developers in an already well-supported, well-funded arena. Instead, we should be encouraging developers to create built forms that are designed within their means. Removing language that outlines the SDAB's 21-day period process just when residents need the transparency more than ever, it's just another jab to remove the public out of the picture. Yes, it's up to the provincial government when to change the period of appeals for city-granted permits. However, it's important that the City of Calgary shows full transparency on the process. Hiding requirements is removing the public further from their rights. Understandably, the period can change as decided by the Alberta government, but it's not changing on a yearly basis, and amendments to the city's bylaws can be made at the time to reflect the updated timeframe. When do we stop changing the rules at a constant rate so citizens can catch up? To me, this screams let's throw a wrench into residents' ability to appeal at the SDAB. A right that all council members who are for blanket rezoning said residents could access. If residents are given a set of rules to abide by when a building is considered a permitted use, and they have certain stipulations to follow when carrying out a process, how can they even use that process if the city keeps changing the rules on them during said process, or potentially not revealing what those rules are at all? At what point does it have to get to where we say, yes, this is a broken system, because we're building forms that make poor sense, yet the city is removing parameters like context. Context matters. I have 15 years of experience in design, and I can confidently say that context is essential to creating a successful, well-integrated project. It should never be disregarded in development. In fact, it should be the foundation of any thoughtful design concept. The city should be embarrassed by the permits they've been approving. Walking over window wells to get to your unit is complete dysfunction. And terrifyingly, the city has forgotten to add bylaws that require HGOs to have separation between parking structures and second dwellings as per what should be fire code. I encourage residents of Calgary to stop trusting and relying on the city to pass safe building permits. They're not, because the bylaws are flawed. Council isn't receiving adequate feedback, and this is why residents are now the last stop to raise the flag. In conclusion, Council, this isn't housekeeping. This is a rollback of residents' protections and rights disguised as a minor administrative update. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just hang on the line in case there's questions for you. Let me ask, do we have Christine Brodsky-Ingham? Do we have Eden Lindenbach? Okay. Thank you to both of you on this panel. There's no questions for you. So thanks for taking the time to be with us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.3.1?
On deck, I would please like to speak to this amendment.
Hi, sorry, who's this?
This is Flora Gillespie.
Okay, are you registered?
I am not registered.
Okay, just hang on the line then for a minute. Sir, are you registered to speak?
I'm registered on the next item, but I have to speak to this one if you allow me. If not, then I'll go sit down, but I'm compelled to say something on this.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Mike Bruni.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Background, I'm a lawyer. I've practiced for, pretty soon 50 years. I appreciate what Mr. Grohl says. What is alleging with 39, bylaw 39, in my mind is ultra vires. It's unconstitutional. Deference has to be given to the MGA, and the MGA allows people to appeal. I know the court system is inefficient. I mean, it takes a long time for a lot of things, but that's fairness. And if council passes that bylaw, it will be ultra vires. I can assure you of that. I'm a chair of the SDAB in Central Alberta. I understand the MGA very well, understand the appeal process, and I really empathize with Mr. Grohl because his clients don't like this. But in fairness, you have to have that opportunity to appeal, and it's under the MGA, which is supremacy over bylaws that a municipality can pass. So I'm just going to say, I just had to say that because I was kind of exploding in my seat, because this is very, very, very important. You can pass this, but I can assure you, if I was representing a client, I would have a very good case in indicating that this was ultra vires. Thank you very much, Your Worship, for allowing me to speak, but I had to, and I'm going to be back. I'll be back later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no questions for you, so we appreciate your time. And was it Flora Gillespie that's on the line?
Yes, it is, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and so it's on this item, 7.3.1?
100%.
Okay, go ahead.
So tonight I want to speak. First, I want to thank Council for providing me this opportunity. I want to speak to the administration's housekeeping amendments, as my friends before me have, and to land use bylaw, specifically the proposed bylaw 44P 2025 item G. On May 5th, I learned in a CBC report that the administration had put forward an amendment which allowed a housing development to go ahead, even if it's before the Alberta Court of Appeal. Unless the city of Calgary is prepared to have a development dismantled, if that appeal is rejected, this makes no sense. And it's heavily biased towards the builder. This is a substantive change to our land use bylaws. It's certainly not a housekeeping amendment. That citizens were not consulted in a fair manner. I urge councillors to reject this amendment on reasons, amongst others, to be clear, amongst others, of good governance and due process, including transparency, by making information accessible and understandable to the to the public, accountability, by ensuring administration is responsible for their actions and can be held to account, responsiveness, by listening to concerns of the people. I'm going to repeat that. By listening to the concerns of the people and actively responding. Rule of law. Applying laws fairly, ensuring that no one is above the law. By voting for these changes today, and I just want to be really clear here, by voting for these changes today, councillors are saying that residents do not matter. You are putting developers first, not citizens or communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you're amenable to persuasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just get the spelling of your first name so we can confirm it?
Yeah, it's Flora, F-L-O-R-A.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. There's no questions for you, so thanks very much for making the time today. And let me ask, is there anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.3.1?
Mayor, I would like to speak, if that's all right.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, it's Kayla Brown.
Kayla, are you registered for this item?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Kayla, can you spell your name for us?
Yep, K-A-Y-L-A, and then my last name is Brown, B-R-O-W-N-E.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right, I don't have a lot prepared today. I just wanted to speak in support of this item, and I heard some of the questions that Councillor Wong was asking with regards to the bicycle storage units within the bicycle storage within the mobility storage units and what some other alternatives can be. And I just wanted to particularly speak in support of the removal of those and what I'm seeing from an architecture perspective. I'm an architect that practices here in Calgary. And so I've done some work in Canmore, and it was a number of years ago now. But when we were designing ADUs, it was a requirement to actually have bicycle storage within the unit. And we found it very simple to actually just add a bike hanging storage device and put the bikes on the wall. And so I found that to be a really, really good solution. And I'll also say, just from an architecture perspective, when I'm designing these projects, it's often very, very difficult to incorporate the mobility storage units either within the landscape, the amenity space, or the building. And I found it particularly challenging. And it often adds another layer of complexity from a building code perspective. And I'm in general in support of getting rid of the mobility storage lockers and finding alternative solutions either within the unit or perhaps in the garage for any bicycles that residents should have. And that's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question from Councillor Wong.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Hi, Ms. Brown. Thank you for adding your insights to this. I guess a couple other speakers who spoke against putting bicycles and that inside a suite, particularly the comment about charging their electrical devices. Any thoughts about that from a safety perspective?
No, I don't have any comments on that. Like, what I'm mostly seeing is just bicycles, just strictly bicycles. I haven't had any projects where there's been any requests for anything additional with inside the unit for the actual charging of e-bikes or anything like that. So I'm speaking mostly to my experience with bicycles and bicycle storage.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry. I think the comment the previous speaker was talking about was, again, charging and the concern of lithium batteries, heating up or blowing up and that kind of thing. From an architectural perspective, again, any concern about that risk?
No, I don't have a concern about that risk, no.
Okay. The last one is, you talk about bicycles, but scooters themselves. Have you been able to hang scooters off a wall?
The just ones that you would push, like with your foot?
No, the e-scooters, the battery-powered e-scooters.
No, I haven't ever been requested to hang scooters off the wall. No, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were an architect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. From a fire safety code perspective and then thinking about firefighters walking in and out of the building and having bicycles or scooters on the ground, is that a concern from an architecture's perspective?
I can't really comment on what a fire department access would say in that scenario, but I would say for my designs, like what I would do is I would ensure that there would be space allocated outside of the path of travel, if that makes sense. So if you need to have a minimum 915 mil corridor, that's what I would keep as like a basic path of circulation. And I would provide additional space, which is what the town of Canmore required, additional space to have storage for scooters or storage for e-bikes or storage for bicycles, but it would be outside the path of travel particularly for me, I want to make sure that the spaces that I designed are very usable all the time, and people aren't just walking around scooters in general. And I would say that any architect would make that a priority. And so the storage would be, in addition to or out of the way of the path of circulation. So it should not be a problem for firefighters to access the building and get through the general path of circulation.
Thank you. That was actually the answer I was looking for earlier. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, there's no more questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.3.1?
I would like to.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, my name is Angela Wittenmeyer. I'm actually registered for 7.3.2, but this, I just would really like, I won't even take 5. I would just really like to reply to some of the people who have also spoken up who weren't registered. Specifically, this last woman who's an architect, and even the builder. When the builder was talking about the bike and how people don't want to use his mobility units because they don't want to put their $20,000 bike in, he used the phrase $20,000 bike. But those people who have a $20,000 bike can't afford $80 for a storage unit, and that's why he wants to take them out. And one builder has 15 sitting empty, so that's just getting wiped off the board for everyone. And the solution everyone is telling people to do, I have a garage, so luckily this is not me, but if people kept saying to me, go hang your e-bike or your bike on your wall, and that's your solution, well, drive your car under your kitchen table. Like, I don't want to take my dirty bike that's covered in mud and bring it in and have to put it on my wall. What about my kid's bike? And never mind, storage can be more than for your bike. Doesn't anybody have a Christmas tree or camping equipment? Or it just feels like the other person who spoke to this, you're squeezing people into smaller and smaller and smaller spaces with no storage and no way to live a life. Plus, the city has this huge push where they want bike paths everywhere. I live in Marda Loop. We're putting them in. But meanwhile, now people don't have anywhere that they can put their bikes except to hang them on their wall. Like, it's not a piece of art. It's transportation. They're dirty. They have grease on their chains. Like, give people a place to store these. It doesn't even apply to me, but it's such a ridiculous statement from a builder who just wants to maximize their profit. And if the argument is they're not safe, then the onus is on the builders to find safe storage for their tenants, not to wipe it off the bill that they have to provide it. It's ridiculous. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. There's no questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to present to us today. Let me ask, anyone else left on 7.3.1? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Council, I was going to propose something that would have been brilliant about half an hour ago. I don't know how it will work now. I was thinking that we might postpone this item and let the members of the public who are registered for 7.3.2 speak and not have to come back tomorrow. It is possible we could get through them. It's also likely we won't. So anyone interested in trying that? So we're done with these speakers. We have one more item to go. We've got people who have been sitting here for most of the day. It's hard to tell because people are giving the phone number away. So 15.
Can we just commit to finishing the whole shebango tonight?
We can't because we've already canceled one break during the day. So I can't do that to clerks. So what I can do, though, is postpone this item to the call of the chair. Mr. Clerk, is that the way to do it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so for anyone that was here speaking to this item, 7.3.1, we've gone through all of the public presentations. And so I'm closing the public hearing on 7.3.1 because there was no other speakers. I've already done that. Okay, so I'm proposing that we postpone this item, start up item 7.3.2, and get through as many speakers as we can. So can we go to item 7.3.2 for the presentation, please?
Can I ask a procedural question? If we get through all the speakers tonight of 7.3.2, do we go back to 7.3.1?
Yes, I'll go back to 7.3.1.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for members of council that are in the queue, I will maintain your queue when we go back to 7.3.1.
Mayor, can we just confirm at least that there's general consent to postpone this item?
Yeah, can I get general consent to postpone 7.3.1, please? I don't see anyone opposed. Thank you. Hi, we're ready when you are.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of council. My name is Peter Shrivers, one of the project co-leads for the West Elbow Community's local area plan. I'll try to do this quick. Joining me today are Evan Goldstrom, the project co-lead, Nell Soriano, project planner, Jason Bell, mobility engineer, Brianne Harder, local area planning coordinator, and Garrett Douglas, engage. Next slide, please. Before we begin, we have a small amendment to attachment 8, the presentation, which is simply to update the maps in the presentation to align with the amendments approved by Infrastructure Planning Committee. The recommendations that were presented to Infrastructure Planning Committee are shown on the screen, which are to recommend approval of the proposed West Elbow Community's local area plan. Included in those recommendations are repeal by bylaw or rescind by resolution a number of policy documents that will be replaced by the new local area plan. The plan also includes 2 amendments made at Infrastructure and Planning Committee, which are detailed in your report. I will now pass it on to Nell Soriano to provide a review of the area context, history, plan engagement, and evolution. Next slide, please.
The West Elbow communities are located immediately to the south of downtown, characterized by a wide range of housing types, unique commercial areas, and park network highlighted by the Elbow River Valley. The area is bounded by Glenmore Trail to the south, the Elbow River and McLeod Trail to the east, Crowchild Trail to the west, and 17th Avenue and the Canadian Pacific Kansas City rail tracks to the north. Over the past 2 years, we've explored the past, present, and future of the West Elbow communities. As the area changes over time, the proposed plan provides direction to guide future development proposals, investment, and community improvements. Next slide, please. The plan area developed early in Calgary's history and contains some of Calgary's oldest communities. Most of the land in the area was owned by the Canadian Pacific Railway prior to development, while communities such as Mission, which was founded around the former Catholic Mission, and Garrison Woods, which was a former military base, have unique histories in Calgary. Many of these communities were shaped by Calgary's historic streetcar system. Next slide, please. The plan area includes a total of 16 communities listed on screen and a total population of over 46,000 residents. The area has many parks, recreation, and natural areas, including Glenmore Athletic Park, Sandy Beach, Lindsay Park, and the Elbow River Valley, from which the plan derives its name. The plan area is serviced by 3 LRT stations, Sonalta Station on the Blue Line, and Victoria Park and Earlton Station on the Red Line. There are 4 MAX BRT stations in the plan area, all located along Crowchild Trail. This plan features a network of 6 main streets located along 10th Avenue, 17th Avenue, 33rd Avenue, 14th Street, 4th Street, and McLeod Trail. These main streets provide commercial amenities and daily needs for many community residents. Next slide, please. The proposed plan was created and refined over 4 phases of meaningful public participation. After phases 1 to 3, we shared an engagement summary, a what we heard report that summarized the feedback provided to us and verbatim comments, and a what we did report that described if and how the project team used that feedback. We hosted 66 engagement events as the plan was developed, including 19 targeted sessions, 22 public sessions, 12 walking tours, and 13 working group sessions, comprised of 8 main working group sessions, as well as 5 heritage working group sessions. Engagement was intentionally designed to be accessible and inclusive with multiple in-person and virtual engagement sessions during each phase, intended to allow participants to provide feedback on the plan. Our engagement helped us shape a plan that responds to local contexts, considers the unique histories of the West Elbow communities, and reflects current trends and preferences. Next slide, please. Throughout our engagement, we listened, discussed ideas and concerns, and made refinements. We discussed where different uses such as residential, commercial, or mixed use could fit best along with appropriate building scales and made changes based on feedback provided during each phase of engagement. While most of the comments we received through public engagement centered around building scale, in Phase 2, we heard a desire from participants to build upon the success of the area's main streets, allow for more commercial development near transit stations, and allow for more locally focused amenities such as corner stores and cafes within communities. For example, number 1 on the map illustrates 16th Street in Altadore, where we are enabling more locally focused commercial opportunities. In Phase 3, we heard more detailed feedback on the urban form proposed in various areas. For example, we made several changes around 14th Street, marked as Area 2 on the map, focusing commercial development around core area between 25th and 29th Avenue. Other changes were made based on public feedback, such as removing neighborhood connector from some places like 3rd Street in Roxborough, marked as area number 3 on the map. The urban form map highlights key changes made, but is not an exhaustive list. Next slide, please. In addition to making changes to the urban form map, the project team also made changes to the building scale map based on public feedback. In Phase 2, we heard a lot of feedback on the proposed heights in the growth concept map and made several changes based on that feedback. In Mardeloop, marked as Area 4 on this map, we made numerous changes such as reducing building height from 12 stories to 6 stories at various locations and reducing the height of the Safeway site from 26 to 12 stories. In some areas, such as Area 5 in Mount Royal, where we received significant public feedback, we removed higher building scales entirely. In other areas, such as Cliff Bungalow and Mission, marked as Area 6 on the map, we made changes depending on the particular context of each block. In Phase 3, additional feedback helped us to refine the building scale map even more, such as increasing building scale in close proximity to Sonalta Station, marked as Area 7, or reducing building scale in North Glenmore Park, marked as Area 8, to provide better transitions from the BRT stations. Next slide, please. The proposed urban form and building scale maps reflect the various sources of feedback we have received as the plan was developed. They provide direction for more intensive residential and commercial development along the area's main streets and within transit station areas. Less intensive development is focused on community corridors in the plan, such as 20th Street, Richmond Road, and Elbow Drive. Next slide, please.
We will now walk through the 6 key moves of the plan. These key moves are linked to the core values and are intended to support growth and change that could happen in communities. The first key move centers around historic places and spaces. This key move is important as the West Elbow communities have the largest concentration of heritage assets in the city. The plan supports heritage character and preservation by including heritage guideline areas that ensure sensitive development in areas with concentrations of heritage assets, creating incentives for the retention and adaptive reuse of historic buildings, and implementing heritage density transfer mechanisms to provide further incentives for the designation of heritage buildings. Next slide, please. The second key move is focused on housing for all. The West Elbow communities are in close proximity to Mount Royal University and the greater downtown and have significant diversity in housing types and income levels of households. We heard that people wanted increased housing choices throughout the plan area, while others expressed concerns about denser housing forms in certain locations. The plan supports housing choice by allowing a variety of low-density housing forms throughout the plan area while focusing higher scale growth along main streets, near transit stations, and along the primary transit network. Next slide, please. The third key move concerns parks, open spaces, and natural areas. We heard that participants valued access to parks and green spaces in the area, particularly the Elbow River Pathway System and adjacent parks. People also valued the natural function of parks and the benefits of a healthy tree canopy. The plan supports this move by detailing numerous community improvements in Chapter 3, including encouraging the protection and enhancement of the urban tree canopy, encouraging innovative approaches to increasing open space, and facilitating the renovation of existing parks. Next slide, please. The fourth key move is safe and convenient mobility. We heard that east-west mobility improvements across the plan area were needed, including better cycling connections, investments such as improving access to transit stations, expanding the cycling network, and improving vehicular and pedestrian safety through intersection and roadway improvements support this key move and are found in Chapter 3. Next slide, please. The fifth key move is improving climate resiliency. Participants in this area were keenly aware of impacts of climate events, particularly flooding along the Elbow River. The plan supports climate resiliency by encouraging sustainable building practices while also identifying opportunities to reduce vulnerability to climate events such as flooding or extreme heat. Next slide, please. The final key move is providing more daily needs and amenities within walking distance. Participants told us that having convenient access to daily needs, grocery stores, corner stores, cafes, is something they value about living in the area. The plan supports this key move by outlining improvements to all 6 main streets and facilitating more small-scale uses within communities, mostly focused on the area's community corridors. Next slide, please. In conclusion, over the past 2 years, we have considered city policies, analyzed the unique context and trends of the area, and heard from people who live and work here. The key moves for the plan align with the feedback received and the diverse needs of existing and future residents and businesses in the West Elbow communities. Our 2-year process has resulted in a local area plan that builds upon the existing assets in the West Elbow communities, the area's main streets, LRT stations, BRT stations, and important parks and recreation facilities. The plan will provide clear direction to the West Elbow communities as they continue to grow and change over the coming decades. Next slide, please. Our recommendation to Infrastructure and Planning Committee for the approval of the proposed West Elbow Communities Plan is shown again on the screen, and administration is happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.2. I'm going to read out the names for the first panel, and I'll just confirm that everyone's available. Do we have Alice Lamb? Do we have Tern Kaplan? Thank you. Do we have Dean Braun? Thank you. And do we have Michael Jones?
I'm on the line.
Michael, that's you on the line?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Do we have Alice Lamb? Okay, then let's start up with Tern Kaplan, please.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and members of council. I'm Tern Kaplan, a grade 11 student at Western Canada High School. Over the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure of being a part of the West Elbow Community's Local Area Planning Working Group. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, as it is a pleasure to see the result of our work in front of council. First, everybody is willing to agree that Calgary needs more housing. You have all heard the numbers, seen the graphs, and for many, experienced firsthand what our housing shortage is costing us. So, to put it bluntly, here it is. This plan in front of you today, there's a sustainable, controlled, and impactful way of allowing my generation, your generation, and future generations to have a place they can call home. Something that far fewer can agree on is where housing should go. Some don't care, as long as it isn't near them, but most, at least the loudest, seem to think that endlessly building into our fertile and productive prairies will solve all our problems. It won't, and certainly not using our current development model. Throughout the process of creating this plan, I and everyone else on the working group have heard nearly every argument one could possibly come up with to prevent densification in the West Elbow communities. But why be so negative? This plan is our voice. It is our opportunity to see our neighborhood change as you and I want it to. And no, our neighborhoods cannot remain untouched for the next 30 years. Obviously, there is a place for historical preservation, as well outlined in the plan. But our cities are not museums. Overall, they must evolve to be in line with our current and future needs. That being said, this plan offers a lot more than housing. From major street remodelings to upgrading water mains to creating a new dog park. This plan gives the West Elbow communities a direction, a vision, something that we in our everyday lives can strive to fulfill a little part of. To the point of transportation. Yes. As has been widely pointed out, today the West Elbow communities depend heavily on commuting by car. But we cannot plan for the restrictions of today's reality, for the quality of our neighborhoods will regress. We must envision a better future, one in which one may be able to travel to, from, and across our communities without the need for a car. We must think forward and plan for the transit of tomorrow while still accounting for our current circumstances. No. Your parking will not disappear. Instead, it will be improved, centralized, and made safer. And our streets will not become overrun with crime, and they will not be crippled by chronic traffic issues. They will become livelier and more hospitable. Finally, the West Elbow communities are special. It is not a mid-block 6-story building that will ruin it. These streets won't become unsafe, our neighbors won't all move out, and your property values will not collapse. Finally, this plan is not set in stone. Not every home to be rezoned to 6 stories will end up becoming a 6-story building. Plans are meant to be adjusted and fine-tuned as we learned. They are far from perfect, but far more perfect than having no plan. Thank you for your time. I sincerely hope for your vote in favor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I can see that Alice Lamb has joined us. You're up next. And I'm just going to say to anybody that was here for the previous item for 7.3.1, just so you know, we will not be going back to that item until tomorrow, most likely at 1 o'clock tomorrow or a little bit after that. So you're welcome to stay here and check out what's going on, but if you want to go home, I totally get it. You'll be interested in tuning in after 1 o'clock tomorrow. So Ms. Lamb, please go ahead.
Hello, members of council and your worship. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. We rushed over here from another event, but this is really important to me because this West Elbow Park plan is my family's story. For those of you who know me from my community work, I do a lot of volunteering in Chinatown, and that's where our family story started, in low-income housing in Chinatown. But eventually we moved to Marlborough, and while we were in Marlborough, my parents went to this church in Forest Lawn, and the pastor told them, if you want your daughter to succeed in life, you have to drive her to school in Rideau Park. And so from the time I was 5 years old until I was graduating grade 9, my parents drove me 25 minutes both ways while working shift work because they thought that it would give me a better future, and they fell in love with the community. They loved the commercial spaces, they loved the apartments that their friends lived in, but ultimately they loved the rivers that hugged the neighborhoods and the opportunities that it allowed for recreation, and it was just a beautiful place to grow up. And when I went to school at Western Canada High School, my parents finally was able to afford a place in Mission, and so they bought a house in Mission, and I was able to walk to school every day for the first time in 15 years of life. I was able to make friends with kids from other neighborhoods around the West Elbow area, but also from all aspects of the city because everybody came to Western because it was the cool high school in Calgary. I got to do my first summer job at the Calgary Stampede at 13 years old, and then eventually bus after school to Chinook Center to work at my parents' restaurant. And living in Mission and in the West Elbow community allowed me to have this flexibility and this independence that a lot of our kids honestly lack these days because the lack of transportation, the lack of opportunity. And over the years, Mission has transformed into this beautiful neighborhood. Elbow Park has continued to transform, Mount Royal, Bankview. But eventually the population in Calgary is going to outpace what we currently have in stock in the community. And so I love this plan because it affords modest density increases on main streets. It allows for commercial development on main streets. It allows for investment in transportation, multimodal transportation, which we already have a lot of. And it also invests in our parks and our historic designated neighborhoods. And so the reason I want to support this, because in my side job running Good Neighbor, where we see impoverished Calgarians every day providing them with clothing and food, we see that there's not a lot of housing options in the inner city, and we're doing a lot of work through commercial to residential conversions, but we need more in every neighborhood. And so I'm really excited for this plan. When I read it, I thought that it was really well written, that it had a lot of detail, and for people who didn't understand urban planning, it actually spelled out a lot of things and provided a lot of context, and I'm really hopeful that by supporting this plan today that this can become a best practice for plans for other neighborhoods in Calgary. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Dean Braun, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Dean Braun, and I stand before you today not just as a business person, but as a lifelong Calgarian with deep roots in the very heart of the West Elbow communities area. My family's connection to these communities began in the 1920s when my paternal great-grandmother purchased a home in Bankview, a home that still stands and is cherished by our family today. My maternal grandparents made their home in South Calgary, where my grandfather for many years was supplying bedding plants to the community. These aren't just historical details. They illustrate the generations of investment and commitment my family has made to the area. I grew up with strong ties to the community. I have vivid memories of family dinners, shopping at local businesses like Fairley's Meat Market, and spending time at the old South Calgary Arena. These experiences have shaped my perspective on the evolution of Marteloup, Bankview, and the surrounding areas. We've witnessed significant changes, from single-family homes evolving into multifamily structures to once vibrant businesses giving way to decay. This is why I believe the West Elbow Community's local area plan is so vital. It provides a crucial framework for renewal, enhancement, and reinvigoration. I want to commend the city planners for their exemplary work. This plan demonstrates a thoughtful and collaborative approach, strategically directing density and massing in a way that will benefit the community. Throughout this process, the planners have listened intently, incorporating feedback and demonstrating professionalism, transparency, and a deep understanding of the community's needs. Calgary is currently facing a low rental vacancy rate. The West Elbow Community's LIP offers an opportunity to address this challenge head-on, providing much-needed housing solutions and fostering the kind of stability and encourages responsible and innovative investment. And I must emphasize the importance of a timely approval. Economic investment is hanging in the balance. My group and others are poised to move forward with projects that will not only contribute to the community, but also set a new standard for the area. However, these plans hinge on the certainty and the swift approval of this local area plan will provide. Any delays will not only postpone these benefits, but could also deter future investment, hindering our collective progress. We've been very engaged in this process, and while we recognize that not every voice will agree on every detail, the plan presented is, in my opinion, one of the best I've seen in my city. I urge City Council to consider the Infrastructure Planning Committee's recommendation from April 2nd and approve this plan promptly and efficiently. Let's not delay. Let's work together to secure a future that benefits residents, business, and the entire city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Michael Jones, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Jones, and I'm talking on behalf of the Sonalta Community Association, our Development Committee. We are broadly in support of the plan, as this represents a lot of effort from the volunteers from our CA, volunteers from our broader community that were originally not part of our CA, and now we've had a chance to actually get in touch with them and grow, as well as many volunteers from our broader West Elbow community, as well as the very tireless efforts of the city staff. So thank you to the volunteers and everyone who is involved. We all appreciate the ability to help guide policy, to help make it clear where rezoning and redevelopment is desired in our neighborhoods. This document represents the ability to accept and shape the change we're going to see in our communities. When we must say goodbye to one of our older homes, we want every demolition to count towards making our community a better place. We are agreeing with others in administration that this document incentivizes that and should be passed. Change is painful, and there are trade-offs in the plan that we're not in love with, but the plan also represents the chance to update our area redevelopment plan, or for other communities, give them an area, something like an area redevelopment plan. And this document also reflects other council policies, such as taking TOD seriously. So it's a refreshing update for plans that have not been iterated on. Most importantly for our CA, and what we wanted the most in this plan, was this document gives us the heritage rules we've been asking for years. This gives us an ability to better incentivize contextual design, making it clear we want new homes to prioritize being part of a community. I also want to reiterate a note we made in our letter that was submitted to clerks. The local area investment fund is a good start. Our city is evolving and requires investment to support our growth. So if we're going to add more density, let's follow through and add amenities as well. So lastly, I wanted to make a note to thank Council for passing the amendment at committee to include in the industrial area of Sonalta as a pragmatic tweak to the plan. So with that, I'll seize my time. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you to this panel. I don't see any questions for you from members of council, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. I'm going to go to panel 2 and see who we have. Do we have Angela Widdenmeyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Cam Kernahan?
Yes, on the phone.
Thank you. Do we have Hee-Sung Kim? Yes. Okay. Do we have Dermot O'Mahony?
Yes, on the phone.
Perfect. And do we have Stuart Craig? Okay, then let's kick things off with Angela Widdenmeyer, please.
Okay, thank you. What I want to address with this local area plan, as I've sat on the phone or the computer since 9:30 this morning, following everything, it was interesting as you went over different agenda items and everything was like a proposed land use change. It's in alignment with the local area plan, and that seemed to just make it easy for council to say, great, it's in alignment with the plan, let's go ahead. Well, we're about to put in a plan that forever forward will be looked to as to whether or not certain developments will go ahead. Now, I actually had my name down to participate in this plan. You had to sign up with a group of 2, and one of you always had to go, and it was me and my husband, and he usually went, so I didn't get to participate myself, but we talked about it a lot. So we were actively involved in this. I'm also born and raised Calgarian, like one of the first speakers mentioned. I have, active roots in the community. My son goes to school. And since we've moved to the community, I'd have to say it's not a great place to live. You can't take the transit to school. You can't walk. It's a construction zone. It feels a little bit like a war zone. And this area where I live in Marda Loop has already met its density goals. So my biggest concern with the West Area Plan is, yes, the city is developing. Yes, there is densification happening. But what I don't like is there was a change that was made kind of quietly at the end where the shadow ban was removed on 33rd Avenue and 34th Avenue. And I find that really interesting that shift was made because there's some proposed very, very large towers that want to be developed in that area that wouldn't have gotten approved with the way the local area plan sat. But when you remove the shadowing bans, well, all of a sudden, now that kind of removes some of that designated area with how tall it can be. So it feels like the plan got shifted to match these developments that are in proposal rather than the developments having to meet the local area plan as the residents and the communities put together. So I would like, before this is approved, for that shadow ban to be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's questions at the end. Let's go to Cam Kernahan, please.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to again present to Council as a follow-up to my presentation at the Infrastructure Planning Committee meeting on April the 2nd. To avoid duplication, since I've already presented my original IPC submission to 10 councillors and have included it as a submission to this full Council meeting, I will rely on those that attended the IPC meeting to already be familiar with that submission. I will also trust that those councillors and the mayor that were not part of the IPC meeting have already had a chance to review that previous IPC submission. As I've mentioned at previous public hearings, and you have heard from many other citizens, we do not always feel that we have been listened to by Council and that the current public hearing process does not always allow meaningful public engagement. Personally, I received no feedback on my previous presentations or any of the proposals that I suggested in those presentations, so it's hard to know if I've been heard. As such, I have changed my approach this time to request that specific amendments be considered and hopefully voted on by Council. I believe this would demonstrate not only that you have listened to what I have proposed, but you have considered it and decided to accept it or reject it. Obviously, I would be happier if you approved the amendments, but I'm realistic that not all amendments will be accepted. I do implore you to support my proposed approach, although it may not be what you've considered in the past. If procedure does not allow a citizen to propose amendments, I respectfully request one of the councillors to propose the amendments that I have suggested. Specifically, I would like to suggest the following amendments and would ask the city clerk to display each amendment as is presented below. Amendment 1 proposes a change to an area of map 4 highlighted in blue in my original IPC submission. As noted in my original submission, this area consists of a city right-of-way with significant green space and mature trees, along with lots that have been proposed for higher density that do not face Elbow Drive Southwest, but rather impinge on the adjacent lower density residential areas, resulting in significant shadowing, privacy, and congestion issues. Specifically, the proposed amendment reads, 1. Amend Map 4 entitled Building Scale to change the area identified as low modified up to 4 stories in Elbow Drive between 38th Avenue Southwest and Sifton Boulevard Southwest to parks and open space, and to change the area identified as low modified up to 4 stories, 1 block west of Elbow Drive Southwest on both 38th Avenue Southwest and on Sifton Boulevard Southwest to limited up to 3 stories. Amendment 2 proposes the higher density areas along Elbow Drive Southwest revert to the current density. Increased density beyond what currently exists would result in unacceptable shadowing and privacy issues to neighboring properties, along with extremely limited access via narrow laneways. This would also result in serious pedestrian safety issues, both in the laneways and along Elbow Drive pedestrian crossings, including at the very busy Elbow Drive crossing at 38th Avenue for the local elementary school, and at the 34th Avenue Southwest pedestrian crossing, which already has site limitations. Specifically, the amendment reads, 2, amend map 4 entitled Building Scale to change the area identified as low modified up to 4 stories on the west side of Elbow Drive Southwest from just north of Garden Crescent Southwest to 38th Avenue Southwest, and on the east side of Elbow Drive Southwest from just south of 34th Avenue Southwest to 40th Avenue Southwest to limited up to 3 stories. Finally, Amendment 3 proposes the higher density along Council Way Southeast of 14th Street be maintained at the current zone density. Further density would impinge on the surrounding residential areas, resulting in unacceptable shadowing and privacy issues for neighboring properties. Specifically, the amendment reads, amend map 4 entitled Building Scale to change the area identified as low modified up to 4 stories on both the north and south side of Council Way from 14th Street to 12th Street to limited up to 3 stories. I look forward to your consideration and response on the above amendments. Although all amendments propose a reduction in density, I would contend that the net reduction is minimal and the city's targets for density in these areas is more than met by the current land use zoning density in place. I would also suggest that this may be in the best interest of council to avoid significant negative public feedback if these proposed density plans remain in place when the required rezoning to support future proposed developments for these areas is reviewed at future public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you at the end. Let's go to Hee-Sung Kim, please.
I submitted a PowerPoint. I was told that it could be shown. Great, okay. My name is Hee-Sung Kim. I'm representing the Earlton Community Association. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of history to start off with. There's the background of the Earlton Area Redevelopment Plan. There's some feedback here. So the background, Earlton is a very, very small community. I think certainly a few of you have come to visit us. It's only 12 blocks high and about 1.5 blocks wide. So it's very, very small. And in 1982, the Earlton Area Redevelopment Plan was adopted, and Earlton is informally divided into 2 areas. The area north of 25th Avenue is North Earlton, and the area south of 25th Avenue, we call it South Earlton. But in 1982, when the Earlton ARP was adopted, the majority of properties in North Earlton had been assembled by developers that were proposing quite high density, but the properties in South Earlton were owned by individuals. So in the late 1970s, a developer optioned homes in South Earlton to rezone it to R4, which allowed apartment buildings. At the time, all of Earlton was zoned R2, which allowed 1 house on a 25-foot lot. And because of all this conflict, and the Earlton Community Association was formed in 1978 by a group of homeowners where membership was only open to residents, the Earlton ARP was adopted as a compromise between these 2 factions, and the area in South Earlton was rezoned to RM2, which allowed 2 units on a 25-foot lot, while the flood-prone areas in the between 25th and 27th Avenue stayed R2 because of the floodway requirements or the floodway concerns. Next slide, please. The housing policies in the Earlton Area Redevelopment Plan for South Earlton allowed higher density, basically doubling the density, but it said a variety of housing types excluding apartments. So they all had to be grade-oriented, sort of family-style residents. Next slide, please. So the area redevelopment plan policies were the basis for the redevelopment that happened in Earlton. And most of North Earlton was redeveloped to higher density starting around 1995 for entire city blocks with flood resilient measures put into place, while the land in South Earlton remained predominantly owned by individual property owners. So redevelopment in South Earlton has occurred on a site-by-site basis for single and semi-detached or townhouse development that complied with the ARP policy. Now, with the construction of the Springbank off-stream reservoir, the flood restrictions will be lifted in the near future, allowing redevelopment in the area between 25th and 27th Avenue that had remained low density. Next slide, please. So the redevelopment in South Earlton has already happened. It's a mix of fourplexes, townhouses, single and semi-detached, and with the adoption of the secondary suites in the land use bylaw, a lot of these have secondary suites. So instead of, say, 4 units on a 50-foot lot, which is what our M2 allowed, there are 8 units on a 50-foot lot. Next slide, please. The building scale map that's being proposed for Earlton and Wheelap is inconsistent with current development. North Earlton is already developed to 3 to 4 stories, and the 2 vacant lots, the 2 vacant city blocks, the Anthem lands along McLeod Trail, are intended for high density, but they're vacant right now. The Wheelap building scale allows up to 12 stories on the south side of 25th Avenue, 4 stories on the balance of South Earlton to the cemetery lands, 6 stories on Earlton Hill, south of 25th Avenue, 4 stories on the balance to cemetery lands, and 4 stories on 34th Avenue, and 6 stories on Mission Road. Next slide, please. The building scale in Wheelap will destroy our small, vibrant community. The building scale for South Earlton and Wheelap hugely exceeds whatever exists in North Earlton already, and up to 6 stories building scale for North Earlton has already been developed to 3 to 4 stories. North Earlton was developed in 1995, and it's condo titled, so it's not likely to be redeveloped in the next 50 years. The Anthem lands are districted for high density, but the current first phase is intended to be a 6-story building. The current situation in South Earlton is that there are many new buildings, single and semi-detached, and townhouses that were developed on the expectation that the community was stable. The proposed building scale will bring in land speculators that have no connection to the neighborhood and will cause properties to be neglected because there's no value in maintaining homes that are merely land value. This is exactly what happened in the late 70s and early 80s when all of South Earlton consisted of older housing stock, some of which had been renovated. The proposed Wheelap building scale will introduce an extreme level of uncertainty that will devastate the community, jeopardizing the current redevelopment.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. You're just at time. You're at time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I've got...
I appreciate your presentation, but you're at time.
Okay,
so thank you. If you can grab a seat, if there's questions, I will let you know. Let's go to Dermot O'Mahony, please.
I'm pretty impressed with your stamina. My name is Dermot O'Mahony, and I'm speaking on behalf of the North Glenmore Park Community Association and the North Glenmore Planning and Redevelopment Committee. After engaging with the LAP working group for 18 months, it recently came to our attention and surprise that if we did want to advocate for any changes to this plan, it will need to be through a council-directed amendment. We met as a committee recently and drafted a letter of opposition to the West Elbow LAP in its current form. This letter was submitted by Mr. Chris Davis on April 28th to a number of councillors, and it was also included in a larger package of opposition submitted by Ms. Lisa Poole, President of Elbow Park Residents Association. The package included letters of opposition to the plan from 8 communities in total. Speaking specifically on the concerns of North Glenmore Park, we feel the LAP negatively impacts our community in its current form, particularly by the recommendations for 50th Ave, 54th Ave and 20th Street Southwest. Firstly, we feel there should be more meaningful public participation. The feeling from our community, echoing our neighbouring communities, is that despite the considerable time and effort put in during discussions, the plan does not reflect the input given. Secondly, a key point which is echoed by the other communities is that the West Elbow LAP is in conflict with the Municipal Development Plan. Section 1.4.6 states all local area plans must be consistent with the MDP. If not, the MDP prevails. A summary of our position of where the LAP is in conflict with the MDP is as follows. The land use changes do not reinforce neighbourhood character, quality and stability as per section 2.2 of the MDP. The densification outlined for North Glenmore Park is not sensitive, compatible, or complementary to our existing neighbourhood patterns and character per 2.2.5 of the MDP. The plan does not respect and enhance our neighbourhood's character and identity as it should per section 2.3.2 of the MDP. And the local area plan is also in conflict to sections 3.5.1 and 3.5.3 as it does not support North Glenmore's low residential character. Please note, up until recently, North Glenmore Park was predominantly R1 and R2. We are now seeing an influx of 8-unit developments replacing single bungalows. The LIP presenting here wants to add 4-story, 6-story, and 12-story, and even a 26-story land use zone. Personally, as someone that is pro-development working as a construction senior project manager for one of the biggest developers in Calgary, I'm extremely skeptical that the infrastructure currently in North Glenmore Park could even handle this step up in densification. We've seen the chaos in Myrtle Loop with the utilities consistently seeming to be in upgrade mode. The amendments we propose and outlined in the letters submitted would accept up to 4 stories on 50th Ave, 54th Ave and 20th Street and feel it is a reasonable compromise for our neighbourhood. We did receive a response of non-support to the proposed amendments from one councillor stating, reasoning that the plan is designed to be a 30-year worth of change in vision. Personally, I find this a bit contradictory as the vision is consistently changing here. We go from R1 to R2 to RCG to 4-story to 6-story, etc. Most of 50th, 54th and 20th are already infilled, so redevelopment of these properties won't happen for at least another 30 to 40 years. With these ever-changing land use areas, this results in a bit of a smarty box of development types in our neighbourhood, certainly not with the character of the neighbourhood. In conclusion, we, the community of North Glenmore Park, are in strong opposition of the current West Elbow local area plan and ask that this plan is deferred until more community engagement is completed and the proposed amendments of 8 neighbourhoods are reviewed by council and potentially implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking through the queue and I don't see any questions of this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us today. I'm going to go to...
Sorry, Ms. Kim, if I may, just a quick question.
Kim, Councillor Chabot has a question for you. He's over there.
Ms. Kim, while you were making your presentation, I was looking over the submission that I received from multiple different community associations, and I was tracking a lot of what you were saying, but it looked like you had a heck of a lot more than what I have in this letter. Is there more than what is in this letter in your submission?
Well, I'd hoped to get through my PowerPoint, and I was talking really fast, but I guess I didn't make it.
I'm simply asking whether or not you had more.
No, I just had the request. I think it was sent to IPC where we had requested that the 12 stories along 25th Avenue be changed to 6 stories and the balance of Earlton remain as, 3 stories limited. That's what our ask was. But obviously there's, not. We'd asked this every step of the way, and the planners didn't accept what we had asked for because,
I think you must have had larger font on your print there.
Well, you did get a copy of my PowerPoint, didn't you? Okay, yeah, because I didn't get through all of it, but the ask is on the very last page of the PowerPoint.
And I have multiple amendments that were being proposed as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to check in on the next panel. Do we have Mary Graham? Yeah, thank you. Do we have Bob Van Wiegen? Michael Bruni? Shireen Lund?
On the phone.
Thank you. Lisa Poole? Do we have Justin Similek?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and Cindy Andrew?